He also does not believe that he is doing so, but he assumes. For a normal healthy person, such assumption is absurd, but the narcissists are delusional. In his narcissistic delusion, involuntarily, he takes the position of a spectator, a polite and silent observer mildly interested of only one person, the narcissist himself, as if he is seeing himself in a movie. On the screen, he observes events and people, his own experiences and loved ones of his own life. As a spectator, he finds some parts of this movie are exciting and some parts may be boring. This detachment continues for as long as this unwanted situation persists. During this time the narcissist cannot face who he is or what he is doing or what are the consequences of his deeds. Unfortunately for a narcissist this is the case for most of the time. He gets used to seeing himself in the role of the hero of a motion picture or of a novel. Also, this strange pattern of behavior fits well with his grandiosity and fantasies. In sum, the narcissist does not occupy his own soul, nor apparently does he inhabit his own body. Vanin, 1999, p. 119. He is never fully there, entirely present. In this unusual situation, the narcissist often talks about himself in third-person singular. Sometimes he would call his other narcissistic self in a different name. Vanin, 1999, p. 118. He will switch pronoun frequently and without prior notice. Always he will describe his life, its happenings, ups and downs, pain, excitement and disappointment in the most remote voice. In the case of Muhammad, his remote voice was his chosen God Allah. Muhammad had created Allah, the voice of Allah was nothing but the voice of Muhammad, and the words in the Quran were actually the word of Muhammad himself. So when Allah had sent down some instructions to Muhammad, it was in fact Muhammad received those instructions from himself while playing two different roles. He switched role frequently and without any prior indication. This is the actual reason behind the use of wrong pronouns in Quran. As he changed role, naturally the pronouns were also changed. The very notion that Quran is a masterpiece of Arabic literature is an utter nonsense. The problem is that the narcissist practically feels this way. The presentation of life as a movie, gaining control by writing a scenario or by inventing a narrative, is a very common trait for a narcissist. He really experiences his life as belonging to someone else, and his body is just a dead weight or as an instrument in the service of some entity. Vanin, 1999, p. 118. For Muhammad, it was Allah, his own mental figment. So when Muhammad claimed to the title of Prophet of Allah, he really felt that way. If we say that Muhammad was sincere in his claim, it was on which his sincerity was based. Those Quranic revelations were originated from his own sick mind. Tisdall's got it right, when he cited Trifkovic, 2002, p. 75, concluded. The Quran is a faithful mirror of the life and character of its author. It reveals the working of Muhammad's own mind, and shows the gradual deterioration of his character as he passed into the conscious impostor and open sensualist. In this respect, every Quranic verse is meaningful if analyzed from Muhammad's point of view. These revelations put in the name of God, actually sanctioned Muhammad for his personal pursuit of sex, plunder, and to fulfill his strong desire to achieve power, even to solve his domestic problem. Now we know why Allah was always at readiness to entertain Muhammad. According to Quran, Allah spies on Muhammad's wives and alert Muhammad on various domestic issues. This is truly amazing. The Prophet confided a certain matter to one of his wives, but thereafter she disclosed it. Then Allah revealed what she had done to him. He made part of it known and another part not. And when he acquainted her with it, she said, "Who has told you this?" He replied, "I was told of it by the knower, the aware." Q. 66.3. If both of you, wives, turn to Allah in repentance, even though your hearts inclined, but if you support one another against him, know that Allah is his guardian, and Gabriel and the righteous among the believers, and thereafter the angels are his reinforcers. Q. 66.4. A logical-minded person will always wonder if God had nothing better work to do. A large portion of the Quran is preoccupied with the personal and political affairs of one man and his companions at one particular stage in history. Most of these statements have no value to any other generation. Muhammad knew this fact very well. Therefore, he was never interested to compile the verses in a single book before his death. Another important point to note. Muhammad said that he used to get revelations only when he slept with Aisha, Bukhari, 3.47.755. It's really surprising, why not when he slept with other wives? Very few Islamic scholars will ever try to find out the answer. The fact is, except Aisha, all his wives were grown up and matured. They have seen the wickedness of life. It was not easy to convince these women about his divine communications from Allah via Gabriel. But Aisha was a kid. With all her childlike simplicity and innocence, it was easy for Muhammad to exploit her. She was completely dependent on Muhammad's maturity. Hence she was ready to believe in whatever Muhammad told her about Gabriel, revelations etc. Following hadith will throw some more light on Muhammad's deception. Narrated Abu Salama, Aisha said that the Prophet said to her, "O Aisha, this is Gabriel and he sends his greetings, salutations to you." Aisha said, "Salutations, greetings, to him, and Allah's mercy and blessings be on him," and addressing the Prophet she said, "You see what I don't see." Bukhari, 4.54.440. If Gabriel could come in front of Aisha to give Muhammad Allah's revelations, what made him shy to show his face to the child? If Aisha could see the Gabriel, Muhammad would use Aisha as a witness of his divine communication, but no. The narcissist's manipulative capacity has its limits. Let alone Aisha, no one ever had seen Gabriel because all these divine confrontations of Muhammad were drama. Bukhari recorded that once a blind man corrected Allah's revelation. Ibn Maktum, a blind man from Mecca, requested Muhammad to correct a verse to exempt him to join in a jihad because of his blindness. Narrated Al-Bara, there was revealed, "Not equal are those believers who sit at home, and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah." 4.95. The Prophet said, "Call Zayd for me and let him bring the board, the ink pot, and the scapula bone, or the scapula bone and the ink pot." Then he said, "Right, not equal are those believers who sit," and at that time Amr bin Maktum, the blind man, was sitting behind the Prophet. He said, "O Allah's apostle, what is your order for me, as regards the above verse, as I am a blind man?" So, instead of the above verse, the following verse was revealed, "Not equal are those believers who sit at home, except those who are disabled by injury or are blind or lame etc., and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah." 4.95, Bukhari, 6.61.512. So, we can see how cleverly Muhammad had corrected, deleted, modified the contents of a verse to suit his purpose. At last, I will quote few verses from Quran. This holy book of Muslim itself confirms that there was a human hand which was involved in the construction of the Quran, and his identification is also revealed. Rather, I swear by the returning, orbiting, disappearing, by the night when it approaches and the morning when it extends, it is indeed the word of an honorable messenger of power, given a rank by the owner of the throne, obeyed, and honest. Q. 81.15-21. The critics of Islam often ridicule Quran by the derogatory terms like, holy divine ignorance, which of course offensive to the Muslims. Many Muslim scholars, unable to defend, concoct that the above verses refer to Gabriel, as the honorable messenger of Allah. Even then, those verses point that the Quran contains Gabriel's words and not completely Allah's words. However, the very next verses help us to recognize this honorable messenger. It is obviously not Gabriel, but none other than Muhammad. Your companion is not mad, in truth he saw him, Gabriel, on the clear horizon. Q. 81.22, 23. 4.5, Why narcissist Muhammad needed the Quran? Muhammad wrote the Quran to serve two specific purposes. First, without a Quran, Muhammad could not be accepted as a prophet. He could not perform miracle, so they put the Quran in front of the Meccans and claimed it as his only miracle. For Muhammad, Quran was a status symbol of Islam. Second, through Quran Muhammad was capable to command Muslims in the name of God. In this respect he is so successful that not only during his lifetime, but even today, after 14 centuries of his death, he is still capable to enslave and control the Muslims. Beyond the above two reasons, this supposed to be holy book of Islam has no other purpose. This book is purely man-made and Muhammad was one of the authors. Some sort of divinity was attached to the Quran so that it can command some respect because it could not stand on its own worth. This way, in acknowledging the claims of the Quran as the direct utterance of the divinity, the early manipulators had blocked all the criticism, which could otherwise have exposed it. Now I will explain from narcissism point of view, why Muhammad needed the Quran. What was actually going on in his mind when he decided to write the Quran and fake it in the name of God? A narcissist always exaggerates his talents and achievements. He has a grandiose sense of self-importance. He expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements. The narcissists are simply the most immature people on earth. Though they believe that they are special and unique and can only be understood by, or should associate with, other special or high-status people or institutions, but deep inside, they are hollow like a bubble, always fearful of being discovered as deceitful. Obviously Muhammad was well conscious of the fact that he was lying. To overcome this fear and to gain trust of the people, the narcissists like to collect evidences of their dramatic talents, intellectual achievements, or similar kind of things. Vanin, 1999, p. 145. In the case of Muhammad, he collected the Quranic verses as a proof of his prophetic claim. Narcissists file them away almost compulsively. Vanin, 1999, p. 145-6, named these as narcissistic handles. These narcissistic handles operate through the mechanism of narcissistic branding. By interacting with these objects, the narcissist recreates the narcissistic supply-rich situation. Quran served this purpose of narcissist Muhammad. When a narcissist cannot collect proof of their exaggerated talent, they write autobiography. Adolf Hitler wrote his own autobiography when he was still nobody. So did Stalin. For a narcissist no subject is as important as his own self. Why would he waste his precious time and genius writing about insignificant things when he can write about such an august being as himself? At least Hitler and Stalin were educated. But Muhammad did not qualify to that also so that he could write an autobiography. The second function is that a narcissist wants to prove that he is not under delusion or hallucination and what he is telling others regarding himself, his grandiose fantasies, his achievement, brilliance, fabulous wealth, and regarding his past is true. Vanin, 1999 p. 145. A narcissist discourages the audience from looking into his mental diseases because they are afraid that people around will find out about them. For Muhammad, Quran is the only proof that he was the messenger of God. Quran was from God because Muhammad said so, and Muhammad was the messenger of God because Quran said so. Beyond that no other proof is required. Muslims have absolutely no problem to believe in Islam with this analysis. As a narcissist, Muhammad was not out to prove anything to the outside world. Muhammad projected his false self to his followers, and this false self of Muhammad constantly demanded input from outside world. When his followers believed that the Quran was written by Allah, Muhammad was self-aware by watching their reactions, by listening to their words and by studying them. Without Quran the false self of Muhammad could not stand. If Muhammad did not fake Quran, Islam would not have survived. If Islam does not survive, from where the narcissist will secure his narcissistic supply sources? Quran was also a useful tool for Muhammad to use the fear factor for propagating his religion. There are 146 references to hell in the Quran. Out of this, only 6% of those in hell are there for moral failings, murder, theft, etc. The other 94% of the reasons for being in hell are for the intellectual sin of disagreeing with Muhammad, a political crime. Hence, Islamic hell is a political prison for those who speak against Islam. Glazov and Warner, 2007. Islam is actually a political movement in the camouflage of a religion. In a political movement, there is no such thing as a universal statement of ethics. Muslims are to be treated one way and unbelievers another way. The goal is to dominate the entire world under Arab supremacy. Muslim scholars often try to silence the critics by saying that if Quran is a lie, how the lie survived for so many centuries. The reason of Quran survival is that the divinity attached to Quran is not a small lie, but the big lie. The big lies are very powerful, and it always has a psychological effect on the listeners. The big lie is a propaganda technique. The bigger the lie, the more believable it is. Adolf Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, 1925. The broad mass of a nation will more easily fall victim to a big lie than to a small one. Big lies are extraordinarily convincible because it offsets the scale of the listener's common sense, as Sina, 2008, p. 179, explained. An ordinary person does not dare to tell a big lie thinking that it would not be believed and he would be ridiculed. Since there is no one who had never told a lie in his life, small lies are often detectable sooner or later. But the big lies are so strange that it often startle the listener. It offsets the scale of our common sense. When the lie is gigantic, the average person is left to wonder how anyone can have the courage, the impudence to say such a thing. Big lies always work wonder in politics. As George Orwell, cites Sina, 2008, p. 179, said, "Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable and give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. Today, when the divinity of Quran is scattered by the Sina manuscripts, the spiritual nature of Islam is also exposed. Islam is nothing but a pure Arab political movement. The divinity was attached to Quran, when Arabs started conquering the surrounding nations and Islam was imposed on them by force. Arabs not only imposed Islam on others but also imposed this irrational belief of Quran's holiness to the minds of their victims, so that once they are gone, the conquered people cannot come out from this mental enslavement and revert back to their original faith. The big lie of the Quran has skillfully and systematically paralyzed the rational faculty of those people who were forcefully converted to Islam. It is a rare political skill. Hitler knew it and so was Muhammad. If someone tells a big enough lie, and repeat it frequently, it will be believed as true." 4.6, Conclusion. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis it is folly to be wise. Thomas Gray, cited Sagan, 1997, p. 12. As I have stated before, though Quran claims for itself that it is mubin, or clear, but a large portion of this book simply does not make any sense. As Puin says, the fact is that a fifth of the Quranic text is just incomprehensible. After the Sina discovery, once the sacred aura of Quran is gone, many lies are exposed. First, if there are two or more versions of Quran, then there must be equal number of Allahs. This is the plural form of an Allah. So if only two Qur'ans are authentic, is Islam any longer monotheism? How to decide which Allah gave which Quran? If there is only one Allah, then which Quran is authentic? Second, if we still believe that one Quran is authentic, then how Allah allowed the others to survive? Third, is it true anymore that Quran 10.64 says Allah's words do not change? This is indeed the mighty achievement. If yes, what more than one Quran is doing now? If not, how this false revelation is recorded in Quran? Did Satan put it? Final, Bukhari, 4.52.233, recorded unbelievers will never understand our signs and revelations. But we see, for understanding the Sina Quran, the Yemeni authorities invited German scholars because there was no one in Yemen capable of working on this rich find. No doubt this book is highly confusing and self-contradictory. We should read this book from psychology point of view. Every single verse of the Quran directly or indirectly points out that the author was suffering from some kind of mental disorder. It also depicts the changing thought pattern of a severely confused author. When the verses of the Quran are studied carefully with a critical mind, anyone who knows the different characteristics of narcissism will be able to, without any difficulty whatsoever, to detect that the author was a malignant narcissist. So, if Quran calls itself to be mubin, or clear, this is what it means. By the standard of a narcissist's sick judgment, every single verse of the Quran is meaningful. In the following verse, Muslims are being exhorted to not only help Muhammad but also to revere and glorify him day and night. Muhammad wrote this verse to make him the object of praise, worship, and glorification. More precisely, the malignant narcissist is hunting for narcissistic supply sources. That you may believe in Allah and His Apostle and may aid/help Him and revere Him, and, that you may declare His glory/glorify Him, morning and evening, Q. 48.9. Not only every verse, but every letter and every word of every verse is the product of Muhammad's own sick narcissistic imagination to achieve his own sick narcissistic ambition and to secure narcissistic supply sources. In this respect Muslims are more confused than the non-Muslims. For Muslims, to call, or, to even think, their prophet a mentally deranged person is a serious sin, but the non-Muslims due our non-believing status are not bound by this. This is the only reason Muslims are not capable to question their faith. Amongst early Muslims Quran was open for debate between different sects of Islam, because they had witnessed that large portion of this supposed to be holy book was lost and corrupted. The authenticity of many verses had been called into question by the early Muslims themselves. Many Kharijites, who were followers of Ali in the early history of Islam, found the verses recounting the story of Joseph offensive, an erotic tale that cannot belong to the Quran, cited Warwick, 1998 p.17. We do not know when religious blindness crept in, but undoubtedly the early Muslims after Muhammad were more liberal than the present generation we are seeing today. But for other holy books the attitude is different, as Rodinson, 1980, p. 8, observed. For Bible the scientific attitude begins with the decision to accept something as fact only if the source has been proved reliable. Muslims wrongly interpret the honesty Christians display about some variant readings of the Bible as weakness. Ali and Spencer, 2003 p. 76-9. Christians, like Hindus, want to see their holy book through scientific and historical point of view. When old biblical manuscripts, parchments, or ancient sacred manuscripts of Hinduism are discovered, Christian and Hindu scholars almost climb over each other's shoulder to gain an early access to them. Such findings cause great excitement to them. But sadly, no such excitement exists in Islam. Christians and Hindus are eager to see more and more light shed on the earliest manuscripts of their scriptures, while Muslims resist, often with strong determination. The contrast is really striking. While both Hindu and Christian faiths are strongly backed up by archaeological and historical evidence, so far neither any archaeological exploration was allowed in Mecca and Medina, nor there is any prospect in the future. Peters, 1986 p. 72-4. Throughout the recorded history of Islam, Quran, the most unholy religious book, had turned men into monsters. There have been millions of murderers, millions of rapists and millions of terrorists. They commit all sorts of crimes with a clear conscience and in the name of Allah. But while committing crimes in the name of God, they do not question the credibility of the revelations in this book. Chapter 5, The Creation of Allah. In previous chapter I have shown with definite proofs that Quran is a fake. Quran was written to achieve specific goals, and these goals were neither of any divine nature nor to bring some positive changes to human society. Mankind will do much better if there were no Quran. When Quran is exposed, the fake God Allah is also exposed with it. All the existing religions acknowledge that God is the creator of the universe. As creator of the universe, God must be distinct from the world, and God's existence cannot depend on any of his creation, and he is absolutely different from anything else that exists. Therefore he is totally unknowable. Although God himself is unknowable, we can, to some degree, understand his relationship to the universe. In this manner, we speak of God through his attributes of action. Also, although we cannot know what God is, we can learn much by realizing what he is not. Since God is eternal, there is no creator of God. But since Allah is not a God but pretending to be God, then he has a creator. In this chapter I want to find out who had created Allah and how he was created and why he was created. 5.1 Allah, the ungodly God. In what concerns divine things, belief is not appropriate. Only certainty will do. Anything less than certainty is unworthy of God. Simone Weil. For past several thousand years, there had been two main religious groups predominant in much of the civilized world. One of them was sun worshippers and another one was moon worshippers. So we can divide the world religions as solar religions and lunar religions. The main solar religions thriving today are Hinduism, Christianity, and Buddhism. Buddhists follow largely lunar calendar, but the main characteristic and many other important doctrines and traditions of Buddhism are solar, whereas lunar religions are Islam and Judaism. Hitti, 2002, p. 97, wrote that the moon worshipping is principally a pastoral society and the sun worshipping is mainly an agricultural society. Allah is at the center of the religion of Islam. He has quite an interesting history. In ancient Arabia, much before the birth of Muhammad, a deity by the name Allah was worshipped by the desert Bedouins of Arabia. The Bedouin Arabs had a nomadic life. They were half-starved anarchic tribes incapable of sustaining an agricultural society. Rodinson, 1980, p. 17. Daytime travel was nearly impossible due to the unbearable heat of the sun. Most journeys were undertaken at night, on moonlight, and beneath a sky bedecked with glittering stars. Those indigent Bedouin Arabs were so intimately connected with the moon and its phases that their lives were literally governed by the moon. To them, the moon was their life sustainer. So they associated Allah with the moon. To the Arab Bedouin folks, moon was an absolute holy entity to be worshipped and revered with utmost zeal. After Muhammad forced Islam at the point of sword on these desert Arab indigents, these neo-Muslim Bedouins still continued with the practice of their age-old belief that their life was regulated by the moon. By this way, those desert Arabs considered moon as their highest deity, Allah Ta'ala, the supreme God. Even today, we find that this obsession with the Arab Bedouin moon is strongly prevalent in Islam. Islam is intimately connected with the moon. All its rituals are based on the sighting of the moon or on the moon calendar. Every religious act and ritual, jihad, and Islamic bloodshed, attack on non-Muslims, and every Islamic law is designed for only one purpose, to please Allah. Allah revealed the Quran to Muhammad but did not reveal himself in his Quran. He preferred to remain a mystery to the Muslims. In fact, this mysterious, intangible nature of Allah is the essence of Islam. Allah plays hide-and-seek game with the Muslims. Through Quranic revelations, Allah shows the mankind what he likes and what he expects from us. But why he does not do that by showing us what it is like to be God? Allah wants absolute obedience and he does not like to be questioned. But in this case, how do I know that Allah had really appointed Muhammad to act as a prophet? In this regard Allah failed miserably. If there was a strict direct disclosure of Allah, then we could have no doubt about his existence. As Caird, 1956 p. 60, concluded. A God who does not reveal himself ceases to be God, and religious feelings, craving after a living relation to its object, refuses to be satisfied with a mere initial and potential revelation of the mind and will of God, a God who speaks once for all, and then through the whole course of history ceases to reveal himself. How do we know that Muhammad was not a liar? For us, this is a crucial problem. Why there is no strict and direct disclosure of Allah? If there were, and we could see Allah strictly as he is, then there could have been no doubt about him, and his revelations would have carried an absolute guarantee in itself, and we knew it is Allah who speaks. If it is Allah's intention to confront us with his presence as personal will and purpose, why has this not been done in an unambiguous manner, by some overwhelming manifestation of divine power and glory? As Lewis, 1961, p. 228, concluded. If God wants to communicate with us in terms of what we understand as finite being, if he has to make himself known within the human situation, how are men able to recognize the ways he does this? How does an occasion which is in substance a finite one carry with it some reference or overtone which is more than finite? Why Allah did not disclose himself? Is he ashamed of his own creation? As Sheikh, 1998, wrote, "The cause of God would have been served better if he were to show his face to mankind frequently for assuring them that he is there. Is Allah too great to bother about what people think of him? The answer is simple. Allah did not disclose himself because he lacks one element of perfection, namely existence, and those Quranic revelations are actually a parody of Allah for his imperfection. In fact, Allah did not disclose himself to Muhammad also. Quran confirms that even Muhammad did not have much knowledge of his Allah. No doubt, Allah was playing a sick game with Muhammad. Muhammad has no knowledge of Allah, but he only gives warning plainly and publicly. Angels only bring Allah's messages to him. Q. 38.67-70. What a divine paradox! Muslims have to put their trust on Quran because their bread and butter in the afterlife will depend on Allah's heavenly pension, but in doing so, they are actually mocking Allah for his imperfection. Goodness and love are treated as two attributes of God. If Allah is a perfectly loving God, then Allah must wish to abolish all evil, and if Allah is all-powerful, Allah must be able to abolish all evil. But evil exists, and more amongst the Muslims, therefore Allah cannot be both omnipotent and perfect loving. So when a revelation describes Allah as all-powerful and merciful, the revelation must be false. Eternal torment of hell, which is affirmed to be fate of a large proportion of human race, is mentioned in Quran, where Allah very specifically said, "And he who disobeys Allah and his messenger and transgresses his bounds, he will admit him to a fire and shall live in it forever. For him, there is a humiliating punishment." Q. 4.14. But logically the above statement cannot be true. It is unjust for God to burn a disbeliever in hell forever, as Qasim, 2003, brings forward his argument. A disbeliever, being a finite being, can only commit a limited amount of sin in his entire life. Eternal torment of hell is an infinite punishment. It is unfair to punish for a finite amount of sin with infinite torment. Hence, the above Quranic verse cannot be from a real God. Also, since such punishment would never end, what constructive purpose will it serve? Can this give any solution to the problem of evil? Why Allah is silent on this issue and did not send a suitable revelation to justify his divine decision? If eternal torment is Allah's will, then on what basis he is most gracious, most merciful? If God really punishes or rewards, then it is more justified to believe, good conduct will be rewarded, and bad conduct punished, either here or in a life hereafter. Durant and Durant, 1961. p. 187. In fact, this is same as the law of action and reaction in Hinduism. Abhedananda, 2005, p. 79. But these moral values are in contradiction with Quran. Radhakrishnan, 1970 p. 19, wrote, "We can believe only in a just God, who is impartial to the saint and the sinner, even as the sun shines on those who shiver in cold or sweat in heat. God is not angered by neglect or placated by prayers. The wheels of his chariot turn unimpeded by pity or anger. God is not mocked." Thomas, cited Durant, 1950 p. 969, had the same view when he wrote, "The highest knowledge we can have of God in this life is to know that he is above all that we can think concerning him. If this is true, then the 5 obligatory prayers, Hajj, Ramadan etc. are useless. But Allah is jealous, revengeful, hateful, and proud. If Allah is the only God, then he is jealous on whom? Why he is so upset? Why he is suffering from inferiority complex? Is Allah suffering from some kind of mental disorder? Lewis, 1961, p. 265, wrote. It is in ethics that God comes nearest to us. The voice of God is above all the voice of consciences. It is a divine refinement of the working of conscience. There are several highly offensive verses in Quran, which promote hate, call for violence and murder, allow deception, curse the non-believers and prescribe severe punishment for them. These verses are highly unethical, and if it is in ethics that God comes nearest to us, is true, then Islam is not that right path which can lead a person to the real God. As Gandhi, 1961, p. 10, wrote, one cannot reach truth by untruthfulness. Being guided by those absurd revelations, Muslims cannot reach the ultimate truth, i.e., the God. When Muhammad started preaching his religion in Mecca, there were never-ending arguments going on between the Meccans and Muhammad over Muhammad's lack of prophetic credentials. In this regard, Allah seemed to be very puzzled and wrote in the Quran, is it that their mental faculties of understanding urge them to this, or are they an outrageous folk, transgressing beyond the bounds? Q. 52.32. The above verse demonstrates Quran's lack of divine inspiration. If Allah is all-knowing, then he can never ask such a question. A logical-minded reader will always be in doubt, whose inadequacies are reflected by the above verse, Muhammad, or his Allah. Islam, though presented as a divine and pure religion from God, the fact is that its origin, tenets, and traditions, and also the central figure Allah's strange attitude do not reflect the same. Allah itself is too confusing. During those days there was much idolatry in practice with hundreds of deities around. This made Muhammad utterly confused. Muhammad experimented with various brand of Allah, but the Meccans disappointed him, and hence Muhammad changed his mind several times. Every time he made some necessary changes to his version of Allah as situation demanded. Muhammad had designed his own Allah to go well with his requirement, and hence Allah has the similar likes and dislikes as that of Muhammad. Such a God is an absolute fake. In reality, Allah does not exist. He had an imaginary existence. It is the sick mind of Muhammad which created Allah. Muhammad had developed a reverse, benign, form of paranoia which is very common to a narcissist. A narcissist feels constantly watched over by senior members of his group or frame of reference, the subject of permanent, avuncular, criticism, the center of attention. If a religious man, he calls it divine providence. For Muhammad it was Allah, the superego of Muhammad's false self. 5.2, Narcissism and the concept of superego. Before we attempt to recognize Allah as Muhammad's superego, we should try to understand the very concept of superego, how it forms and how much influence does it have on the day-to-day business of a normal person, normal in the sense, he is not suffering from excessive narcissism, and of a malignant narcissist. Freud saw the adult personality structured into three parts, the ID, real self, the ego, false self, and the superego, all developing at different stages in our lives. All these components are functions of mind, not parts of the brain or in any way physical. For Freud, the eternal struggle between these forces, which occurs at an unconscious level, constitutes the problematic of the human condition. In sum, throughout his thought Freud saw man as a closed system, and this theory characterizes the mental apparatus as a dynamic union of opposites. Marcuse, 1972, p. 35. In previous chapters, I have discussed in details the functions of true self and false self and how they interact with each other. In this chapter, I wish to discuss the third component, superego, in details. The superego is the last part of the mind to develop. It might be called the moral part of the mind. The function of the superego is to control the ID's impulses, especially those which society forbids, such as sex and aggression. It is the part of the psyche that internalizes the standards and moral demands of his parents and culture, and consists of two systems. The conscience is the ability or the faculty that distinguishes whether one's actions are right or wrong. The conscience punishes our ego through causing feelings of guilt and also reward us when we behave properly by making us feel proud. The ego ideal in Freud's psychoanalytic theory of personality, the ego ideal is the part of the superego that includes the rules and standards for good behaviors. These behaviors include those that are approved of by parental and other authority figures. Obeying these rules leads to feelings of pride, value, and accomplishment. In sum, the ego ideal is an imaginary picture of how we ought to be, and represents career aspirations, how to treat other people, and how to behave as a member of society. Now we will see how the superego functions in the sick mind of a narcissist, and more precisely a malignant narcissist. A malignant narcissist lacks in a fully developed and healthy superego. He is not structured by regular moral standards because he does not have the ability to distinguish whether his actions are right or wrong. In sum, there is no inner moral judge to teach him moral values. Religious views of conscience usually see it as linked to a morality inherent in all humans, but for a malignant narcissist, he can become an unattached, conscienceless deceiver, manipulator and killer. He simply does not have the capacity to see themselves from the point of view of another person. So the whole concept of superego is twisted in the case of a narcissist, and it plays a very important part of his narcissistic tendency. Narcissists suffer from obsessions and compulsions, and their superego is connected to this. The superego of a narcissist is very harsh, cruel, uncompromising, and punishing. In fact, the narcissist's sense of self-worth is totally at the mercy of the superego. It haunts the narcissist every moment of his life, that he is always at unrest. The false self cannot stand by its own, simply because it is false. So the false self needs authorization. Here lies the very importance of superego. The term superego itself indicates that the superego dominates the ego, the superinflated ego, i.e., the false self. The tension between the two agencies take the form of moral anxiety, mistrust, and paranoia. The command of the superego is very powerful. The concepts of the superego and narcissism are linked at the roots, and that superego pathology should be seen as a determining factor in the formation of a narcissistic disorder. Superego has an imaginary existence same as his false self. It is equally as false as the false self of a narcissist. But while the false self of the narcissist is directed to the outside world, the superego is directed to the narcissist himself. This superego punishes the narcissist for the deeds and misdeeds of his false ego. Vannon, 1999, p. 328. This punishment by the superego creates within the narcissist a strong feeling of paranoia and injustice. He feels punished without any wrongdoing. Just like the false self is the inflation of the true self, in the same manner the superego is the inflation of the false self. According to Freud, the superego development starts from the childhood with the development of the false self. The superego, Freud called it das Über-Ich, is very primitive, and often it is a self-destructive unconscious wish of a narcissist. Freud observed that the superego had a general propensity for cruelty. The superego of a narcissist often takes the authoritative position of God or some kind of superior power, which has full authority and control on the narcissist. The narcissist mistook it as a representation of a spiritual call toward enlightenment. When the narcissist is deluded, he experiences a higher moral and spiritual state of mind, which actually stems from the superego rooted in his subconscious. The relationship between the false self and superego is very strange. A sadistic, idealized superego and a grandiose and manipulative false self interact with each other mechanically, just like the relationship between a master and a slave. There is absolutely no emotional attachment. It is always a terror-based abusive relation, like a hostage gets attached to his captor. The slave is terrorized by the master and he has no free choice. Narcissists are mental equivalent of robots, and no robot is capable of introspection. With such an ideal, sadistic, rigid, primitive, and punishing superego, the narcissist eventually becomes a zombie lacking in morals and in conscience and becomes antisocial. the superego commands the narcissist with negative evaluations, criticisms, angry or disappointed voices. It berates him for failing to conform to his unattainable ideals, fantastic goals, and grandiose or impractical plans, i.e., if he fails to secure adequate narcissistic supply sources. But the superego of a narcissist does not terrorize him all the times. There are moments when it can be rewarding also. Freud observed that there is also a pleasure that is derived from the interplay between the ego and the superego. Freud calls this narcissistic pleasure. A rewarding superego is the other side of the superego coin. Most of the time when the narcissist is overly punitive, he has very limited ability to be rewarding. Certainly part of helping a person deal with an overly punitive superego would be to help him balance it with a rewarding superego. What Freud called narcissistic pleasure is also called as narcissistic reward. The victory of the ego over the ID can only occur if, by way of compensation for this renunciation, a narcissistic reward is accorded by the superego. Sheridan, 1999, p. 199. The behavior of a narcissist is a product of these dualistic forces. His true self is paralyzed. So actually the determining factors are false self and superego. His false self serves as a barrier and as a shock absorber between the true self and the sadistic, punishing, immature superego. Vannon, 1999, p. 156. He is trapped, he cannot escape these two determining forces which underlie his actions. Every moment of his life is strictly supervised by the exceptionally strict court of superego. Bentham, 1988, p.1, wrote, "Nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do, as well as to determine what we shall do." But for a narcissist, the two determining factors are false self and superego. Deep down both of them are false. Hence a narcissist's thinking is also erratic. He simply misunderstands and misjudges these two aspects, pain and pleasure. Without a strong and dictatorial superego, a narcissist cannot move forward. He is so helpless that he even cannot detach himself from his superego. Deep inside of his mind, the narcissist knows that he is a fraud. He is so emotionally invalid that he does not trust his ability to manage his own affairs and to set practical aims and realize them. This is why he needs the superego as a guardian and regulator of his own affairs, more specifically the affairs of his false self. It is such a self-contradictory mission. When the narcissist is fooled into thinking that the voice of this internalized judge is coming from God, he becomes addicted to religion. His inner voice confirms him of his divine mission. He is under delusion and hence he thinks about himself of being chosen or of having a destiny or clear authority. He believes that he has a direct telephone line to God. Sometimes it is God who serves him through divine intervention. This inner voice instills fear in his mind. Slowly he becomes paranoid and this false God which is produced in his sick mind starts running the show. Vannon, 1999, p. 148, 166, wrote, "A narcissist often suffers from the delusion that God, or an equivalent institutional authority, is an active participant in his life in which constant intervention by this God is a key feature. God is included in a larger picture, that of the narcissist's destiny and mission. The narcissist firmly believes that he is unique and that he is thus endowed because he has a mission to fulfill, a destiny, a meaning to attain. In rare incidents, the punishing superego is so harsh that the false self cannot take it anymore. This is the time they compete with each other to establish superiority on each other, and the narcissist contradicts himself the most. On the one hand, the narcissist accepts the authority of his superego by disregarding the fact that the superego is inhuman to him. On the other hand, he confronts this authoritative personality and demands clear proof of their fallibility. With the above confrontation, either of the two things happens. Either he becomes more desperate to secure more narcissistic supply sources, or serious doubts creeps in which may free him at last, i.e., he recovers from his narcissism. 5.3 Allah, the the superego of a malignant narcissist. Now it is time to discover the true character of Allah. If the whole doctrine of Islam is put under the searchlight of psychological analysis, it is not difficult to understand that Allah is the superego of Muhammad. Allah gave Muhammad authority and Quran confirms it. Do not rise up against Allah, I come to you with clear authority, Q. 44.19. Those who swear allegiance to you, Muhammad, indeed swear allegiance to Allah, Q. 48.10. According to Islamic belief, Islam was created by Allah, but the final and truest revelations of Islam were passed down to humanity via the angel Gabriel to Muhammad. Therefore, Muhammad is the final authority for Allah's revelation here on earth. This is how the false self of Muhammad keeps its narcissistic balloon inflated with the strong authority of his superego, Allah. Without a strong and dictatorial Allah, Muhammad could not move forward in his divine mission. But what are Allah's credentials? Such questions are forbidden in Allah's religion and may lead to a grave danger. If you insult Allah's apostle, Allah will slay you, Ishaq, 414. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, Satan comes to one of you and says, Who created so and so? Till he says, Who has created your Lord? So, when he inspires such a question, one should seek refuge with Allah and give up such thoughts. Bukhari, 4.54.496. It is narrated on the authority of Abu Huraira that the Messenger of Allah said, Men will continue to question one another till this is propounded, Allah created all things but who created Allah? He who found himself confronted with such a situation should say, I affirm my faith in Allah, Muslim, 1.242. He, Allah, will say, Do not dispute before me. I sent you a warning beforehand, Q. 50.28. By this way Allah debarred any possibility of criticism in Islam and the authority remains unchallenged. The fact is, Muhammad's false self knows very well that Allah does not exist. But he has to keep Allah at work. The relationship between Allah and Muhammad was not friendly. Their liaison is not like father and son, it is purely that of a master and slave. Allah, the superego of Muhammad, never gave Muhammad the intimate love that a father gives his son. Muhammad had spent years among Christians and Jews, and also adopted many of their customs and stories in Quran, but he never wanted to adopt the father and son theological concept of Jews and Christian, because Allah was a mental figment of Muhammad. It is the harsh, cruel, uncompromising, and punishing superego. Muhammad simply could not imagine that God could be lovable. Hence the relationship between Muhammad and Allah was one of a slave to his master, with obedience, rather than love, being the primary impulse. Bukhari confirms it. Narrated Umar, I heard the Prophet saying, Do not exaggerate in praising me as the Christians praised the Son of Mary, for I am only a slave. So, call me the slave of Allah and his apostle. Bukhari, 4.55.654. A common Muslim name is Abdullah, which literally means servant of Allah or the slave of Allah. Allah makes it clear humans are his slaves, and slaves have no freedom, except do what the master orders. But in other world religions, the view is different. According to Hindu belief, the whole universe is one self-same reality, teachings of Upanishad. There is no distinction or duality between God, Paramatma, and the soul, Jivatma, except in our perception. God and the soul are one and the same. There is nothing like a soul separating itself from God and then entering the body as a separate entity. It means every human being is a part of God. Therefore the core teaching of Hinduism, the Vedanta philosophy, is do not injure another. Love everyone as your own self, because the whole universe is one. In injuring another, I am injuring myself, in loving another, I love myself. In Talmudic Judaism, God is called Father because he is the creator, lawgiver, and protector. In Christianity, God is called Father not only for the same reasons, but because of the mystery of the Father-Son relationship revealed by Jesus Christ. This is the revelation of a sense in which fatherhood is inherent to God's nature, an eternal relationship. But Muhammad's Islam does not match to any of these divine theological concepts. Throughout his prophetic career, Muhammad had interacted with Allah mechanically. He just obeyed the orders of Allah without question, just like a slave is commanded by his master. There is neither any father-son relationship nor any sense of divine union. Allah is very harsh, uncompromising, cruel, and punishing. Neither he trusts others nor is he trustworthy at all. The Quran describes Allah as the best deceiver and a liar who is not above using the same evil and wicked schemes of his opponents. Quran calls Allah al-Makr. In fact, Allah is the best makr in the world. The word for deception/deceiver/scheme is makr. Muhammad thought that he was under constant watch of Allah. Indeed, your Lord is ever watchful. Q. 89.14. Allah loves those who are afraid of him. Whosoever fears the merciful in the unseen, and comes with a contrite heart. Q. 50.33. Allah is so cruel that he even frightens the Muslims. The eclipse of the sun was from Allah to scare Muhammad and his followers. Narrated Abu Musa, the sun eclipsed and the Prophet got up, being afraid that it might be the hour, i.e. day of judgment. He went to the mosque and offered the prayer with the longest qiyam, bowing and prostration that I had ever seen him doing. Then he said, "These signs which Allah sends do not occur because of the life or death of somebody, but Allah makes his worshippers afraid by them. So when you see anything thereof, proceed to remember Allah, invoke him and ask for his forgiveness." Bukhari, 2.18.167. The above hadith also shows that Muhammad was suffering from some kind of anxiety and frustration. It is the tension between the false self and the superego. Allah demands unquestionable obedience, fear, and affection from his slaves. If the slaves fail to please Allah with those emotional needs, he gets furiously angry. When he is angry, he acts like a child. He gets mad and fires his outburst in an uncontrollable manner. He then proceeds to destroy his slaves who made him angry. Few quotes from Quran and Hadith are as follows. My, Allah, anger should fall upon you, and upon whosoever my anger falls has assuredly fallen. Q. 20.81. Allah warns you to be cautious of him, the arrival is to Allah. Q. 3.28. Narrated Abdullah, the Prophet said, "There is none having a greater sense of gaira, a feeling of great fury and anger when one's honor and prestige are injured or challenged, than Allah, and for that reason he has forbidden shameful deeds and sins, illegal sexual intercourse, etc. And there is none who likes to be praised more than Allah does." Bukhari, 9.93.500. Superego is often relentless and cruel on his insistence on perfection. Engler, 2009, p. 48. But this ideal perfection may be quite far from reality or possibility. Allah wants to be perfect, hence he cannot coexist with other gods of other religions, because in that case he is not the supreme power. Hence in Quran Allah repeatedly said, Q. 3.19, 3.85, 6.153, 12.40, that no other religion except Islam is acceptable to him. Allah is the most uncompromising God in the history of religion. Superego's power to enforce rules comes from its ability to create anxiety on the false self. Often the rules, demands, and wishes of the superego are very unrealistic because it did not fully develop. If Muhammad cannot perform well in propagating Allah's religion, Allah threatens him to send a beast as the final messenger of humankind. No doubt this malignant narcissist was terrorized by his punishing superego. This continuous degradation of his false self by his superego made Muhammad a violent person. And when the word falls on them, we will bring out from the earth a beast that shall speak to them. Indeed the people were not certain of our verses. Q. 27.82. The above verse is practically meaningless. How a beast can perform better than a man in preaching a religion? Which beast can speak Arabic? What kind of beast will replace Muhammad? Is it a camel, an ostrich, an orangutan, or a chimpanzee? The problem is that a narcissist often contradicts himself. Muhammad also claimed to be the last prophet, Q. 33.40. If verse 33:40 is right, then the verse 27:82 must be wrong. Following hadith further prove that he was under tremendous pressure of his cruel superego. Narrated Aisha, Allah's apostle never took revenge, over anybody, for his own sake, but, he did, only when Allah's legal bindings were outraged, in which case he would take revenge for Allah's sake. Bukhari, 4.56.760. However, Muhammad's superego rewarded him well. Terror was Muhammad's legacy. His motivation was money and sex with captured women. Allah does not care for justice or decency. He is too rigid. Allah's apostle said, "I have been made victorious with terror. The treasures of the world were brought to me and put in my hand." Bukhari, 4.52.220. Muhammad said, "Rejoice, Allah has promised us victory after tribulation." This increased the Muslims' faith and submission. When cities were conquered, Muslims used to say, "Conquer for yourselves whatever seems good to you," because all treasures were given to Muhammad. Tabari, 8.12. Allah has promised you much booty that you shall take, and He has made this easy for you. Q. 48.19. If we make a close observation of the doctrine of jihad, we will find that it is a gross insult to the very concept of God, because this violent doctrine depicts him as a bloodthirsty dictator, who allows murder, rape, death, and destruction of the infidels on a permanent basis only because of their crime of not believing in him. Such a God cannot be the creator of the universe. Now we know it was the superego of Muhammad which had commanded him in such an uncompromising voice, and Muhammad mistook it as a divine voice. If Allah hates the non-Muslims, then based on what logic He created them? Why He had not created all humans as Muslims to obviate the need for such atrocities that His followers are required to commit as jihad? If Allah has to depend on the Muslims to do His bidding, then He cannot be Almighty. Sheikh, 1999, p.162, wrote, "Just ponder over the vastness of this universe, which exceeds trillions of stars and planets bound by the authority of an unbending and natural law. If God is the controller of such an immense and wonderful world, He cannot be so mean, miserable and miscreant to terrorize mankind into submission. It is difficult to imagine that the God of humankind acts like a terrorist. He has got to be merciful, loving and liberal. We, human beings, need God's mercy and understanding owing to our inborn infirmities. Allah is merciful only in theory, in practice He is cruel. Not only this, He even expects a share of booty from Muhammad. Know that 1/5 of what you acquire as booty is for Allah and His Apostle." Bukhari, January 2, 50. "And know that whatever ye take as spoils of war, lo, 1/5 thereof is for Allah, and for the Messenger." Q. 8.41. What the false self regards as danger and respond to with an anxiety signal is that the superego may be angry with him, or it will punish him or cease to love him. The biggest fear of the false self is that his superego may die. Freud, 1979, p. 297. This is what the narcissist is even scared to think. His false self is on absolute dependence on the superego, more specifically on the authorization of the superego. The narcissist is merely acting as a robot. The above observation of Freud fits perfectly with Muhammad attitude. If Allah cannot survive as a god, if He is not worshipped, or if the religion of Islam cannot continue to exist, then what is the value of Muhammad? Who is going to accept him as a prophet? With the no acceptance of Allah, Islam dies, and with it dies the prophetic claim of Muhammad. In the following hadith, Muhammad expressed his grave concern on this. On the day of Battle of Badr, Muhammad cast a glance at the mighty infidel army. He was terrified by seeing the vastly numerical superiority of the enemy. Muhammad then prayed to Allah to grant his victory. "O Allah, accomplish for me what Thou hast promised me. O Allah, bring about what Thou hast promised to me. O Allah, if this small band of Muslims is destroyed, Thou wilt not be worshipped on this earth, Muslim, 3.4360. Though it appears strange that a man is telling his creator what will happen if he does not listen to him, but from psychology point of view, it is not odd at all. Muhammad's concern is not for Allah but for his own selfish interests. The punishing superego sometime crosses the limit in its cruelty so much that the false self cannot take it anymore. Allah became so ruthless and uncompromising with Muhammad that at different points in his career, as Margoliouth, cited Warwick, 2000, p. 340, wrote, he abandoned the unity of God and his claim to the title of the Prophet. This is a disagreeable picture for the founder of a religion, and it cannot be pleaded that it is a picture drawn by an enemy. No doubt, this is an unacceptable image of Muhammad. From psychological point of view, it was the withdrawal symptom of a narcissist. On one hand, Muhammad had to accept the authority of Allah, otherwise he cannot stand as a prophet, by disregarding the fact that Allah is cruel and ungodly. On the other hand, he confronted his superego, this authoritative Allah, by abandoning the unity and sovereignty of Allah. Though Muhammad's complete prophetic life is full of contradictions, but, undoubtedly, this is the time when Muhammad contradicted himself the most. He was very close to free himself from the tyranny of his superego, but he could not. If he could, then surely Islam would have died shortly, but he dived deep into his sick narcissistic world in persuasion of further narcissistic supply sources, and Islam survived. 5.4 Conclusion. The so-called God of Islam is not a loving God. He simply cannot love. Muslims often claim that the Christians and Muslims pray to the same God, which is a deceitful attempt to misguide and gain convert from Christianity. While Christianity is based on love, brotherhood, and forgiveness, Islam is based on hate, hate and more hate. False self and superego are components of the same mind of an individual. They are neither parts of brain nor have any physical existence. Superego is the unconscious wish of a narcissist, which is projected back at him. Allah was everything what Muhammad wanted to be. Since they are parts of the same sick mind, they are often identical. They think alike and their preferences are also similar. They also command together. The pivot of Islamic faith is Muhammad, not Allah. Few quotes from Islamic sources are as below. If you, the believers, obey him, the Prophet Muhammad, you will be guided. Q. 2450. If you love Allah, and follow me, Muhammad, God will love you, and forgive you your sins. Q. 325. Allah's apostle said, whoever obeys me, obeys Allah, and whoever disobeys me, disobeys Allah, and whoever obeys the ruler I appoint, obeys me, and whoever disobeys him, disobeys me. Bukhari, 9.89.251. Allah expresses all his wishes through Muhammad. But he completely failed to provide any external proof of his existence. It is because, while Muhammad had projected his false self to the outside world, his superego is directed to narcissist Muhammad himself. Since Muhammad cannot prove his prophethood, his Allah also cannot prove that he is the real God. Muhammad's prophetic claim and Allah's claim of one true God are all imaginary. Allah can claim anything about himself, but he definitely lacks in one area of perfection, he simply does not exist. He is not the real God, but a dummy, a scarecrow, a paper tiger. A God who resorts to sex and violence to gain followers is a myth. Neither he has the power to throw the non-Muslims in hell nor can he reward anyone with paradise. Longing for praise and greatness is human weakness and it does not fit God. Similarly, when Muhammad felt a sexual desire for Aisha, a child of only 6 years old, and to Zainab, his daughter-in-law, his God sanctioned it. Why Allah did not scold Muhammad for his abnormal desires? Because, all these revelations were unconscious wishes of the narcissist Muhammad. He was sincere while bringing revelations, no doubt, but he was self-deluded also. The unconscious wishes of Muhammad came down to him as divine revelations and recorded in the Quran. Allah made exclusive laws of sexual enjoyments for Muhammad to the total exclusion of other Muslims. It is this exclusivity that cancels out Muhammad's claim he is a behavioral model for his followers. Though Muhammad did not follow Quranic instructions and on occasions placed himself in a position higher than Allah, but still Allah called him an excellent example, Q. 33.21, and great morality, Q. 68.4. Human can follow in the footprints of a human, but cannot measure up to the conduct of someone who occasionally gives the impression of a man but often claims the privileges of a god. In this case both the claimant and the god both are frauds. Chapter 6, The Creation of Islam. Islam was not created to teach humans spirituality, nor make them enlightened. The spiritual message in Islam is secondary or virtually non-existent. Piety in Islam means emulating Muhammad, a man who was far from pious. Rituals like prayers and fasting are mere window dressing to lure unbelievers inside, to give Islam the appearance of sacredness and spirituality. False prophets can deceive only in sheep clothing. Ali Sina, 2008, p. 169. In Islam, the sick mind of a narcissist created a superego, mistook it as God and claimed that divine revelations were given to him by that God. But a God and his divine instruction are of no use unless there is a religion to hold them. So just creating Islam, Muhammad took a step ahead and his narcissistic goal was achieved. The only goal of a narcissist is to secure perfect narcissistic supply sources, and Muhammad's all efforts to establish his religion was no exception. He knew perfectly well what he was supposed to do. The best way of enslaving people is to create a religion. In this way, both Muhammad and his Allah were safe and secured. 6.1 The purpose of creation of Islam. The entire purpose of this divine planning, what we call Islam, is to install Muhammad as the holiest of holies, i.e., to secure his narcissistic needs. Muhammad's entire leadership under the authority of Allah was a sick game played ultimately for the sake of himself. For the narcissists, what matters is power. This is their ultimate goal to achieve supremacy. More power means more victims for narcissistic needs, because the more power they have, the more freely they can diminish others to keep themselves inflated. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. In some cases, the narcissist looks for the weak points of his potential victims, and then project himself in such a clever manner that their grandiosity may seem to offer something that is missing from the life of his potential victims. Sometimes their hunger of admiration makes them want to please the targets which the unsuspected victim may feel like real love. For this reason, narcissism and religion go well together. A narcissist wants to feel unique, and a purpose-built religion permits him to feel unique. Vannon, 1999, p. 147. He fools his followers and sees his reflection through the eyes of his victims. A narcissist often looks for religious domination. Religious supremacy and pretended divine authority allows the narcissist to exercise his control over his followers openly and unabated. He can taunt and torment his followers, bully and punish them, humiliate and berate them, abuse them spiritually, or even sexually. He can also extort money and steal the property of his followers by some pretense. A narcissist, whose source of authority is religious, can easily obtain obedient and unquestioning slaves upon whom he can exercise his capricious and wicked mastery. He can transform even the most harmless and pure religious sentiments into a cultish ritual and a virulent hierarchy. In sum, his followers become his prey. He preys on the gullible, and ultimately his own followers become his hostages. Islam is such a purpose-built religion of Muhammad. Through Islam, Muhammad not only distorted the reality, but at the same time imposed his unquestionable authority in the name of God. But in doing so he had highly contradicted himself. On one hand, Muhammad talked about Allah's authority, but at the same time, he had put himself in a higher position than Allah. Two quotes from the Quran are as below. Lo! Allah and his angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad. O ye who believe also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q. 33, 56. Do not rise up against Allah, I come to you with clear authority. Q. 44.19. The above revelations are enough to prove that Islam was a tailor-made religion of Muhammad. It is his strong dominance urge that forced him to rise above Allah. Hence Islam is Allah's religion by name only, actually it is the religion of Muhammad. He is at the center in his clever plan of self-elevation. The Islamic theory of guidance simply means following Muhammad blindly. Any question or hesitation is tantamount to blasphemy, which leads to hell. He achieved this self-elevation step by step. First he advocated the destruction of idols of Kaaba, so that they should not rival Allah. When his followers accepted his advocacy, the supremacy and oneness of Allah is established. Now he took the second step very wisely. He put himself in a rank higher than Allah by becoming an object of praise of Allah and his angels. How nicely he used Allah's authority to insult and devalue Allah, the same God who had authorized him. When Allah and his angels have showered praises on Muhammad, naturally all believing Muslims are bound to follow this pattern of human worshipping. How many Muslims have ever noticed this trick of Muhammad? Is there any further proof required that Muhammad was actually an impostor and his religion was a fake? Narcissists do not directly promote themselves, Sina, 2008, p. 69, because, by this way they will be exposed immediately. Hence, Muhammad first elevated his God and then elevated himself. A popular Persian saying, Faith and Makalam, 2005, p. 132, goes like this. Ba kuda diwana bashad ba Muhammad Hashiyar. It means, take liberties with Allah, but be careful with Muhammad. This again proves my point. Belief in Allah alone counts for nothing. Therefore, in Islam, Muhammad is the central figure and Allah is just a decorative convenience. Praising Muhammad is an integral part of the daily prayers of the Muslims. La ilaha illa Allah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. It means, there is no God but God and Muhammad is the Prophet of God. A Muslim utters those words several times a day. The Shahada is also recited in the Muezzin's call to prayer, included in the Salat, daily ritual prayer, and incorporated in Sufi contemplative prayer. It is also recited in the moments before death. Muhammad associated himself with Allah in such a way that practically they became inseparable. By recitation of this confession of faith, Muslims are supplying narcissistic needs to Muhammad. Muslims like to call themselves as slaves of Allah, but actually they are the slaves of Muhammad. Vanin, cited Sina, 2008, p. 66, wrote. Narcissists use anything they can lay their hands on in the pursuit of narcissistic supply. If God, creed, church, faith, and institutionalized religion can provide them with narcissistic supply, they will become devout. They will abandon religion if it can't. Vanin, 1999, p. 149, elsewhere wrote. Narcissists switch groups and ideologies with the ease with which they change partners, spouses, and value systems. Narcissists are narcissists first and members of their group only in the second place. A narcissist wants to leave a legacy, Sina, 2008, 66. On his deathbed, Muhammad instructed his followers to continue their jihad against the infidels. This is the fruit of Islam. Jihad is the means to raise Muhammad above the mark of divinity. Muhammad wanted to be eternal like God. For achieving this he had left behind him a devoted, dedicated and determined band of followers. So when a Muslim sacrifices his life thinking that he is doing a service for Islam and Allah, actually he is carrying the personal flag of Muhammad. This way Islam is the most unspiritual amongst all the religions. The early Meccans and contemporaries of Muhammad had noticed all these contradictions in Muhammad's newfound religion. There was large-scale apostasy amongst those early Muslims. Immediately after Muhammad's death, most of the tribes of Arabia returned to their original faith. Some of the apostates said if Muhammad had really been God's messenger then he would not have died. Others maintained that his religion would only to last during his lifetime. Warwick, 2000, p. 145. In sum, those apostates completely discarded Muhammad and looked at his prophetic claim with much suspicion. A quote from Ishaq shows how the early Meccans assessed Muhammad and his religion. "I heard the apostle say, I have never invited anyone to accept Islam who hasn't shown signs of reluctance, suspicion, and hesitation." Ishaq, 116. Let alone the non-believers. How the Muslims used to regard their religion. Did they show any spiritual tendency? Following hadith will give us a clue. Narrated Hamza bin Abdullah, my father said, during the lifetime of Allah's apostle, the dogs used to urinate, and pass through the mosques, come and go, nevertheless they never used to sprinkle water on it, urine of the dog. Bukhari, 1.4.174. In sum, from a narcissist's point of view, religion has a totally different meaning and purpose, which is shown in the following tabular form, which will give the readers a better idea. Healthier people. The narcissist. 1. Religion encourages people to live by a set of rules, both religious and moral. Religion encourages a narcissist to develop their own rules and get divine sanction for these. He believes he has a direct line to God. Morality is not an important issue. 2. Religion brings people together as a community of believers, discouraging selfishness and encouraging cooperation. With more religious devotion, people are more loyal to their group and the members of that group. Religion brings the narcissist closer to his community of believers, but the group must magnify the narcissist, echo and amplify his life, his views, his knowledge, and his personal history. This intertwining and enmeshing of individual is what makes the narcissist the most devout and loyal of all its members. 3. Religion instills a belief in something greater than ourselves, and not just something, but a being to which we are held to account. Religion instills a belief in a narcissist that he is the something. In playing God, he is completely convinced that he is merely being himself. Even he has no hesitation to put people's lives or properties at risk. 4. People search for truth in religion. Narcissists search for more narcissistic supply sources. All the religious aspects of Islam are later additions. After Muhammad's death, the Arabs realized that the cult of Muhammad was an excellent tool for domination. They realized that Islam can be used to raise a strong and spiritually dedicated army, to gain power and to become rich. In haste, the caliphs compiled the Quran to keep Islam steady going. Sina, 2008, p. 67, is very outspoken in criticizing Islam. It is a mistake to think of Islam as a religion. The religious/spiritual aspect of Islam was created later by Muslim philosophers and mystics who gave esoteric interpretations to Muhammad's asinine words. His followers molded the religion according to their penchant, and with the passage of time, those interpretations inherited the seal of antiquity and thus credibility. Sina's assertion that the religious and spiritual aspects of Islam are latter additions is true. Initially, Islam grew as a political movement rather than a religious affair. The early Muslims were hardly any religious in the strict sense of the term. It was because Islam had hardly anything new which were not there during pre-Islamic days. Islam is pagan beliefs plus the prophethood of Muhammad. The prophet of Islam was not an original thinker. Whatever good exists in Islam is all shamelessly plagiarized from Judaism and Christianity. This ignorance of Islamic doctrine and rituals continued well in the first Islamic century. Indeed, Islam cannot be properly said to have existed in the sense of a fixed dogma until later. Warwick, 2003, p. 42. The indoctrination of Islam continued taking shape when Islam had to confront Christianity, a rival religion. Islam is devoid of spirituality. Many of the early Muslims had noticed it. They clearly knew that this religion could not be from God. They understood that Muhammad was faking the Quran, but they remained with their prophet to share the booty and to enjoy the women. They had no respect for Muhammad. After the booty captured at Hunan was divided to the Muslims, some of the followers of Muhammad were not happy. They became violent with Muhammad. Tabari, Ibn Ishaq, and Bukhari recorded this. Muhammad, divide the spoil and booty of camels and cattle among us. They forced the Prophet up against a tree, and his robe was torn from him. Muhammad cried, "Give me back my robe. If there had been more sheep I would have given you some. You have not found me to be niggardly, cowardly, or false." Tabari, 9.31/Ishaq, 594. While Allah's apostle was on his way back from Hunan, the Bedouins started begging for things so aggressively that they forced him to go under a samara tree where his outer garment was snatched away. On that, Allah's apostle stood up in his undies and said, "Return my clothes. If I had as many camels as these trees, I would have distributed them amongst you, and you will not find me a miser, liar, or coward." Bukhari, 4.53.376. This is what happens if the bandit leader cannot pay his accomplices. Muhammad was scared of these people. Because of these unruly followers, Muhammad suffered from paranoia. "O Allah! I seek refuge with you from distress and sorrow, from helplessness and laziness, from miserliness and cowardice, from being heavily in debt and from being overcome by men." Bukhari, 4.52.143. This was how Muhammad saw himself, and in fact, it was what he had become in the hand of his greedy followers. Now a quote from Vanin to understand the above hadith in a better way. Deep inside, he the narcissist knows that he is wrong to do so because they might retaliate, hence his paranoid fears. Vanin, 1999, p. 115. Of course, Muhammad was scared of running heavily in debt. All his money and property were stolen and looted from others. He never earned a single coin by any honest means. He was lazy and a bloodsucker. He had no idea how hard-earned money looks like. He did not know how to value capital or labor. So, no matter how much he stole, he always felt that it was less for him. Even Muhammad's close associate Hamza did not show him respect. Once Hamza was drinking in this house with some Ansari drinkers and a girl singer was singing. At one moment the girl said in her song, "O Hamza, get at the fat she-camels." On hearing this, Hamza rushed to his sword and cut of the Ali's camels' humps and cut their flanks open and took out portions from their livers. Seeing this, Ali started weeping and complained to Muhammad, and then narrated Ali, the Prophet started blaming Hamza for what he had done. Hamza was drunk and his eyes were red. He looked at the Prophet, then raised his eyes to look at his knees and raised his eaves more to look at his face, and then said, "You are not but my father's slaves." When the Prophet understood that Hamza was drunk, he retreated, and walking backwards went out. Bukhari, 5.59.340. This is the height of insult Muhammad had to take. All the above hadith shows that Muhammad was not a very respectable figure in the eyes of many of his followers. They joined Islam for booty and women. Allah, Islam, and Muhammad's prophethood meant nothing to them. They had seen Muhammad closely and they knew that Muhammad was delusional and his claims were untruthful. But I cannot deny that the fact that at least some of his followers truly believed in Muhammad's claims and his descriptions of heaven and hell. But their number was less. Most of the people were pure bandits and rapists. They had joined Muhammad only for opportunities and in no sense they can be called religious. Lastly, a quote from Sina. If we think of religion as a philosophy of life to educate, to bring forth human potential, to elevate the soul, to stimulate spirituality, to unite hearts and to enlighten mankind, then Islam surely fails that litmus test completely. Therefore, by this measure, Islam should not and cannot be regarded as a religion. Sina, 2008, p. 67. If Islam cannot be regarded as a religion, then we must investigate if it is a cult. 6.2, Islam, the cult of a narcissist. Cult critically refers to a group whose beliefs or practices could be considered strange or sinister. The term was originally used to denote a system of ritual practices. Cults are small religious groups lacking in organization and emphasizing the private nature of personal beliefs of their leader. With time, this private nature of personal beliefs of their leader makes it deviant religious groups. This deviation is often thought to lead to a high degree of tension between the group and the more mainstream culture surrounding it. The cult leader uses some form of coercive persuasion or mind control to recruit and maintain members by suppressing their ability to reason, think critically, and make choices in their own best interest. Cults are at high risk of becoming abusive to the members, both physical and psychological. Mind control is not some kind of magical device which can take away people's free will. In other words, it does not turn people into some sort of remote control robot. Rather, mind control as a dishonest influence placed covertly on the followers by their leader. This is pure psychological manipulation. Slowly, the followers become totally dependent on the group and the leader. They are even ready to abandon their friends, families, and the community to show their devotion to their leader. Many cults are innocent and peaceful type and hence harmless. Some cults are only occult practices. But there are some cults, where the cultist twists some harmless beliefs into dangerous activities that present a serious threat both to their members and the common people. These are deadly or destructive type of cults. These cults have deliberately physically injured or killed other individuals, or have a high probability of causing harm to its own members or to others. All these cult leaders are narcissists in one form or another. First they tell a lie, and then they sincerely believe their own lie. By seeing their sincerity, people around them think that they have some type of special insight, special vision, or special relationship with God that gives them inside knowledge. Snow, 2003, p.109. This way, when this belief system is established, these false prophets then have tremendous control over the lives of the people who believed in them. According to Vannon, narcissists are very successful as cult leaders. Vannon, cited Sina, 2008, p. 63, wrote, "The narcissist is the guru at the center of a cult. Like other gurus, he demands complete obedience from his flock, his spouse, his offspring, other family members, friends, and colleagues. He feels entitled to adulation and special treatment by his followers. He punishes the wayward and the straying lambs. He enforces discipline, adherence to his teachings, and common goals. The less accomplished he is in reality, the more stringent his mastery and the more pervasive the brainwashing." Can we identify this with Muhammad? Muhammad never thought of the spiritual upbringing of his followers. He tried to subvert the human will with total and complete obedience to him, the proxy god of Islam. Muhammad needed admirers. He drew an imaginary circle around himself, where he was the center. The Prophet said, "None of you will have faith till he loves me more than his father, his children, and all mankind." Bukhari 1:2:14. Muhammad had misguided a large number of people and brought them inside the circle. To achieve this, he promised them with the reward of paradise and encouraged their sycophantism. Those who fall outside the logic-tight circle are viewed as his enemies. Vannon continued, "In his cult he alone determines the rights and obligations of his disciples and alters them at will. The narcissist is a micromanager. He exerts control over the minutest details and behaviors. He punishes severely and abuses withholders of information and those who fail to conform to his wishes and goals. Within his cult, he expects awe, admiration, adulation, and constant attention commensurate with his outlandish stories and assertions. He reinterprets reality to fit his fantasies. This is exactly how Muhammad had manipulated his followers. For Muslims, everything is inshallah spoken through Muhammad's tongue. In theory, Allah and Muhammad together command the Muslims, but practically, it is Muhammad alone who determines their rights and obligations of his followers." Vannon furthermore continued, "The narcissist does not respect the boundaries and privacy of his reluctant adherents. He ignores their wishes and treats them as objects or instruments of gratification. He seeks to control both situations and people compulsively. His thinking is dogmatic, rigid, and doctrinaire. Muhammad's jihad is directed to these reluctant adherents. In Islam, all non-Muslims due to their non-believing status are reluctant adherents. To attract the Jews and Christians, Allah initially revealed many verses which were in favor of these people of the book. Even, he changed the direction of prayer to Jerusalem, but once the people of the book turned him down, they became a nuisance to Muhammad. He massacred the Jews' tribes. The fates of the Christians were no way better than the Jews. He hated the Jews and Christians till the very last day of his life. His thinking was inflexible. He had a one-track mind and believed in the extremity. This way, Muhammad had a strong urge to control both the people and circumstances. The following quote from Ishaq will show how much hate he had for the people of the book. Muslims, take not Jews and Christians as friends. Whoever protects them becomes one of them, they become diseased, and will earn a similar fate. Ishaq, 364. Financial fraud is involved in almost all the destructive cults. The cult leader attempts to obtain all the worldly possessions of their members. These cults of greed promise the target groups that if they join them and follow their special program for success, then they will become very rich. Often they will hold up their leader as an example and explain that if the member does what the leader says, then he will be successful too. Many people have been bankrupted by involvement with these cults. Muhammad was greedy. After all, he had not established a religion to preach humanity. His prophetism was a profitable business for him. His only source of income was looting of caravans and ransom and enslavement of conquered peoples. He encouraged his followers to spend money in the cause of Allah. In Islam, Allah borrows money from Muslims to wage jihad against the non-Muslims. More precisely, this means Allah uses Muslims' money, hard cash, to buy war implements to kill the non-Muslims. Few quotes are as below. You shall not attain righteousness until you spend of what you love. Whatever you spend is known to Allah. Q. 3.92. Who is he that will lend Allah a good loan? He will multiply it many multiples. Allah grasps and outspreads, and to him you shall be returned. Q. 2.245. The example of those who give their wealth in the way of Allah is like a grain of corn that sprouts 7 ears, in every ear 100 grains. Allah multiplies to whom he will. Allah is the embracer, the knower. Q. 2.261. All that you spend in the way of Allah shall be repaid to you. You shall not be wronged. Q. 8.60. Say, my Lord outspreads and withholds his provision to whomsoever he will of his worshippers. Whatsoever you expend he will replace it. He is the best of providers. Q. 34.39. Indeed, those who give in charity, be they men or women, and those who lend a good loan to Allah, shall be repaid in multiples. They shall receive a generous wage. Q. 57.18. If you lend a good loan to Allah, he will multiply it for you and will forgive you. Allah is the thankful, the clement. Q. 64.17. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, every day 2 angels come down from heaven, and one of them says, O Allah, compensate every person who spends in your cause, and the other, angel, says, O Allah, destroy every miser. Bukhari, 224.522. Now let me explain the above quotes. Who is asking money from the Muslims? If Allah is all-powerful, why he needs money? Muhammad again contradicts himself. It is Muhammad who needed money for his military expeditions to expand his emperor. In today's world, this is what we call financial fraud. Cult leaders often attempt to obtain the worldly possessions of their members for divine cause. As example, a Korean court sentenced 3 cultists to prison for robbing their followers during July 2000. The Konjin-ho cult, with 20 churches across the country, lured members by promising material and spiritual rewards that needed to be quickly acquired before the end of the world. According to prosecutors, the 3 leaders began to deceive believers in 1990 by spreading the message that the end of the world would come in 2000. They had their 1,500 followers take out loans worth about $34 million USD, from 5,000 financial institutions across the country over the past 10 years. The leaders then used the money to live in luxury, establishing about 10 companies of their own and building a large religious complex. Many cults also require to the members to sever all outside relationships with their families and friends. Snow, 2003, p. 28. The narcissist cult leaders believe that families are part of enemy system because they harm one's total dedication to the cause. Muhammad destroyed happy family ties. Allah revealed in the Quran, "We have charged the human to be kind to his parents. But if they bid you to associate with me that which you have no knowledge, do not obey them. To me you will return, and I shall inform you of all that you have done." Q. 29.8. Allah's instruction was very clear. He wants the Muslims to disobey their parents and leave them, if they stand on their way to accept Islam. This is how Muhammad can be recognized as a narcissist cult leader, and the religion he had preached was a cult. We cannot separate Islam from other deadly cults which had caused much harm to not only the cult members but others also. Few notorious cults and cult leaders are Jim Jones, David Koresh, Order of the Solar Temple, Heaven's Gate, Charles Manson. When Jim Jones started his preaching in 1965, he had a handful of followers. He stressed the need for racial equality and integration. His group helped feed the poor and find them jobs. When the followers started to multiply, he gradually assumed the role of Messiah and named his cult People's Temple and shifted to Jonestown. With time he demanded more obedience and loyalty, which his followers were more than eager to comply. He convinced them that the world would be destroyed in a nuclear holocaust, and if they followed him, only they would emerge as survivors. The above picture reflects Islam in similarity. In the beginning, Muhammad was a peaceful preacher. He called people to believe in God and fear the day of judgment. The early verses were not militant in nature. Till this time all was going well, but when his influence grew and number of followers increased, Muhammad showed his true face. He became a bandit and threatened his followers with divine chastisement if they did not obey him. When Muhammad wanted his followers to migrate to Medina, he had exactly the same thinking in his mind as Jim Jones. Many were reluctant, so Muhammad turned his more loyal followers against those who did not want to leave. Allah revealed the following verse. As to those who believed but came not into exile, you owe no duty of protection to them until they come into exile, but if they seek your aid in religion, it is your duty to help them. And, remember, Allah sees all that you do. Q. 8.72. Everything was going well within People's Temple. However, during 1978, his group members killed 5 people, including one politician named Leo Ryan who came to Jonestown for a fact-finding mission. Following this murder incident, Jim gathered his followers and told them to drink cyanide-laced beverage along with a sedative. Jim was reportedly to have said, "We must die with some dignity. Don't be afraid to die." For some members who were afraid to die, Jim advised, "Death is just stepping over into another plane. We didn't commit suicide, we committed an act of revolutionary suicide protesting the conditions of an inhumane world." Muhammad advised Muslims to die in the cause of Allah. For Jones it was an act of revolutionary suicide protesting the conditions of an inhumane world, and for Muhammad the cause was they fight in the way of Allah, slay, and are slain. But for both of them suffering for the faith constitute a powerful testimonial. Allah revealed, Allah has purchased from the believers their selves and possessions, and for them is paradise. They fight in the way of Allah, slay, and are slain. That is a binding promise upon him in the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran, and who is there that more truthfully fulfills his covenant than Allah? Therefore, rejoice in the bargain you have bargained with him. That is the mighty winning. Q. 9.111. According to Jim, death is friendly. It is just entering to a new dimension. He convinced his people that by killing themselves they are not committing suicide. Muhammad convinced his followers that dying in the name of Allah was martyrdom. The Muslims who are killed in the way of Allah enter Allah's paradise. Allah confirmed this by revealing the following 2 verses. You must not think that those who were killed in the way of Allah are dead. But rather, they are alive with their Lord and have been provided for, rejoicing in the bounty that Allah has given to them, and having glad tidings in those who remain behind and have not joined them, for no fear shall be on them, neither shall they sorrow. Q. 3.169, 170. For those who fought and were killed in my cause, I shall blot out their sins and admit them indeed to paradise. Q. 3.195. In Islam, this is jihad, is a religious duty of Muslims. The exact phrase is al-jihad fi sabil Allah, striving in the way of Allah. Jones led 909 of his followers, including 276 of them children, in a mass suicide, which was for him death as the final proof of faith. Muhammad asked his followers for an ultimate test of devotion to the cause of Allah by glorifying martyrdom. When Muhammad was told that the only chance of martyrdom was dying in the battle, he is reported to have replied, "Then the number of martyrs in my community would be small." Cook, 2007, p. 35. In fact, Muhammad glorified the status of a martyr to such an extent that many Muslims sought to attain it without the inconvenience of actually going out to fight. Neither Jim Jones nor Muhammad ever valued preservation of human lives, because both of them put themselves in the place of God. As Vannon, 1999, p. 148, 149, wrote, "In playing God, the narcissist is completely convinced that he is playing himself. He will not hesitate to put people's lives and fortunes at stake. He feels part of a grand design, a world plan, and the frame of affiliation, the group of which he is a member, must be commensurately grand. Its proportions and properties must resonate with his. Its characteristics must justify his, and its ideology must conform to his preconceived opinions and prejudices. The narcissist is always most fanatical, the most extreme, the most dangerous. At stake never the preservation of the group, but his very own survival. As with other narcissistic supply sources, once the group is no longer instrumental, the narcissist loses all interest in it, devalues it and ignores it. In extreme cases he might even wish to destroy it, as a punishment or revenge for its incompetence at securing his narcissistic supply. Similar to Jim Jones, another deadly cult was Heaven's Gate, where 39 members committed suicide. Yet another cult led by Charles Manson ordered his followers to enter the houses of rich people randomly, kill them and make it look as if it has been done by blacks. Like Jim Jones, Charles had a cause, which was preservation of air, trees, water, animals, atwa. He made his cause look so important that it justified murder. All these cult leaders had something in common. They were capable of convincing their followers to such an extent that the followers were totally brainwashed. For this the cult leaders have used various manipulative methods to persuade the victims to conform to the wishes of those manipulating cult leaders. They have used psychological tactics to subvert individuals' sense of control over their own thinking, behavior, emotions, or decision-making. Vannon, 1999, p. 148, wrote, "The narcissist is haunted by the feeling that he possessed of a mission, of a destiny, that he is part of a fate, of history. He is convinced that his uniqueness is purposeful, that he is meant to lead, to chart new ways, to innovate, to modernize, to reform, to set precedents, to create. Every single act of his is significant." A manipulative cult leader uses a belief system as their base. Their belief system could be any standard religion, or they may have invented their own belief system. In the beginning, this belief system often appears innocent. When Charles talked about preservation of air, trees, water, and animals, and when Jim stressed the need for racial equality and integration and his group helped feed the poor and find them jobs, no one could see anything harm in it. When Muhammad started preaching Mecca, many peaceful verses were revealed where Allah instructed peaceful coexistence of the Muslims with non-Muslims. However, he became manipulative and his preaching took a dramatic turn when he became strong. What makes a cult leader dangerous is the fact that they use mind control and make the followers zombies, not what they believe. If Muslims want to believe in oneness of Allah and Muhammad's prophethood, the world has no inconvenience. The problem starts when the poisonous teaching of Muhammad works wonder on them and the brainwashed Muslims turn their religion into a killing machine. That's why the notion of mind control is so central in the cult issue. The cult leaders are desperate to trick the unsuspecting people into joining. They are after the obedience, time, and money of the potential victims. They use deceptive recruiting techniques. In other words, cults trick people into joining and coerce them into staying. They have to use deception because if people knew their true practices and irrational beliefs beforehand, then they would not join. A cult leader needs to hide the truth from the potential victim until he is sure that the person is completely under his grip. For example, if Jim Jones was open and honest about the group and had said to new recruits, "Join us, give me all your money and then drink poison and die," he would not have any takers. If the leader of the Heaven's Gate cult had told their new entries that the name of his cult is a misnomer and the more appropriate name should be Gateway to Hell, were there any possibility for the leader to establish his cult? If Muhammad had shown his feet of clay at Mecca, could Islam survive? Cults know that if they can control the member's behavior, then they can control him. When a new person first go to a cult, they will practice love bombing, where they arrange instant friends for him. It will seem wonderful, how could such a loving group be wrong? But the new member soon learns that if he ever disagrees with them, or ever leave the cult, then he will lose all the new friends. This unspoken threat influences the member's actions in the cult. This is called control of behavior. Hassan, 1990, p. 60. Things that normally would have made him complain will pass by silently because he does not want to be ostracized. Like in an unhealthy relationship, love is turned on and off to control. Cults also try to cut the member off from his friends and family because they hate others being able to influence him. The members are forced to accept, all that is good is embodied in the leader and the group. All that is bad is on the outside. This is control of thought. Hassan, 1990. p. 60. Also, members are taught never to feel for themselves or their own needs but always to think of the group and never to complain. They are never to criticize a leader, but criticize themselves instead. Hassan, 1990, p. 64. This is control of emotions. Then there is control of information also. Hassan, 1990, p. 65. Free thought is not allowed. The leader convinces his victims that any information from outside the cult is evil, especially if it is opposing the cult. Members are told not to read it or believe it. Only information supplied by the cult is true. They may call these information as spiritual pornography, or apostate literature. The victims are told that such critical information should be destroyed immediately and the members should not even entertain the thought that the information could be true. This is exactly what Allah had instructed to the Muslims. When you hear his verses being disbelieved or mocked, do not sit with them until they engage in other talk, or else you will surely be like them. Allah will surely gather the hypocrites and unbelievers all together in hell. Q. 4.140. Vannon, 1999, p. 147, wrote. A narcissist tends to fanatically emphasize his membership. If he is an army man, he will show off his impressive collection of badges, his perfectly ironed uniform, the status symbols of his rank, and if he is a clergyman, he will be overly devout and orthodox and place great emphasis on the proper conduct of rites, rituals, and ceremonies. Can we identify Muhammad with this? Muhammad was obsessed with rituals. He had explained every minute detail on how to wash one's face, nose, ears, and hands. He had also instructed how many times a Muslim should pray and how and which direction it is to be performed. Often a logical-minded person doubts that if God really bothers about all these meaningless rituals. But for Muhammad these were very significant. All these evidences make Islam a cult in the guise of a religion. It is not only the biggest and most successful cult but also most dangerous. 6.3 Islam and Apostasy. In a pure religious organization, the members would not have any trouble with the people in authority to move to another religion or to different sect within the same religion, because it is the belief system that matters, not membership in an organization. As example, when a Hindu or a Christian wants to change his faith, they can do it without much resistance from the members of their former faith. Similarly, when a Christian moves from one church to another, he can still be a Christian. But such is not the case with the cult. The cult leaders will tell that the members can only be saved, or can only be successful, in their organization alone and nowhere else. No other organization has the truth, all others miss the mark. Narcissists strongly disapprove of others' personal autonomy and independence. So it is not the belief system that decides the member's future, but the belief system together with his membership with that particular group. This is one of the major differences between a cult and a religion. The Islamic leadership is feared like a cult leadership is feared. To disagree with leadership is the same as disagreeing with God. The cult leaders claim to have direct authority from God to control almost all aspects of the followers' lives. Even questioning the leaders or program is still seen as a sign of rebellion and stupidity. Under Islamic law, an apostate must be put to death. There is no dispute on this among classical and modern Muslim scholars. But there is a controversy, as to whether Quran prescribes any punishment for apostasy in this world or the apostates are threatened with punishment in the afterworld. Warwick, 2003, p. 17. I will quote some verses to see what Quran actually prescribes. In the following verses Allah made it very clear that apostasy is not acceptable to him. He who chooses a religion other than Islam, it will not be accepted from him, and in the everlasting life he will be among the losers. Q. 3.85. But whosoever of you recants from his religion and dies an unbeliever, their works shall be annulled in this world and in the everlasting life, and those shall be the companions of hell, and there they shall live forever. Q. 2.217. Whosoever disbelieves in Allah after believing except he who is forced while his heart remains in his belief, but he who opens his chest for disbelief, shall receive the anger of Allah, and for such awaits a mighty punishment. Q. 16.106. In the following verses Allah commanded Muslims to kill the apostates. They wish that you would disbelieve as they disbelieve, and then you would be equal. Therefore, do not take a guide from them until they emigrate in the way of Allah. Then, if they turn back, take them and kill them wherever you find them. Do not take them for guides or helpers. Q. 4.89. Yet before that, they made a covenant with Allah never to turn their backs. And covenants with Allah shall be questioned. Say, flight will not avail you, if you flee from death or slaughter, you would enjoy this world only for a little time. Q. 33.15, 16. There are few a hadith, which says how apostasy against Islam was treated during Muhammad's time. Narrated Ikrimah, Ali burnt some people, and this news reached Ibn Abbas, who said, had I been in his place I would not have burnt them, as the Prophet said, don't punish anybody with Allah's punishment. No doubt, I would have killed them, for the Prophet said, if somebody, a Muslim, discards his religion, kill him. Bukhari, 4.5-260. Narrated Abdullah, Allah's Messenger said, the blood of a Muslim who confesses that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and that I am his messenger, cannot be shed except in three cases: in qisas, equality in punishment, for murder, a married person who commits illegal sexual intercourse, and the one who reverts from Islam, apostate, and leaves the Muslims. Bukhari, 983.17. Narrated Abu Burda, Abu Musa said, behold, there was a fettered man beside Abu Musa. Mu'ad asked, who is this man? Abu Musa said, he was a Jew and became a Muslim and then reverted back to Judaism. Then Abu Musa requested Mu'ad to sit down, but Mu'ad said, I will not sit down till he has been killed. This is the judgment of Allah and his messenger, and repeated it thrice. Then Abu Musa ordered that the man be killed, and he was killed. Abu Musa added, then we discussed the night prayers. Bukhari, 9.83.58. Some of the apostates during the time of Muhammad and the caliphs were poor people. They had to accept Islam under sword. They were of no threat to the Muslims. In spite of this, they were brutally murdered. In some cases the apostates fought against the rule of Islam, in other cases they simply rejected Islam by realizing the evil in Islam and chose to leave it. But in all cases leaving Islam was the fundamental reason to kill them. If Allah is all-merciful, why we cannot see it here? This is because, the apostate hurts Muhammad's narcissistic feelings. A narcissist feels devalued once his victims desert him. Vanin, 1999, p. 199, 273, wrote, "The narcissist never really separates from his sources of narcissistic supply until and unless they cease to be ones. They never say real goodbye. He would do everything to lead to the fulfillment of his greatest horror, being deserted." Allah's hatred towards the apostates is the direct violation of the Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, "Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom, either alone or in community with others and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance." Muslims living in Islamic countries have no problem with the rule of putting apostates to death, but the Muslims living in the West are embarrassed by this death sentence because the Western nations value the freedoms of thought and speech which Islam does not. These virtues have never blossomed under Islamic rule. Islam is not a religion. It's a cult, a ridiculous unspiritual belief system, or more preciously, the grand delusion of a malignant narcissist. Muhammad valued only those people who were his sources of narcissistic supply. The value judgment was not for the sake of the followers but what they provided him. If that production comes to a standstill and the person ever comes to discover the true nature of the narcissist hidden underneath all his colorful layers, he is quickly and thoroughly devalued and demonized. Hence the narcissist's panicky and sometimes violent reactions to dropouts from his cult. There's a lot going on that the narcissist wants to keep under wraps. Moreover, the narcissist stabilizes his fluctuating sense of self-worth by deriving narcissistic supply from his victims. Abandonment threatens the narcissist's precariously balanced personality. For these reasons, in Islam, apostasy is punishable by death. Since belief in Allah alone is nothing and a Muslim must believe in the prophethood of Muhammad also, the moment a Muslim apostasies, naturally he stops believing Muhammad's prophetic claim. With this, Muhammad has lost a source of his narcissistic supply. The dissenter is immediately devalued. It is recorded in traditional Islamic sources that, during Muhammad's lifetime, and the lifetimes of the next four rightly guided caliphs, tens of thousands of Muslims left Islam. Following hadith confirms it. When the messenger breathed his last and Bakr was appointed caliph, many Arabs chose to become apostates. Muslim, 9.29. On a large scale the Muslims made war on groups that chose to leave Islam and massacres of apostates occurred. On a smaller scale individual apostates were executed. Many of those early apostates became violent and attacked Medina and other centers of Islam. They were led by the false claimers of prophethood amongst their individual groups. In the wars these apostates waged against Muslims, 50 or 60,000 people were killed and the number of casualties is unprecedented in Arab history. Warwick, 2003, p. 32. Dealing with the apostates in an inhuman way is an aspect of Islam that portrays one of its most ugly faces. This religion functions as a religious mafia, forbids men to think and choose for themselves. 6.4, The force of narcissism. The malignant narcissist seeks to dominate every space in which it participates, both on individual and group levels. This strong urge of domination is the origin of narcissistic force. Vanin, 1999, p. 34, compares the force of narcissism with the psychological element of drug addiction. This force of narcissism is interested in, committed to, and obsessed with power and control, and it will sacrifice people and resources indiscriminately to achieve domination. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 9, wrote. Narcissists exude a powerful force field that is difficult to stay clear of and nearly impossible to control once you have been drawn in. They play on whatever narcissistic vulnerabilities the victims may have left over from earlier experiences with similar characters. When the narcissistic defense mechanism is operating in an interpersonal or group setting, he does not show the grandiose part of his character in public. It presents a front of patience, friendliness, and confident rationality. However, beneath the surface it is supremely smug and superior. It is confident that it can deceive the fools. He is committed to blocking their objective, while maintaining his own control and dominance over either the rules, or the flow of events. The narcissists resist the audience in a methodical, calculated manner. The commonly employed methods are misinformation and blocking access to funding and other resources, and if necessary, they even indulge in character assassination. The target person or the group is often unaware of his narcissism, hence they will often be unable to recognize the presence of a narcissistic force which is trying to enslave them, or already have enslaved them. Narcissistic forces are also critical. They can be harsh in their judgments of anything short of perfection. They can be bullying and abusive in their verbal criticism, daring others to challenge their destructive communication tactics. Recognizing the presence of narcissistic forces is the only way for a potential victim to save himself. Otherwise, sooner or later everyone around him becomes his victim. As Vannon, 1999. p. 114, commented, "People are sucked, either voluntarily or involuntarily. Narcissists are everyday people like we meet a general crowd. Sometimes these people are very appealing. They rarely act out of passion. They are very cold and calculated type." A famous crime psychologist, Mitra, 2007, p. 36, from India wrote, "These people can be very charming and caring if they want to be. In fact, they may appear normal to people around them. They have this remarkable ability of hiding other darker self from the world. They don't want the targets to know that they have set a trap for them. Unless one has the experience of dealing with narcissism, it is difficult to appreciate how strong a force drives the grandiosity of the narcissism. Only a very small fraction of the psychopaths and malignant narcissists land in the asylum. A great majority of them are undetected and considered to be harmless and normal." 6.4.1 The Force of Narcissism of Muhammad and Early Muslims. The die-hard nature of Islam is due to the strong force of narcissism of Muhammad. The Muslims are enslaved by Muhammad. They have surrendered themselves to the strong dominance urge of their narcissist cult leader. Muhammad died several centuries ago, but he left a dangerous cult called Islam as his legacy. Quran says, "Do not fear them, but fear me. This day I have perfected your religion for you and completed my favor to you. I have approved Islam to be your religion." Q. 5.3. This is not the words of a god but the narcissist. When he says, "I have perfected your religion," he actually wanted to mean I have completely enslaved you. If Islam is a favor bestowed upon the Muslims, then why Allah also said in the same verse, "Don't fear them but fear me"? Actually it is not the warning from a god, but from a narcissist to his victims. In plain English he intended to say, after my death don't lose your fear in me and be faithful to my cult. This is a fear-based control mechanism designed by the narcissists to keep their victims in their control. When a narcissist cult leader instills fear in his victims' minds, he has tremendous power over them. This is exactly what Muhammad had done. The very strength of Islam is this fear factor. Muhammad is still capable of enslaving the Muslims through his book, Quran. This book was written by Muhammad to ensure his narcissistic supplies, and he achieved what he desired. Quran, which is believed by the Muslims as direct unchanged communication of God, was actually written by Muhammad. Anyone who, with a basic knowledge on narcissism, makes an objective study of this book will find an unmistakable signature of a narcissist on every page of this book. This book contains nothing except deception, lies and meaningless blabbering of a mentally sick person. By putting their trust on this book, Muslims not only become a narcissistic supply source to Muhammad but also inherit the mental illness of Muhammad. This way the ghost of Muhammad is still haunting the Muslims. The force is so strong that it had subdued the rational faculty of the Muslims. Muslims fail to recognize Muhammad as a thief, a liar, an assassin, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a rapist, a mass murderer, a desert pirate, a warmonger, a spineless coward, and a calculating and ruthless tyrant. For Muslims, Muhammad is the best of creation, the messenger of God, and Islam made bad men good. This is delusion. But here lies Muhammad's success. This is the force of narcissism of Muhammad. Born Muslims are born victims. They are intoxicated by their parents, relatives, or madrasa teachers from the very beginning of their childhood. The irony is that the intoxication is done by those people who themselves are victims of Muhammad's narcissism. Converted Muslims are often misguided people. When a sane person converts to Islam, he automatically becomes a mental slave of Muhammad. But for both of them, they are unaware of their victimization. While offering 5 obligatory prayers, Muslims think that they are praying to God, but actually their prayer goes to Muhammad. Muhammad wanted to be God, and his wish was fulfilled. Earth has several time zones, which differ from one another gradually. It means that every moment there is some Muslim, who is praying to Muhammad, is securing his narcissistic supply. This was true during the lifetime of Muhammad, and it is equally true even today. Once a person comes within the grip of Islam, it is difficult for him to detach him from this evil force. The closer one gets to it, the more one surrenders to its calling, the more one emulates its prophet and follows the Quran, the more perverted one becomes. Today 1 billion+ people affirm their Muslim's faith. This is the sweet dream of a narcissist. Muhammad put himself in an extreme enviable position to all narcissists. He had achieved what he wanted. A narcissist wants constant adulation, but he never assumes responsibility of the welfare of his victims. During Muhammad's time, his followers died happily in battles for Muhammad. But it never turned Muhammad. A narcissist is emotionally invalid. Vanin, 1999, p. 28. Even today, when the Muslims kills themselves in suicide bombing and with that kill several innocent others, they are under delusion and hence fail to see the truth. This is the height of Muhammad's brainwashing capability on the Muslims. 6.5, Pre-Islamic Arabia and the Dawn of Islam. Narcissism is a phenomenon, which affects society and culture in profound ways. Vankin, 1999. p. 11. The narcissists always try to modify the environment to make it conducive to his narcissistic needs. Muhammad did the same. Not only he had enslaved people but also changed the Arab society and the culture. His influence was utterly negative. He destroyed the humanness of the Arabs and brought jungle rule in a peaceful society through Islam. Islam is condemned by history and Muslims rewrite it and try to give a rosy picture. There are hundreds of books written every year exaggerating the chaos and confusion which prevailed in pre-Islamic Arabia. One such book published in India claims that pre-Islamic Arabs used to drink the blood of their enemies in the battlefield and mothers were often raped by sons, and when Islam came, it civilized the Arabs. Another author, Qutb, 2004, p. 193, wrote that the pagan Arabs used to bury their female children alive, make women dance naked in the vicinity of the Kaaba during their annual fairs, and treat women as mere chattels and objects of sexual pleasure possessing no rights or position whatsoever, and when Quran was revealed Arabs became civilized. But the history says something else. The revisionist image of pre-Islamic Arabs as skilled fighters is widely accepted by the historians. But its derogatory overtones are preached because they are essential to show Islam as a divine religion which makes bad people good. Islamic scholars try hard to paint the pre-Islamic period, called Jahiliyyah or period of ignorance, in the worst possible light. They demonize Arabs to make the resulting Islamic society, arguably the most ignorant and brutal in history, look good by comparison. But what little evidence we have of these people, their lives and customs, indicates that they didn't act foolishly. Unlike their descendants in the 21st century, 7th century Arabs were a free, peace-loving people who cherished family values and honored tribal commitments. There is no historical evidence of Arabs conquering their neighbors before Islam. They were illiterate, isolated, and perhaps even ignorant about the outside world. But there is no evidence that they were bloodthirsty criminals who terrorized and looted in violent raids. But that all changed with the advent of Muhammad. After Islam, Muslims conquered much of the world. When Muhammad could not establish his religion peacefully in Mecca, he became a criminal in Medina. When Muhammad took control as a leader, the Muslims put Arabia in turmoil, spilling blood for plunder. They became a gang who terrorized and raided settlements and caravans alike. They knew terror, murder, thievery, and the slave trade were wrong, yet they did these things in the name of God. Their consciences were simply paralyzed by a malignant narcissist's powerful force. Muhammad and his Allah said that booty was good, and that killing the enemies was the surest way to reach the Islamic paradise, and people believed him. The narcissists skillfully distorted their sense of humanness and linked doing good and a service to God to all ungodly things. Briefly, he had given a sacred aura to crime and terrorism. Islam turned good men bad. That's why today's Muslims find it essential to revise their past and invert truth. But it is their true past, their actual history, which accuses them. Simply stated, Islam perverts men. Once Muhammad came into power, religious intolerance crept in. Muhammad's narcissistic force had a very bad influence on Arab society and culture. During Muhammad and his successors, prostitution diminished for a time. Durant, 1950 p. 220. It's not because Muhammad had a high regard for women and he worked for the welfare of the fallen women and upgraded their condition. It's because Muhammad lowered the status of married women to the lowest level of sex slavery and prostitution. He allowed sexual appetite so many outlets within the Islamic law that the prostitutes became jobless. Muhammad viewed women as domestic animals. There is enough proof that prior to Islam's aggression, women were much more respected and had more rights there than at any time since. Before advent of Islam, Arabia had a matriarchal, mother is the ruler of the family, system. There were several dominant queens during the pre-Islamic era, as example, Zababai, Shamsiyya, Zenobia, and above all the Queen of Sheba. Her original name was Bilqis, whose beauty bewitched Solomon. Sheikh, 1999, p. 16. Muhammad's first wife, Khadija, was a powerful merchant woman. It is surprising that Allah neither commanded Muslim women to veil nor allowed Muhammad to practice polygamy, despite the fact that Khadija was 15 years older than him and had been married twice before marrying Muhammad. Only after Khadija's death all these Quranic nonsense of Allah started coming down, and by this way, the status of women were lowered to the lowest grade of sex slaves. It is also a misconception that in pre-Islamic Arabia female infants were murdered and Islam abolished that practice. If that was true, how did Arab men marry multiple times? Muhammad allowed his followers to marry 4 women. How it could be possible, if there were female infanticide in practice? Pre-Islamic Arabs were polytheists, i.e., they believed in several gods. There were 360 idols in Kaaba. Every tribe had their own idols. Jews, Christians, Zoroastrians, Sabaeans, an extinct monotheistic faith, and also some Hindus, as some modern historians claim, used to live in peace and harmony with each other. Then, there were some self-proclaimed prophets. Interestingly, a woman called Sija was also a claimant to the title of a prophet. The followers of different faith used to practice their religions with freedom and dignity. But Muhammad was a breath away from destroying all of that. He would transform his world into a killing machine poised to plunder Arabia and then all mankind. Today Saudi Arabia is the most extremist of the Muslim states. For the centuries before Muhammad's arrival, tribal alliances had formed the foundation of peace in the Arab world. There were no policemen or courts, as none were needed. Caravans traveled safely and people lived in harmony because they had established a means to work together and to work things out. They were fond of poetry. Poets were the journalists during those days. Apart from the Jews, most Arabians were illiterate, so poetry became the most effective means of disseminating a message. Walker, 2002, p. 79, wrote, "The court poets were preoccupied with form and style, the melody of words, the rhythms of balanced phrases, the music and harmony that emerged from the interplay of vowels and consonants, and the beauty of expression. They discovered new meters and new rhythms, developed to the full opportunities their language offered for poetic eloquence, and set standards for excellence that later poets were long to emulate. Later on, poetry conceived by Hanifs became the initial ingredient in Muhammad's religion. But once Muhammad became a ruler, he cursed the poets. In pre-Islamic days, the poets used to meet during Ramadan in a great 7-day national gathering with their compositions at Okaz. But once Muhammad attained power, he put an end to the contests." Walker, 2002, p. 80. Muhammad had a strong detest for the poets. "Those who go astray follow the poets." Q. 26.224. Narrated Ibn Umar, the Prophet said, "It is better for a man to fill the inside of his body with pus than to fill it with poetry." Bukhari, 8.73.175. Original works of pre-Islamic poets had not survived much after advent of Islam. Within 100 years of Muhammad's taking over of Mecca, the Arab genius of poetry was totally erased. Warraq, 2000, p. 151. The Egyptian scholar Taha Hussein, writing in 1925, lamented that little of any genuine pre-Islamic literature had survived. Krzak, 1964, p. 60. Most of those poets were Christians and they had enriched Arabian literature with their literary work. But Muhammad and his followers have wiped out almost everything through deliberate neglect. Wherever Muhammad had gone, death and destruction followed him. Islam is a killing machine. He destroyed everything good whatever he found close by. Muslims followed his instruction and carried out his order blindly. There is a strong relationship between ethics and religion. They are not only interdependent but have great influence on each other. A religion without ethical values cannot be called a religion. As Lewis, 1961, p. 257, wrote, "If religion is true, we should expect religion and ethics to have much importance for one another. Religion is itself nothing but ethics, or ethics with relatively incidental accompaniment. The moral teachings of the Hindu, Christian, Buddhist, and Jain holy scriptures have enormous positive influence on the progress of the modern civilization. But the poisonous teachings of Quran had given the mankind nothing except violence, misery, poverty, cruelty, death, and destruction. Let me ask a question to our Muslim brethren: can any good thing ever come out from Muhammad's teaching? Was Pope Benedict XVI far away from truth when he quoted, 'Show me just what Muhammad brought that was new, and there you will find only evil and inhuman, such as his command to spread by the sword the faith he preached'? But in spite of all the above facts, Muhammad is still considered as a superior being by the Muslims. This is the dream of a narcissist. Through Islam, Muhammad's dream came true. He gained respect whereas he was supposed to be condemned as a criminal. In his lifetime, he was literally worshipped as God. Was it out of respect? No, it was out of fear. They knew that the devoted Muslims would kill them the moment they stopped worshipping Muhammad. 6.6 How Muhammad enslaved the early Muslims. People cannot survive in social isolation. Every one of us needs to become a productive member of the community to feel good about ourselves and to give support to others. This is a built-in instinctive need, and this need is very strong. Logic isn't as strong as our need to be accepted in a community. Since it is a strong need, some unethical people can exploit it and enslave the people in a cult for money and power. People join cult thinking that it is a healthy group. They want to be ethical and responsible for each other. By trusting the leader, they allow themselves to be reprogrammed by the group leader. Slowly the leader convinces them that they are required to accept a lot of new information on faith, and once they accept that, they see reality relative to that new information they are working with. Ultimately they are exploited by the leader for personal gain. Muhammad, as the founder of Islam, performed in the same way. Muhammad's religion was for weak-minded losers. Most of the Meccans did not believe him. They strongly criticized him and mercilessly ridiculed him. His early followers are mostly slaves and stray people, who had no stand or no hope in the society. They could be easily manipulated. Though Muhammad started his prophetic mission as a humble spokesman of God, but gradually he became the single powerful leader of his religion. He focused full attention on himself and became more of a source for truth than God. The early Muslims who fought for Muhammad, killed or got killed for Allah, were individuals who had once led ordinary lives. But something made them vulnerable and needy. Searching for something to fill the holes in their lives, they had the misfortune of meeting a charismatic narcissist, i.e., Muhammad, and falling under his influence. Gradually, more and more isolated, they were indoctrinated into the mindset of Islam, and ultimately Muhammad's word and teachings became absolute truth. Voltaire, November 21, 1694 to May 30, 1778, was a French Enlightenment writer and philosopher famous for his wit and for his advocacy of civil liberties, including freedom of religion. He had immense hate for Islam, particularly Prophet Muhammad. He wrote a Muslim blasphemous play, Muhammad, where Muhammad was presented as an impostor who enslaved men's souls. This play was performed in 1742, Spencer, 2005, p. 20. Voltaire dedicated the play to Pope Benedict XIV. The play is a study of religious fanaticism and self-serving manipulation based on an episode in the traditional biography of Muhammad in which he orders the murder of his critics. Voltaire, 1745, described the play as written in opposition to the founder of a false and barbarous sect, to whom could I with more propriety inscribe a satire on the cruelty and errors of a false prophet. Today, with the development of psychology and personality studies, thanks to Freud, Kohut, Kernberg, Vanin, Masterson, Hotchkiss, and many others, we know how true Voltaire was in his thinking. Muslims' perpetual mental slavery is repugnant and awful, and because of this perpetual mental slavery, Muslims cannot write an honest biography of their prophet that does not shun the truth. Muslims have to defend Islam's foolishness. Here I wish to explore how the early Muslims were manipulated to accept Muhammad as their prophet. 6.6.1 The Fatal Attraction of Muhammad's Fantasy World. The fantasy world of a narcissist has a seductive allure which promises the potential victim in its specialness. The superficial charm of a narcissist is enchanting, and they often appear complicated, colorful, and exciting as they draw the innocent target into its web. They always look for the narcissistic vulnerabilities of the targets. Except few people like Abu Bakr, Uthman, and Omar, most of Muhammad's early followers were a bunch of slaves and stray people who had no hopes in their lives. Most of these slaves were belonging to the dignitaries of the Quraysh. Due to their poor condition, these slaves were vulnerable and deprived of many things in their lives. Muhammad gave them hope: accept Allah as God and me as messenger of God. Obey my command and paradise is assured for you. Allah's erotic paradise is the largest and the sweetest carrot that was ever dangled before the Muslims to motivate them to fight in the cause of Allah. In God-prophet relationship, Muhammad was the dominating force. Entry into paradise is not possible unless Muhammad sanctions it. Muhammad's message was very clear: fight the infidels. If you win, you will get women and booty, and if you die, Allah will reward you. This distortion of reality by deception is a common tendency of the narcissists, but it works wonder. The lure of paradise, booty, and women was simply irresistible for the early Muslims. He had another advantage than other narcissists. He had a god in his sleeves who popped up every now and then and produced a Quranic message to support his beloved prophet. If we say, a belief system is a lens through which we can see God, then Muhammad had distorted this lens and it resulted in distorting their picture of God. The minds of the Muslims were kidnapped by Muhammad. 6.6.2 Muhammad's mental instability. The mental stability of their prophet often confused the early Muslims. There is a vast difference between what he had preached and what he had followed. His prophetic career was full of contradiction. On one hand he presented himself as an honorable messenger of God, and on other hand he lived the life of a criminal. He was very unpredictable. The swift changes of mood and priorities of a narcissist often deny the people around them their autonomy, their unperturbed development and self-fulfillment, and their path to self-reorganization. They live in a constant fear and anxiety. What next? Where next? Who next? This fear of uncertainty and anxiety and unpredictability make them an instrument to the narcissist. The victim no longer knows what is true and right, and what is wrong and forbidden. These are recreated for them by the narcissist. In the uncertainty and frightening atmosphere, the victim has only one sure thing to cling to, i.e., the narcissist himself. Once they start compromising, there is no end of it. Muhammad sometimes overvalued his potential victims and then completely devalued them. Once he declared that he was the foretold prophet of the Jews. He gave Moses a much superior position. But when he realized that he would not be able to deceive the Jews, he devalued them completely. Same is true for the Christians also. This contradictory behavior of valuation and devaluation of the same people often makes other people nervous. People are worried, is it my turn after them? They suffer from emotional insecurity, an eroded sense of self-worth, fear, stress, and anxiety. They unconsciously try very hard not to upset their leader. In psychology this is called walking on eggshells. It means, to watch what you say or do around a certain person because anything might set him off. Gradually, emotional paralysis ensued and the Muslims came to occupy the same emotional wasteland inhabited by their narcissist prophet. This influence remains stable, even when the narcissist leader is long out of the lives of the followers. Even today, after 14 centuries of their leader's death, Muslims cannot see that their beloved prophet was actually some kind of mafia lord. The reason is simple. They want to remain in the good book of Muhammad. They came into the narcissistic pattern of thinking of Muhammad. They are compromising ever since the birth of Islam. 6.6.3 Muhammad's misleading signals. A narcissist's deceitful emotional messages often mislead people around him. He mimics real emotions artfully. Most people are misled into believing that he is more human than common. They give everything to the narcissist, but once they are not found to be useful as a narcissistic supply source, they are discarded ruthlessly. When the narcissists display outbursts of emotions, they are actually putting on a calculated response to obtain a certain result. These are all pretended emotions. Narcissists are emotionally invalid. They are unmoved by things that would upset the normal person, while outraged by insignificant matters. They are bystanders to the emotional life of others, perhaps envious and scornful of feelings they cannot have or understand. In the end, psychopaths are cold, with shallow emotions, living in a dark world of their own. Vannon, 1999, p. 358, wrote. Narcissists deceive their environment in more than one way. Even when they express emotions, it is because they have discovered the efficiency of this instrument in obtaining narcissistic supply. Muhammad's emotional messages were fraudulent and purposeful. He was capable of witnessing or order acts of utter brutality without experiencing a shred of emotion. While visiting the tomb of his mother, Muhammad cried for his long-dead mother, but Allah did not allow him to pray for her. This is a fake emotion. It is just disgusting to think that a god can stop a person from praying for his long-dead mother. In reality, Muhammad had an overly complicated relationship with his mother. He simply could not forgive her. By mimicking real emotions artfully, by shedding few drops of crocodile tears, Muhammad made other people to believe that he is more human than common. It was his mask of sanity. One of the strongest of human emotions is fear. This powerful emotion can be healthy or unhealthy. Fear is good as long as it takes up a protective role, helping a person to rightly recognize and respond cautiously to impending dangers and possible threats. As example, a fear that makes a passerby to wait patiently before crossing a busy road for safety reasons is certainly a healthy fear. The fear of death, which functions to make us alert in dangerous situations, is a very healthy emotion. Here the fear factor helps a person to reason more clearly. But, often, fear turns unhealthy, overpowering an individual's power of reasoning and other positive attributes that make him see things in clearer light. Muhammad based his religion on this unhealthy human weakness, the fear for unknown and unseen. Throughout his career, Muhammad and his Allah continuously repeated the words, fear me, obey me, obey me. When Muhammad successfully instilled the unhealthy fear in the minds of his followers, he snatched their freedom and enslaved them. Allah's wrath, the doomsday, hellfire, all these threats have ruined the lives of the Muslims. All these clever emotional tricks had driven his followers to seek refuge with him. A healthy fear is a healthy life force, but the kind of fear that we see in Islam tramples self-confidence. It is not simple fear but addiction to fear. Another strong emotion is love. The narcissists know this human weakness very well. When a new member goes to a narcissist, he experiences a sudden overflow of love as if all of a sudden he became the most lovable person in the world. This sudden love bombing confuses the member. If he is not aware that the narcissist had set a trap for him, he will be in danger. Gradually he will be locked in the narcissist's web and the exit gate will be closed. Initially Muhammad had set such a love trap for the Jews and Christians. With a typical love bombing, i.e., his deliberate show of affection or friendship, he tried to elate the Jews and Christians, praised them, their scriptures and their gods and prophets. These fake emotions of love were all misleading signals of Muhammad specially forged for the Jews and Christians. Accordingly, Allah became too active and started sending down many verses praising the Jews. But Muhammad's all attempts to gain the Jews as convert to Islam failed, though he was partly successful with the Christians. All these manipulative fake emotions confuse many people around him. Vannon, 1999, p. 358. The victims feel that something is wrong but due to utter confusion cannot tell what went wrong. From this time the enslavement and exploitation begins. They even do not understand that in their perplexed condition they are slowly coming within the narcissistic grip of the manipulative leader. 6.6.4 Pathological lying. Pathological lying, also known as pseudologia fantastica, mythomania, is one of several terms applied by psychiatrists to the behavior of habitual or compulsive lying. Narcissists are often pathological liars. For a narcissist, telling the lie makes the game more interesting. But while playing this game of deception, others are left in a state of confusion. Since they do this all the time and seldom tell the truth, that makes them pathological liars. With many years of practice, they become very convincing liars. They lie coolly and easily, even when it is obvious they are being untruthful. It is almost impossible for them to be consistently truthful about either a major or minor issue. They lie for no apparent reason, even when it would be easier and safer to tell the truth. It actually makes him feel great when the game becomes more and more cruel. He feels like he's one damn special, distinguished, famous and unforgettable person. A narcissist is just an image, not a real person. Muhammad's claims were very strange. He very confidently declared, cited Sina, 2008, p. 62. The very first thing Allah Almighty ever created was my soul. First of all things, the Lord created my mind. I am from Allah and believers are from me. Just as Allah created me noble, He also gave me noble character. To prove Muhammad's extraordinary declaration about himself as truth, Muslim scholars leave no stones unturned to convince the infidel world that their prophet indeed had a noble character in spite of all the evidences which confirm exactly the opposite. Muhammad had a very high opinion about himself. Apart from thinking that he was the anointed messenger of God and the seal of the prophets, Q. 33.40, this megalomaniac regarded himself as Kruel Kalk, the best of creation, an excellent example, Q. 33.21, and given us a hint that he is exalted above other prophets in degrees, Q. 2.253. He also claimed to be the preferred one, Q. 17.55, and sent as a mercy to the worlds, Q. 21.107, to have been risen to a praised estate, Q. 17.79. The authentic Islamic sources reveal that he was a thief, a liar, an assassin, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a promiscuous husband, a rapist, a mass murderer, a desert pirate, a warmonger but a spineless coward, and a calculating and ruthless tyrant. According to the Muslims' judgment, there are all qualities of a noble character. Allah very generously declared, "Were it not for you, O Muhammad, I would not have created the universe." Tabaqat, Volume 1. All these claims were fabricated in Muhammad's lie factory. This type of pathological lying of a narcissist is also called crazy lying. Confronting their lies may provoke an unpredictably intense rage or simply a Buddha-like ear-to-ear smile. These manipulators are rarely original thinkers. These plagiarists and thieves seldom credit the true originators of ideas. For them, objective truth does not exist. The only truth is whatever will best achieve the outcome that meets their needs. When a narcissist tells a lie, he repeats it often and sticks to it. This is the art of lying, which is known to all expert liars and politicians. When Muhammad recounted his tale of ascending to the seventh heaven, many Muslims lost their faith on Muhammad and left him. His closest friend Abu Bakr was at first taken aback. He was puzzled. He had two choices: either to abandon Muhammad by accepting that he was a fraud, or remain with him by believing his absurd tales. Ibn Ishaq wrote, "Many Muslims gave up their faith. Some went to Abu Bakr and said, 'What do you think of your friend now?' He alleges that he went to Jerusalem last night and prayed there and came back to Mecca. Bakr said that they were lying about the apostle. But they told him that he was in the mosque at this very moment telling the Quraysh about it. Bakr said, 'If he says so, then it must be true. I believe him.' And that is more extraordinary than his story, at which you boggle." Ishaq, 183. The particular words of Abu Bakr need to read between the lines. If he says so, then it must be true. I believe him, it means, Abu Bakr saw some credibility in Muhammad's absurd story and believed him. This is the power of big lie. Muhammad knew it, so was Hitler. To save Muhammad from embracement, Allah revealed the following Quranic verse. "When we said to you, indeed, your Lord encompasses all people. We did not make the vision which we showed to you, except to be a trial for people." Q. 17.60. Muhammad used the same fraud technique to exploit many of his followers. They believed in his big lie, which had often been repeated, and with time his followers started believing those lies. 6.6.5, The method of projection. To change the victims, the narcissists use the method of projection. To understand this method better, let us take the example, Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 10, of a narcissist mother, who is conflicted about her own sexual desires. To hide her own inferiority and to inflate her false self, she will call her innocent teenage daughter a sexually perverted when actually the daughter did not even have any experience in sex. The mother repeats her tough words so strongly and so often that a time comes, the young woman is subconsciously forced to accept that label and starts behaving promiscuously. It is as if the daughter is a blank screen on which the mother has projected her unacceptable lust and impressed upon the daughter the immoral character of the mother. Muhammad used the same method of projection on his followers to secure their confidence. Muhammad was illiterate. To hide his own inferiority and to inflate his false self, Muhammad declared himself the guardian of illiterates sent by Allah. According to him, Allah loves illiterate people and hates educated people, and he had promised the first entry to paradise to the illiterate Muslims and the last entry to the educated Muslims. This way Muhammad not only glorified his shortcoming but projected it towards his followers. O Prophet! We have sent you as a witness, for Allah's true religion, and a giver of glad tidings, to the faithful believers, and a warner, to the unbelievers, and guardian of the illiterates. You are my slave and my messenger. Bukhari, 3.34.335. Ibn Abbas reported that the Holy Prophet of Allah said, "We are the last Ummah to come, and the first Ummah who will be reckoned." It will be said, where is the unlettered Ummah and its Prophet? We are the last Ummah, and the first Ummah, to be reckoned and admitted in the paradise. Sunan Ibn Majah, 54290. Those who follow the Apostle, the unlettered Prophet, whom they find mentioned in their own scriptures, in the Law and the Gospel. So believe in God and His Apostle, the unlettered Prophet. Q. 7.157, 158. This message of illiteracy served two purposes for Muhammad. First, since Muhammad was a fraud and he could prosper only through deception, he had encouraged Muslims to hate and have contempt for knowledge, which in turn secured the survival of Islam. Uneducated people can be fooled more easily. Second, by declaring himself a guardian of illiterates, his followers felt a better emotional bond with Muhammad. Now they feel, Muhammad is their own prophet. Muhammad became the dearest of his followers, as if all Muslims were his own people and Muhammad was one of them. Allah has sent an illiterate man to guide the illiterates. It boosted up the confidence of the slaves and stray youth who were his early followers. Muhammad's declaration of holy illiteracy as Allah's preference had a terrible influence on his followers. As example, Akbar, the Mughal emperor of India, was an illiterate, and surprisingly, it was not a shame for him but a pride. This stupid Muslim emperor, in his own eyes, had one qualification to be a prophet. The prophets were all illiterates. He used to point out frequently and sincerely believed that, in order to honor their prophet, it is the essential duty for every faithful Muslim to keep one of their sons illiterate. Airley, 1997, p. 909. This shows how much Muhammad's method of projection worked in the mindset of the Muslims. Muhammad projected his views about Arabia to the non-Arab Muslims. The reason was simple. Muhammad wanted to impose Arab supremacy on them. Few quotes from a hadith, cited Sheikh, 1995, p. 27, 29, 30. 1. He who aggresses against Arabia, shall not win my love, nor will I intercede for him. 2. Muhammad told Sulayman Farsi, a freed Persian slave who fought for Islam, if you bear grudge against Arabia, you bear grudge against me. 3. The Quraysh are the rulers of men in vice and virtue until the day of judgment. 4. The right to rule, caliphate, shall belong to Quraysh, even if two men existed. Muhammad even wanted his followers to look culturally different from the people of the book. 1. The Prophet said, the Jews and the Christians do not dye gray their hair, so you should do the opposite what they do. 2. When the Prophet saw Abdullah b. Amr al-As as wearing clothes dyes in saffron, he forbade them to wear that on the ground that such cloths were worn by the non-believers. 3. Arabic is the most sacred language for Muslims. Muhammad projected Mecca, his home place. 1. The Prophet said about Mecca, his birthplace, O Mecca, by Allah, you are better than any part of the earth and dearer to me than the rest of the world. 2. The Mecca is the best place and dearer than any other place. Had my nation not driven me out, I would not have lived elsewhere. And, ultimately Muhammad declared, no person attains faith till I am dear to him than the persons of his household, his wealth, and the whole of his mankind. Muslim, 1.70. Now let us see, what is the outcome of these projections. Since no one can enter paradise without Muhammad's intercession, the believers find it absolutely necessary to follow the Prophet in every detail with utmost sincerity. Sheikh, 1995, p. 27, wrote, "The faith has come to mean, not only to pray, fast and perform Hajj, the way the Prophet used to do, but also look like him, that is cut hair like him, wear cloths like him, walk like him, talk like him, sleep like him, eat like him, adopt his manners and above all, love and hate what he loved and hated. Imitation is the worst kind of flattery." Now let me compare the above quote with another quote from Vanin. "The narcissist is never whole without an adoring, submissive, available, self-denigrating partner. His very sense of superiority, indeed his false self, depends on it." Vanin, 1999, p. 32. Is there any further explanation required to show that Muslims are often victims of Muhammad's method of projection, so much so that they willingly and submissively self-denigrate to become a partner in Muhammad's narcissistic game? The above tendency had a devastating effect on the national character of the non-Arab Muslims. When a non-Arab person accepts Islam, he is forced to love Arabia and its traditions at the expense of the culture, honor and pride of his own motherland. Mecca is now more favorite than his birthplace and Arabic more than his mother tongue. Since Muhammad hated the infidels, a non-Arab Muslim must hate his own people of his own nation who are following the faith of their ancestors. In fact, the non-Arab Muslims have to hate their own forefathers to love Arab heroes. In Egypt, the glorious land of ancient pharaohs, the people don't call themselves Egyptians anymore. All of them had become Arabs. Naipaul, 1998, p. 1, wrote, "Islam is not simply a matter of conscience or private belief. It makes imperial demands. A convert's worldview alters. His holy places are in Arab lands. His sacred language is Arabic. His idea of history alters. He rejects his own, he becomes, whether he likes it or not, a part of the Arab story. The convert has to turn away from everything that is his. The disturbance for societies is immense, and even after 1,000 years can remain unsolved. The turning away has to be done again and again. People develop fantasies about who and what they are. Slowly, he becomes a refugee in his own country because he does not have any real love, respect, or loyalty for his own motherland, as we can notice in most of the Indian Muslims. After being completely devoid of national honor, slowly he develops a strong slave mentality for the Arabs, because whatever he thinks or does must conform to the patterns of thinking and doing set by the Arabian soil and culture. 6.7. Who benefited from Islam? Muslims and many non-Muslim scholars often portray Muhammad as a poor man, who led a very simplistic life and dedicated his life for the service of God and his followers is an absolute falsehood. But it simply cannot be true. During his prophetic career, Muhammad gathered a vast wealth for him, and at the time of his death he was one of the richest men in Arabia. He was not shy to admit that he loved money. Allah's apostle said, "I have been made victorious with terror. The treasures of the world were brought to me and put in my hand." Bukhari, 4.52.220. Terror is Muhammad's legacy, and one of his strongest motivations was money. Another motivation was sex with captured women. The Prophet said, "If you live long enough, the treasures of Khosrau will be opened and taken as spoils. You will carry out handfuls of gold and silver." Bukhari, 4.56.793. I have been given the keys of the treasures of the world by Allah. Bukhari, 4.56.795. Ali, Muhammad's adopted son, son-in-law, and future caliph, said, "Prophet, women are plentiful. You can get a replacement, easily changing one for another." Tabari, 862, Ishaq, 496. The simple reason, Muhammad could not be poor because he maintained a large family. We cannot say exactly how many times Muhammad got married, but it is generally agreed by all that at one stage he had at least 9 wives. Marriages were costly social activities. When Allah allowed Muhammad to marry his daughter-in-law, Zainab, it is recorded that he celebrated for a week. Hundreds of goats were slaughtered to provide lavish meals for the residents of Medina. Throwing such a lavish party for a week for the entire population of Medina can hardly be called a simplistic lifestyle. Today only billionaires can provide such party. Secondly, marrying multiple wives was a sign of wealth in Arabia, and still so in these days, which is hardly surprising. As example, King Abd al-Aziz of Arabia had 300 wives. Each of Muhammad's wives had her own house independent of another, maids and slaves to look after them. This is one of the examples of Muhammad's simplistic lifestyle. On top of this, Muhammad had a good number of slaves, servants, slave girls, personal assistants, and bodyguards. Then there were many mules, horses, donkeys, goats, and camels stolen and looted from others. By the way, Muhammad always rode on Yafur, his legendary donkey, Waraq, 2000, p. 241. He must have appointed a large number of people to look after his livestock, especially for Yafur. Such a man can be anything but a poor or simple man. Muhammad used to take 1/5 share of the booty in Allah's name, which obviously became Muhammad's wealth at the end. The amount of wealth Muhammad gathered from his raids was not small. As example, the Battle of Hunayn, which was fought on February 1, 630 AD, Muslims captured following booty: 24,000 camels, 40,000 sheep and goats, 4,000 ounces of silver and 6,000 prisoners. They were removed to the neighboring valley of Al-Jirana and sheltered there. Sheikh, 1999, p. 20. The apostle held a large number of captives. There were 6,000 women and children prisoners. He had captured so many sheep and camels they could not be counted. Ishaq, 592. In another expedition, Muhammad suddenly attacked Banu Mustalik without warning while they were heedless and their cattle were being watered at the places of water. Their fighting men were killed and their women and children were taken as captives. In this war, Muhammad captured following booty and captives. 600 were taken prisoners by the Muslims. Among the booty there were 2,000 camels and 5,000 goats. Bukhari, 3.46.717. Now, 1/5 of the above amount Muhammad earned from each battle. Considering the number of battles Muhammad had fought in his lifetime and countless number of women and children he captured as slaves, no doubt he died as one of the richest men in Arabia. But the sad part is that, even after receiving so much for his valuable service to Allah, Muhammad was not satisfied. He even grasped the property of other Muslims also. As per Sunan Abu Dawud, 18:2895, Muhammad was the inheritor of those who had no heir. Muhammad had very little respect for his dead companions. Muhammad was greedy. When he conquered Khaybar, he enslaved the Jews, executed many of them and stole their property. One of Muhammad's most brutal acts involved a prisoner named Kinana. When Muhammad wanted him to reveal where some buried treasure was hidden, Kinana refused. Muhammad gave the order, "Torture him until you extract what he has." This is what the criminals do to obtain people's money or possessions. How much plunder was sufficient for Muhammad? Muhammad had already gained the possessions of Khaybar. No doubt he had already obtained great wealth. Was it necessary for Muhammad to do this to Kinana? Now we will see who all other people benefited from Islam. The character which Ibn Ishaq gave to the companions of Muhammad in Sirat Rasul Allah was rarely pleasing. The companions of Muhammad and the early caliphs gathered large wealth and lived a luxurious life. As example, Muhammad's cousin Zubair was found to be having estates of total value of 50,200,000 dirhams. Fabulous figures are quoted for other companions of Muhammad also. A son of the pious Omar had 1,000 slaves at the time of his death. Within short decades after Muhammad's death, Mecca and Medina were transformed from obscure settlements to the religious and political capitals of a mighty empire. Margoliouth, 1914, p. 136-7. Needless to say, Huge fortunes were built up out of the plunder which reached Mecca and Medina in camel loads from Persia, Syria, and Egypt. Narcissists are interpersonally exploitative, i.e., uses others to achieve his or her own ends. Muhammad never put his life in danger by fighting a battle. But when it is time for collecting booty or women, he was well ahead of others. His followers died happily for his cause. They thought they were fighting for Allah's cause, but actually they laid down their lives to fulfill the narcissistic desires of Muhammad. Muhammad enjoyed everything whatever he needed in his life. From a destitute orphan to a shepherd to a humble messenger of God to a desert bandit to one of the richest men of Arabia, he slowly transformed himself as opportunities came to him. No doubt he was a man of caliber. 6.8 Who are the pathetic losers? Though Muhammad was one of the richest men of Arabia at the time of his death, the financial conditions of the common Muslims deteriorated with time. Muhammad convinced the Muslims that Allah loves poverty and illiteracy and hates wealth, prosperity, education, and the rich people. This is recorded by Imam Ghazali. According to Ghazali, Al-Ghazali, 1993, p. 2.28, 3.181, 3.201, Prayer, a big family and poverty will ensure paradise. To promote further admiration of poverty among the Muslims, he writes that Allah and His Prophet praised one who remains satisfied with poverty. Ghazali even goes to the extent to exhort Muslims to condemn wealth but praise poverty. Poverty is better than wealth. But it never occurred in Ghazali's mind, if Allah really loves poverty, why Muhammad gathered so much wealth? Though the economy of Mecca and Medina prospered, the living standard of the common Muslims deteriorated. There were large-scale deaths in warfare, leaving women and children of the dead Muslims helpless, which neither bothered Muhammad nor the early Muslim rulers. I heard Allah's apostle saying, Allah guarantees that he will admit the Muslim fighter into paradise if he is killed, otherwise he will return him to his home safely with rewards and booty. Bukhari, 4.52.46. The believers fight in Allah's cause, they slay and are slain, kill and are killed. Q. 9.112. What is the difference between Allah's cause and Muhammad's cause? If the Muslim fighter dies, Muhammad loses nothing, but if he returns back with booty and women, Muhammad takes 1/5 share of the booty and the woman of his choice. Muhammad glorified poverty for his self-serving purposes. If Muslims remain poor, then Muhammad and his companions could gather more wealth. Muhammad's thinking was simple: fight the infidels, gather booty, and capture women for me. Allah will give you much more after your death. If you obey me, you will enter Allah's paradise, and if you don't obey, you will go to hell. For Muhammad, the Muslims were mere instruments. Vanin, 1999, p. 115, wrote, a narcissist sees no reason in dedicating thought to their needs, wishes, wants, desires and fears. He derails their life with easy and benevolent ignorance. The lure of paradise and fear of hell turned early Muslims into moth eager to cremate themselves on the flame of the Allah's cause, i.e., holy jihad. Muhammad knew the side of human weakness very well. If we make a careful study of the Quran and a Hadith, we will find there are umpteen numbers of cases where Muhammad had benefited at the cost of his followers. There were many situations where common Muslims had laid down their lives in the name of Allah, just for a small and minor benefit of Muhammad. Muhammad saw those around them as objects, targets, or opportunities, or anything but human being. Most probably, Muhammad had no true friendship with anyone in his band. He had only partners in crime and victims. As it is going to be shown shortly, his accomplices frequently ended up as victims. For Muhammad, the ends always justified the means. There is no place for feelings of remorse, shame, or guilt. Muhammad felt justified in all his actions because he considered himself the ultimate moral arbiter. Nothing gets in the way of a malignant narcissist. Muhammad demanded to be recognized as superior without any tangible achievement at any cost. His followers died for him to make him rich and to make his mission successful. Today, if a billion plus Muslims adore Muhammad as their prophet, it was possible because of those early brainwashed followers who laid down their lives happily to make Muhammad what he is today. Without them, what was Muhammad's contribution in the success of Islam? But Muhammad did not recognize the individuality or rights of those people. He only recognized himself as human. He never hesitated to tell lie or deceive his devoted followers. Muhammad's needs were greater than his followers, but he denied it to all. A narcissist doesn't know how to feel sorry for what he does. He does not like to put himself in the shoes of his victims. Life was a superficial game for him, and his followers are pawns on his board. 6.8.1 The demoralizing influence of Muhammad's teaching on the Arabs. Vannon, 1999, p. 11, wrote, "Anyone who comes in contact with a narcissist is bound to be a loser. Narcissism is a mental epidemic and a curse to mankind. It is a destructive, evil, and torturous disease, which affects not only the narcissist, but it also infects and forever changes people who are in daily contact with the narcissist. One of the very strange things to deal with after being the victim of a narcissist is that most people will not want to believe what happened to the victim, even if they saw it with their own eyes. This is the height of the manipulative capability of a narcissist. Narcissists often reverse the role with his victims. The victim is represented as mentally disordered and the narcissist, the suffering soul. The narcissist is forever the same. It is the victim who changes. They are unable to separate themselves from the narcissist. There is no place for feelings of remorse, shame, or guilt. On the contrary, they scapegoat the followers and blame them. Blame is a powerful reinforcer of passivity and obedience, producing guilt, shame, terror, and conformity in the followers. Even after all the above miseries caused to the victims, still there is something more terrible. Narcissism is a contagious disease. It spoils the lives of the victims even when their narcissist leader is no more. The influence is really that much. Slowly, the victims absorb the narcissist's way of destructive thinking. It means, though the narcissist leader is dead or has abandoned his victim, the force of narcissism will still haunt the followers. The narcissist is still alive deep inside the traumatic memories, waiting for an opportunity to act out. The victims of a narcissist are modified and they are not even aware of it, as we read in the science fictions of aliens snatching the human bodies. As a summary, any sane person who has put a single grain of trust on his narcissist leader is destined to suffer. In case of Muhammad, almost anyone who came in contact with him had suffered. The 7th century Arabs, though illiterate, hot-headed and superstitious, were generally innocent. They had high sense of self-respect and they were ready to die for it. But when they came within the narcissistic grip of Muhammad, they became murderous and greedy. Now they are ready to die for Allah's cause instead of dying for the preservation of self-respect. Now they are the mental slaves of their leader. A slave has no honor, no self-respect. With the deterioration of their character, the early Arabs had suffered miserably in every possible way. Those early companions of Muhammad not only lost their property and self-respect but the lives of their children, relatives, even their own lives. At the end of the day they returned with empty hands, disappointed and disillusioned. All of them were pathetic losers. Almost all of them died a dog's death. And this had happened only because they had blindly trusted Muhammad, their narcissist leader, and followed his guidance. Muhammad had changed their mind and attitude completely. They were completely modified by the powerful force of narcissism of Muhammad, so much so that now they are nothing but a shadow of their former selves. Now they have contracted the disease of narcissism. They have been infected and poisoned. They have been branded. I cannot say for sure when demoralizing influence of Muhammad's teaching began to be felt, but in all probability it started when Muhammad became the head of a criminal gang. It was then that Muslims who had never broken an oath were convinced that they might evade their obligations, and to those Muslims to whom the blood of their clan had been as their own, began to shed it with impunity in the cause of Allah. Also, lying and treachery in the cause of Islam received divine approval. Muslims learned that raiding innocents, murdering them, enslaving them and raping their wives were divine acts which please God. Muslims also learned from their prophet that by committing all these brutal acts they would enter paradise. This is distortion of reality. No doubt, initially many of his followers became suspicious about the true divine origin of the revelations, but slowly they absorbed Muhammad's way of destructive thinking. The mindset of the Muslims changed as they lost their self-worth and honor. Booty is always easy money. When the Muslims were addicted to the source of easy money, they lost their productivity and the sense of ethical values. Their moral faculty was so much deteriorated that even after Muhammad was dead, the force of his narcissistic maneuverability was still conning his followers. Muhammad, the malignant narcissist, was still alive deep inside the traumatic memories of his early companions, waiting for an opportunity to act out. In sum, the early victims of Muhammad were modified even without being aware that they were victimized by their master. Here I want to discuss about some prominent companions of Muhammad, namely, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali, and Fatima, to show how the force of Muhammad's narcissism was still acting strongly in them, causing all of them to be completely ruined. They lost their happiness, distrusted each other, conspired and fought with each other violently, caused death and destruction not only to others but their families also. Because of their closeness to Muhammad, they were more open to Muhammad's narcissistic grips. No doubt, they were most devoted Muslims and put their complete trust on Muhammad, but neither Allah nor Islam had given them anything in return. Allah wrote in the Quran, "He is the one who has strengthened you and the believers with his help through putting affection in their hearts. If you had spent all that is in the earth, you could not have so united their hearts, but Allah has united them. He is mighty, wise. O Prophet, Allah is all-sufficient for you and for the believers who follow you." Q. 861-64. But in reality, in spite of uniting these people, God had cursed them by bringing them division and hatred. Abu Bakr, the closest male friend of Muhammad, was the first of the so-called four rightly guided caliphs. He ruled for 2 years then died. Other 3 caliphs, namely, Uthman, Umar and Ali, were murdered. Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad, died some 6 months after Muhammad. When Muhammad died, he left a huge wealth which he had earned by plunder, extortion, murder, and all sort of criminal activities. Greed overcame all the above people, and the thought of Islamic faith or Allah never appeared in their mind. Before death, Muhammad proclaimed that he would not be leaving inheritance to his family members, Muslim, 19.4355. But the very next day of Muhammad's death, nasty and hateful events began to transpire. Fatima, Ali, and Al-Abbas came to Abu Bakr to demand share in the inheritance. But Abu Bakr refused to give anything to Fatima, Muslim, 19.4349. This made her very angry and she left and did not talk to him till her death, Tabari, 9.196, 197. Abu Bakr died 2 years after assuming the caliphate and Umar became caliph. But, Ali and Ibn Abbas had never allowed the dispute to die out, they still wanted the money. Greed was equally displayed by Muhammad's wives also, Muslim, 19.4351. So, Muhammad's dead body was barely cold and here they were demanding their share of inheritance. There was no real period of mourning, no spiritual reflection or drawing close together of Muhammad's near and dear ones. Instead of all these, people were moving on the money right away as if they were waiting for Muhammad to die. Their minds were completely filled up by greed and hatred. With deep hatred they started calling each other a sinful, treacherous, dishonest, liar. Muslim, 19.4349. No doubt, a number of dark and powerful negative sentiments were at work there. The hatred continued for a long time and ultimately it resulted in bloodshed. There was another dispute. At the time of his death, Muhammad did not declare a successor. There was strong disagreement about who should become the next ruler, Warraq, 2003, p. 40. On Muhammad's death, his most intimate friends, Abu Bakr and Umar, abandoned the corpse of their dead master, and left it without a burial place, in a hurry to ensure his political succession. Warwick, 2000, p. 182. This resulted in strong arrogance and rebellion. At the time of Muhammad's death, the Muslim community was not at all unified, rather, they were nearly at each other's throats. After Muhammad's death, Ali wanted to be the caliph, but Abu Bakr became a caliph because Umar supported him. Seeing this, al-Zubayr drew his sword, saying, "I will not put it back until the oath of allegiance is rendered to Ali." Tabari, 9.188, 189. However, Abu Bakr became caliph without bloodshed. Ali was compelled to give a token pledge of allegiance to Abu Bakr. In his heart he rejected Abu Bakr. When Abu Bakr became caliph, Abu Sufyan was very unhappy. He deeply hated Abu Bakr, because Abu Bakr was coming from a lowly clan of Mecca. Sufyan even agreed to a future bloodshed if it would be required to rid this perceived wrong. Tabari, 9.199. Abu Bakr was inferior to him, but Sufyan would have to take orders from this lowly nobody. Sufyan was a shrewd politician and had his eye on power. After deep hatred and greed, which came next, was ambivalence, moral corruption and murder. After Abu Bakr, Umar became the caliph, but he was murdered by one of his slaves who claimed to have been cheated by Umar. Uthman was chosen as the next caliph. Under his leadership, life became more difficult for Muslims. There were charges of clan partiality, financial mismanagement, corruption, and elitism against Uthman. This made him very unpopular. Tabari, 15.143, 162, 167. Soon a large Muslim army rose up in arms against him, and 3 large bodies of men, from Egypt, Kufa, and Basra, moved against Uthman and marched on Medina. Tabari, 15.186, 187. Even Uthman's own adopted son rose against him. The dark attitudes that were implanted in the Muslims' hearts and minds by Muhammad's force of narcissism found an opportunity to grow, spread roots, and more blooms of Islam's real fruit started blossoming. Uthman called for help from his various governors, but nobody came. The tribesmen of Uthman did little or nothing to defend their caliph. They knew that if he fell, they could possibly become the caliph. Tabari, 15.185. Ultimately Uthman was murdered, and one of his murderers was Muhammad b. Abi Bakr, Abu Bakr's son. Tabari recorded how cruelly Uthman was killed. He came over to him with a broad iron-headed arrow and stabbed him in the head with it. They gathered round him and killed him. Tabari, 15.190, 191. Uthman was stabbed 9 times, throttled, and one of his hands was severed. After killing him, one of the murderers rejoiced, declared, "By Allah, I have never seen anything softer than his throat. By God, I throttled him until I saw his soul shaking in his body like the soul of a jinn." Tabari, 15.205. So at each progressive step in the history of Islam, the picture becomes darker and darker. Within a generation of Muhammad's death, the true fruit of Islam ripen. Now the most precious Islamic blood is being spilt, and that at the hand of the best Muslims. Muhammad's companions were now murdering each other. Men that fought side by side in the most difficult early days of Islam now turned their swords upon each other. The Islamic Empire was now beset with moral, political, and financial corruption from Medina to its outskirts. Muhammad's best friend's son has just murdered the 4th person to believe in and follow Muhammad. The supreme ruler of the Islamic Empire has just been butchered in his own home, and the Islamic community was nowhere to be found. They had turned a blind eye, or turned their backs on their ruler, indulgent as he was. What should we say about Quranic Surah 8:61-64 now? The Islamic community's heart had become so full of sin that their emotions were now giving way to brutal actions. The top Muslim was just cut down. And this was not a one-man affair. Several of Muhammad's companions moved against their former friend and murdered him. The Muslims who should have been defending Uthman walked away from him and left him to his fate, and in less than 15 years the Islamic community began to become corrupt. Muslims that had stood with Muhammad through thick and thin, had fought side by side with him, now clashing against each other. They desired power, wealth, and vainglory, and for this they hated, betrayed and murdered each other. In less than one generation the Islamic community had become a pack of dogs set on devouring each other. Spiritual corruption had established itself from the caliphate on down, and now this spiritual death bore its fruits in the physical realm. Up to this point we've seen the evil seeds of greed, hatred, envy, and discord grow from deep within the hearts of several prominent Muslims. Following Uthman's murder, confusion began to spread in the Islamic community, and the search was on for a new leader. Eventually, in Medina, Ali was recognized as the caliph. But Aisha, Muhammad's most beloved wife, moved against Ali. She gave a passionate speech in Mecca, heating the desert blood within the Muslims' hearts. She cried for justice and vengeance, Tabari, 16.41, 43, 51, 53. Implicitly, she implicated Ali in Uthman's murder, and the people knew that fighting for justice would be fighting against Ali. Finally, Ali marched towards Basra, and Aisha and her followers gathered their strength to meet him. Soon the battle started, and it was violent, and neither side yielded much ground. Men from both sides were fierce, brave warriors. They did not fear death that day and fought like lions. In Islamic history, this battle is known as Battle of Camel. The various accounts of the casualty count were very high. Those killed at the Battle of the Camel around the camel numbered 10,000, half from Ali's followers, and half from Aisha's. It was said that in the first battle 5,000 Basrans were killed, and a further 5,000 in the second battle. There was a pause during the battle, totaling 10,000 Basran fatalities and 5,000 Kufans. Tabari, 16.164. In Battle of Camel, two prominent Muslims, Talha and Zubayr, died. Both of them were most beloved of Muhammad's companions. However, more bloodshed lay in store for Ali after Battle of Camel ended. The long underlying conflict between Muhammad and Abu Sufyan reappeared, and the bitterness revived. Ali and Muawiyah, Abu Sufyan's son, play the opposing roles. Muawiyah's father was a shrewd politician, and he taught his sons well. Sufyan secretly desired to achieve political power. When Muawiyah came to know that Ali is on his way to confront him, he gave order, "In that case, O Abu Abdullah, prepare the men." Tabari, 17.2. In the history of Islam, this battle is known as Battle of Siffin, which continued for a long time. It was actually a series of day-by-day battles. Ali tried to negotiate with Muawiyah to end the battle, but he received much humiliation. Negotiators from each side started insulting, cursing, and vilifying each other by quoting Quranic passages and hurling them against each other. Tabari, 1792. In this battle, one notable person, Ubaydallah, the son of the second rightly guided Caliph Umar, was murdered. Tabari, 1763. After Uthman was murdered, he joined up with Muawiyah. After Ali's humiliation, Muawiyah turned to Egypt, where Muhammad b. Abi Bakr, Uthman's murderer and Abu Bakr's son, was appointed as governor. Soon Muhammad bin Abu Bakr was captured and murdered by Muawiyah. Slowly Muawiyah gained in power. By seeing Ali in a miserable condition, his hand-picked governors, his own relatives and friends rebelled against him. Tabari, 17.210-211. Eventually Ali was murdered. By hearing the news about Ali's death, Aisha rejoiced. And she threw down her staff and settled upon her place of abode, like the traveler happy to return home. Tabari, 17.224. After Muawiyah died, his son Yazid claimed the caliphate. But Ali's son and Muhammad's grandson Hussein opposed Yazid and likewise claimed the caliphate. This again led to war. At this point Yazid was very powerful. Hussein encountered Yazid's force near Karbala. During this time he had with him about 45 horsemen and 100 foot soldiers. In the battle, Hussein was beheaded and his severed head was sent to Yazid, Tabari, 19.167-176. It was just a dark Shakespearean tragedy unfolded in front of us. Hatred, jealousy, and bitterness are rooted in the hearts of the leaders of the Islamic community. Some foresaw civil war down the road even before the death of Muhammad. The Allah of Islam had failed to knit together the hearts of the Muslims. There was absolutely no brotherly love between all of these leading Muslims. The seeds of narcissistic wickedness ran deep within the hearts and minds of these, the best Muslims, from the beginning. So, this is the type of brotherhood and fellowship practiced by Muhammad's followers after his death. All the 7 deadly sins, shamelessness, magical thinking, arrogance, envy, entitlement, exploitation, and bad boundaries, of a narcissist were prominently present in the early followers of Muhammad. It was possible because, they were very close to Muhammad and came in contact with him more often than others. Muhammad's narcissism infected them and changed them completely. Not only they were changed, but it even changed their sons also. Even the sons of the so-called, rightly guided caliphs of Islam were striving to kill each other. The greed and lust for power was so strong that even Muhammad's wives could not come out from this. I cannot see any type of love and brotherhood amongst them, instead I can see war, hatred, envy, lies, deceit, bitterness and massive bloodshed in the lust for power. Also, there were wholesale slaughter, cruel brutalities, and bitter oppression and absolutely no spiritual fruit worth mentioning. Instead of spiritually building them up, Muhammad's narcissistic force had poisoned them, ruined them, and completely destroyed them. Little by little, Muhammad's narcissistic poison worked in the spiritual bloodstream of these Muslims, degraded them and demonized them. They would have been better if they did not have sold their soul to a narcissist like Muhammad. Where is the root of all these negative qualities that poisoned them? If we make a careful study of Muhammad's biography, we can see that all these evils originated from Muhammad. The greed, lust for power, hatred, envy, lies, deceit, bitterness, shamelessness, exploitation, bloodshed. Practically all the evil actions were the trademarks of Muhammad. In every community, there are good and bad people. The tragedy is, Islam's poison strengthens the wicked side of a good man and subdues their moral faculty. Each of the players of early stage of Islam shed the blood of tens of thousands of Muslims only to secure what they thought they were entitled for. But at the end they got nothing and most of them died miserably like stray dogs on the streets. Chapter 7, Present-day Captives of Islamic Cult. In the previous chapter, I have shown that the force of Muhammad's narcissism had a tremendous negative impact on his companions. Their thinking pattern was modified. Muhammad benefited from their devotion, but they remained pathetic losers. Sadly, the force of narcissism of Muhammad is still active today. Muslim mindset is not changed at all since the beginning of Islam. All the 7 deadly sins of a narcissist were significantly present in Muhammad, to his early companions and to the Muslims of present generation. This is the legacy of Muhammad. Like the narcissistic cult leaders enslave their followers by a fear-based control mechanism, as already discussed earlier, Muhammad done the same. Though most of the cults die with their leaders, the tragic part in Islam is that this control mechanism is still strongly active today. This way, present-day Muslims are captives of Islamic cult. 7.1 The Legacy of Muhammad. Narcissism is a powerful force like the psychological element in drug addiction. Vannon, 1999. p. 34. Muhammad's narcissism was so powerful that, even today after 14 centuries, Muslims are still not able to question Islam. Muslims have accepted Muhammad as a superior being and the mercy of God among mankind. They do not judge him by the standards of human morality and conscience, but it was Muhammad who set the standards. This type of irrational thinking is perfectly logical for them. Theoretically, Muslims are supposed to be slaves of Allah, but practically they are the slaves of Muhammad. One poet, cited Noor Allah Markada, 2010, is not shy about it. Muhammad, Sa, ki golamai hay sanadazad honai ki kuda ke damanit kalrahid main abad honai ki. Slavery of Muhammad is the guarantee of forgiveness of Almighty Allah. Above all, it is the only mean to get to Nori Elahi. Muhammad, Sa, ki muhabbat dini hak ki sharti wal hay agar is main ho kami to sab kuch na mukamal hay. True love with the Holy Prophet Muhammad is the first condition of true Islam. If there is any doubt in it, nothing is complete nor acceptable to Almighty Allah. Like a slave adores his master for the fear of punishment, Muslims adore Muhammad for the fear of losing the free entry pass for paradise. Unless Muhammad intercedes with Allah, no one can enter paradise. If a Muslim does not praise Muhammad, his entry in the paradise is doubtful. No wonder, praising Muhammad is an integral part of their daily prayers. By judging him so, and by believing so, every Muslim automatically becomes a victim of Muhammad's narcissism. Muslims are the first victims of Islam. They cannot question Islam because they are infected by Muhammad's mental disorder. Even after 14 centuries of Muhammad's death, the ghost of Muhammad is still capable of haunting Muslims and enslaving them. Muhammad is still able to influence their society and culture. The narcissist creates a bubble universe where special rules apply, which does not correspond to outer reality. Muhammad resides deep inside of the heart of every Muslim. Like aliens snatch the bodies of the victims, Muhammad had invaded and modified the minds of Muslims and brought them to his narcissistic bubble universe, which is far from reality. Muslims cannot tolerate any criticism of their prophet because Muhammad could not tolerate criticism. A narcissist cannot tolerate criticism. Muslims have to believe that monkeys and pigs are descendants of Jews, because Muhammad believed so. The very existence and prosperity of infidel world is painful for Muslims to recognize because Muhammad hated the infidels. A narcissist does not realize or accept the fact that the world contains other human beings. He thinks that he is the best of creation. Other people around him are just like two-dimensional black and white cartoon figures. This way, Muslims suffer from unhealthy narcissism. All the 7 deadly sins of a narcissist are present in them. By this logic, Islam is the mental illness of the Muslims. As Sina, 2008, p. 59, 60, commented. The personality disorder of one man has been bequeathed like an inheritance upon his followers, where one man's psychosis, spectacular in its depth of self-absorption, has been spreading to millions of his followers, rendering them, in the same way, self-absorbed, irrational, and dangerous. 7.2, Islam, the mental illness of Muslims. On September 30, 2005, 12 editorial cartoons, most of which depicted the Islamic prophet Muhammad, were published in the Danish newspaper Jyllands-Posten. They were neither works of art by any account nor very amusing. Only one cartoon showed Muhammad's turban shaped like a bomb. A group of Danish imams protested and asked for a meeting with Danish Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister took the view that what a newspaper had done was not his business because the freedom of the speech in Denmark meant that newspapers were beyond the control of the government. Some imams then took their campaign to condemn the Danish government to Saudi Arabia and Egypt. But they took as their evidence not only those 12 cartoons but 3 more, including one with Muhammad as a demonic pedophile and one with a pig snout. This was reported in a Danish tabloid Extra Bladet and not denied. Desai, 2007, p. 8. The third fake cartoon was a praying Muslim being raped by a dog. Now, one important point to note, the 3 extra cartoons were more offensive and more insulting to both Muhammad and Islam than the original 12 cartoons. But surprising enough, the Islamic authorities of Saudi Arabia did not take any action against those imams. However, this 12 cartoon controversy led to protests across the Muslim world, some of which escalated into violence with police firing on the crowds, resulting in more than 100 deaths, altogether, including setting fire to the Danish embassies in Syria, Lebanon, and Iran, storming European buildings, and desecrating the Danish, Dutch, Norwegian, French, and German flags in Gaza City. Danish Prime Minister Anders Fogh Rasmussen described the controversy as Denmark's worst international crisis since World War II. This type of behavior of Muslims is abnormal. They rioted in faraway places such as Nigeria and Turkey and killed more than 100 people who had nothing to do with those cartoons, yet they call their religion a peaceful religion. In Islamic countries, many Christian churches and Hindu temples are regularly destroyed. Jews are routinely labeled apes and pigs in the state-controlled media. In Saudi Arabia, carrying a Bible is forbidden, but still Muslims quote some peaceful verses from Quran to show that there is no compulsion in religion. Why this hypocrisy? If some innocent cartoons wounded the delicate sensibilities of the Muslims, then in the same way labeling Jews with offensive terms apes and pigs equally wound the sensibilities of the Jews community. The cartoon incident highlights the fact that Muslims cannot be good citizens of any country where another religion and culture is dominant. It means that Muslims cannot be a loyal minority, and as their numbers and strength build up, they will demand to impose their Muslim laws and systems on their hosts. In fact, the Quran instructs them not to live as minorities, but to try to take over. Their allegiance is always to the wider world of Islam over any national boundaries. Danish cartoon rage was a repetition of the fury unleashed by Salman Rushdie's novel, which was first published in 1988, and of Pope's criticism of Muhammad on September 12, 2006. The dying Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran's Islamic Republic declared in a fatwa during February 1989 that the offending author of the satanic verses and those associated with its publication and distribution should be killed. During this period, a mob attacked the USIS office in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, and huge public demonstrations with ritualistic burning of Rushdie's novel were arranged from the streets of Dhaka, Bangladesh, to the streets of Bradford, England. As a protest of Pope's criticism, many churches were burnt down, several Islamic terrorist organizations gave a joint threat to Vatican, and a 65-year-old Italian nun was killed. How should we explain such mad furor over cartoons, or works of fiction, or a comment from Pope that so readily sees Muslim sensitivities, and then spill over into the streets with appalling consequences? What is to be made of the cartoon controversy, the earlier controversy surrounding Rushdie's novel and Pope's comment? And what is the implication, if any, of such conduct on the part of Muslims for the West? Secondly, what about those 3 extra cartoons which were more provocative than the actual cartoons? Clearly, the Imams added them to fuel outrage by giving the Arabs an idea how hateful the atmosphere in Denmark is towards Muslims. Only to stir up the Muslims, the Imam did not hesitate to malign the Prophet more than the actual cartoonists. Why there was no fatwa on their heads? The abnormal Muslim rage over the cartoons can be explained by Kohut's Psychoanalytic Theories on Narcissism, which was published in 1972. According to Kohut, the frustration and suppression of the grandiose self is displayed by means of narcissistic rage. Narcissistic rages are a result of the shame and fear at being faced with failure. When a narcissist's grandiose sense of self-worth is under attack, typically in the form of criticism, the narcissist suffers from narcissistic injury. The natural reaction is to rage and pull down the self-worth of others to make the narcissist feel superior to them. By showing rage, the narcissists want to pacify their internal pain and hostility and rebuild their self-worth. Muslims cannot tolerate even a small criticism of their prophet. The depiction of Muhammad with a bomb in the turban indicates that Islamic terrorism is closely related to Muhammad. Since Muhammad is the prophet of all the Muslims, it indirectly points negatively to the Muslims. In case Muhammad is proven to be a terrorist, all credibility of Islam dies with this. It caused shame and fear, which resulted in anger and ultimately narcissistic injury, and hence they raged. By killing more than 100 innocent people and destroying property in riots all over the world, the Muslims felt superior to others, i.e., non-Muslims. As I am going to show shortly, Muslims suffer from many delusions. These are grandiose fantasies. One of these delusions is that Muslims are following the only true religion of God and rest all religions are false. Narcissistic rage is the explosion of uncontrollable and unexpected anger. Rage comes in many forms, but all pertain to the same important thing, revenge. When angry Muslims set fire to the Danish embassies in Syria, Lebanon, and Iran, attacked churches, killed a nun, or issued fatwa on Rushdie's head, the only thing that was in their mind was revenge. Narcissistic rage is based on shame and fear. What is the shame of the Muslims? The shame is that they follow a prophet who is more of a criminal and less a prophet, that all other religions are more spiritual and progressive and logical than their own. The fear is that their prophet will be exposed by criticism, that the spiritual bankruptcy of their religion will be discovered. For the very same reason, free thought and freedom of expression is not allowed in Islam. There are many evidences that Muslims are suffering from mass narcissistic personality disorder. This way, every Muslim is a mini Muhammad. The beast of Muhammad is very much alive in the mindset of the Muslims. Whenever it gets a chance, it makes its presence known to the world by furious retaliation, sometimes without any provocation. Muhammad suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder, paranoia, persecution complex and delusional disorder. All these special features, which were prominently visible in Muhammad and his early companions, are still significantly present in present-day Muslims. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is an anxiety disorder which affects the thoughts, behavior, emotions, and sensations. This is one of the most common of mental health problems. OCD happens when there is a problem with the way the brain deals with normal worrying and doubts. Bukhari recorded. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr, once the Prophet remained behind us in a journey. He joined us while we were performing ablution for the prayer which was overdue. We were just passing wet hands over our feet, and not washing them properly, so the Prophet addressed us in a loud voice and said twice or thrice, "Save your heels from the fire." Bukhari, 13.57. People with OCD worry so much that they can spend many hours, or even the whole day worrying about things and trying to make sure the bad things they worry about don't happen. Muhammad was anxious when prayer is overdue, and if heels are not washed properly, they cannot be saved from hellfire. He was so much concerned that he had to warn his followers twice or thrice. OCD sufferers are also obsessed with numbers, either even number or odd number. Muhammad's obsession was with the number 3. He instructed the Muslims to wash their face, cleanse the nostrils, rinse the mouth, wash the right arm, all 3 times. He even told his followers to use 3 stones to use like toilet paper after excreting. All these meaningless rituals have nothing to do with cleanliness. What is the logic doing all these 3 times? It was not cleanliness that concerned Muhammad, but the ritual itself. Muslims suffer from the same mental disorder like Muhammad. They are compelled to pray 5 times a day. They have to perform ablution the way Muhammad wanted. All they do is for gaining the pleasure of Allah, but it cannot be understood logically, how Allah can be pleased by the positions for performing prayer, as example, qiyam, sitting, sujud, prostrating, ruku, bowing, and jalsa, sitting. Islam is full of rules which Muslims follow blindly. During Ramadan, Muslims refrain from eating, drinking, smoking, and indulging in anything that is in excess or ill-natured, from dawn until sunset. 1 month of every year in a quasi-hibernating state is a complete work waste. Every year some 2 million Muslims from all over the world perform this annual Hajj ceremony, the ritual of pilgrimage to Mecca. The Hajj is associated with the life of Muhammad from the 7th century. In Mecca they kiss the black stone in the corner of the Kaaba, run back and forth between the hills of Al-Safa and Al-Marwa, drink from the Zamzam well, go to the plains of Mount Arafat to stand in vigil, and throw stones in a ritual stoning of the devil. Then they shave their heads, perform a ritual of animal sacrifice, and celebrate the 4-day global festival of Eid al-Adha. All these absurd practices performed sincerely by the Muslims are indications that they suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder. The second topic of our discussion is paranoid personality disorder. Paranoid personality disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis characterized by paranoia and a pervasive, long-standing suspiciousness and generalized mistrust of others. It is characterized by excessive sensitivity to setbacks and rebuffs, tendency to bear grudges persistently, i.e. refusal to forgive insults and injuries or slights, and suspiciousness and a pervasive tendency to distort experience by misconstruing the neutral or friendly actions of others as hostile or contemptuous. Muhammad suffered from paranoia. He used to see conspiracies everywhere. During his prophetic career, Muhammad and his Allah addressed the unbelievers with offensive terms and talked about how they were plotting against him, opposing his religion and persecuting him and his followers. He never debated his critic, but killed them. He never forgave any insults unless there were some political motivations behind this. Every realistic criticism he had taken as personal slight. Ibn Ishaq recorded. Aisha recalls Muhammad never failed to come by our house every day at the two ends of the day. Once he came during the heat of the day, so we knew that it was because of something special. When he came in, Dad Abu Bakr rose from his bed, and the messenger sat down. Muhammad said, "Send out those who are with you." My father said, "Prophet, these are my daughters, one of which is now your wife, they can do you no harm, may my father and mother be your ransom." Ishaq, 223. Abu Bakr had to swear by his parents' name to remove Muhammad's paranoid fear. Paranoid personality disorders are of different types. Muhammad suffered from religious paranoia. In this case, the patient suffers from a permanent delusion of a primarily religious nature. He, for example, believes that he is on a divine mission and has been sent to the world to propagate some religion. Quran was created from the delusion. The root cause of Muslims' paranoia is that they have put their blind trust on Muhammad. Like Muhammad, they also see conspiracies everywhere. They believe that the infidels are filthy and they are always plotting against them, opposing their religion and persecuting them. Any healthy criticism is taken as personal slight. Gradually, their minds turn into a chaotic battlefield of paranoid fear. When Muslim terrorists destroyed Twin Towers, some Muslims believed that it was the work of Mossad or the CIA. In India, the Muslims refused to allow their children to take polio vaccination because Hindus have polluted the vaccines. Jews have invented the cartoon show Tom and Jerry, because Allah equates them to rats and the Jews want to prove that rats are cute. USA attacked Afghanistan and Iraq to loot their resources. Afghan children are taught in madrasa that Afghanistan is a poor country because of the disproportionate wealth of the Americans. This is the upbringing of the Muslim kids. Illogical fear and distrust instilled in their minds from a very early stage. All these conspiracy theories are pure absurd. But many Muslims sincerely believe these nonsense as real. Some of these theories are so ridiculous that Muslims often make themselves a laughing stock. As example, USA agreed to give militarily support to Israel, because Monica Lewinsky was an agent of Mossad, Razaki, 2008, p. 45. Muslims' hate and distrust for the rest of the world is originated from the hateful verses in the Quran. Allah told them in Quran not to trust the non-believers. When a person is convinced of the authenticity of his delusions, he cannot tolerate criticism of their ideas. Questioning of their beliefs, no matter how trivial, is met with evasiveness, defensiveness, irritability, and hostility. This is called persecution complex. In previous chapters we have seen that Muhammad never had shortage of critics. Muhammad's excessive cruelty and sexual perversion were taken as clear proof that he could not be a prophet of God. Those early critics described him as motivated by a combination of political ambition and sensual lust. Allah revealed verses condemning and cursing the critics again and again. But Muhammad never engaged in any meaningful debate with them to silence them, but he had silenced them by killing them. Exactly same type of persecution complex is observed in Muslims. They are constantly on the lookout for slights. They are hypervigilant. Neither they can question their own belief nor they will allow anyone to do so. Muslims are always eager to prove that Islam is a non-violent religion, but once the violent verses are shown to them they become furious. Persecution complex can strike anyone, regardless of belief, creed, or religion. Once the Muslims start believing that the whole world is against them, they begin to justify any actions by the presumed hostility of the world. Our next discussion is delusional disorder of the Muslims. The patient who is suffering from delusional disorder holds one or more strange delusions. These are fixed beliefs implanted deep inside in his mind. These strange claims are certainly and definitely false because they cannot be proven. Often vivid hallucinations related to the content of the delusion may be present. A person with delusional disorder may successfully function in daily life and may not exhibit odd or bizarre behavior aside from these delusions. There are literally hundreds of instances described in authentic Islamic sources that show that Muhammad was delusional. He demanded the title of a prophet not by reason or any authentic evidence but by unusual persistence and force. Common Muslims also suffer from delusional disorder like their prophet. They think that they are the chosen people of Allah only because they are Muslims. All the non-believers are destined to hell. This is delusion. How do I know that it really happens? Had anyone ever came back from his grave and told us that he has seen Muslims and non-Muslims in their afterlife? How do I know that Muhammad did not lie to propagate his mission? Where is the proof that Islam was not created by Muhammad to serve his selfish purposes? This is how the whole idea of heavenly pleasure for Muslims and hellish torture for the non-Muslims is strange and baseless claim. After all, Muhammad was a psychopath, a mentally deranged criminal. How much could he be trusted? When a Muslim transforms himself from a human being to human bomb, all these queries do not occur in his mind because his mind is full of delusional thoughts of paradise, virgins, sex, wine, etc. A Muslim's delusional disorder has an undue influence on his life. He is oversensitive in his belief, because he has no logical explanation. But he cannot come out of his delusion. From the very deep bottom of his heart, a Muslim knows very well that their religion is a violent religion, that Muhammad was an aggressive man, that the real God cannot be unethical, that Islam is a mental prison, but he cannot express himself. So he lies to himself. He knows something is seriously wrong with his religion, but he is confused. He understands that people around him are not happy with him, but he is helpless. In his mind, he agrees to every accusation of the critics of Islam, but he cannot stop putting his trust in Muhammad. He had succumbed to his mental illness and he is mentally tormented. And Islam has caused this mental disability to the Muslims. Muhammad's primary mental illness is narcissistic personality disorder. Those who suffer from narcissism also suffer from various other types of mental illness. Because the narcissists consume so much of their mental energy to keep their false self functioning that the natural protection of the mental health is weakened. For this reason, narcissists suffer from various other mental disorders with their primary illness. This is called comorbidity. By putting their blind trust, Muslims take over all the mental disorders from Muhammad on themselves unknowingly. Next, I will show that all the deadly sins of a narcissist are prominently present in typical Muslim mindset. This way, every Muslim is a carbon copy of Muhammad. 7.3 The demonic recipe of narcissist Muhammad. Islam is the force of Muhammad's narcissism. By following Islam, Muslims receive all the 7 deadly sins of a narcissist. These are shamelessness, magical thinking, arrogance, envy, entitlement, exploitation, and bad boundaries, all included in the demonic recipe of narcissist Muhammad. 7.3.1 Shamelessness, bypassed shame. Shame is among the most unbearable of human feelings regardless of our age or position in the society. For a narcissist, shame is very intolerable. So they have developed some defense mechanism not to experience it at all. Psychologists call this bypassed shame, Hotchkiss, 2003. p5. With bypassed shame, the mind seems to be working hard at keeping away from the issue. Patients experiencing this type of shame become obsessive. One of the more important effects of unacknowledged shame is low self-esteem. It leads to anger and inferiority complex, Skef, 1999, p. 88. The bypassed shame can set up explosive chain reaction like, acute panic, a shame-fear alternation, resentment, shame-anger alternation, with anger directed out, and guilt, shame-anger sequences, with the anger directed in, Skef, 1999, p.93. Muslims suffer from this bypassed shame. Today being Muslim itself is a shameful act, and the Muslims know this fact very well. By following Islam, they have developed a narcissistic false self. Allah had condemned the non-Muslims and Muslims are taught to hate them. But the fact is that even after receiving so much curses from Allah, the non-Muslim world is progressing well. It is the Muslims who are at the lowest people in a society. 2/3 of world's poorest people live in Muslim countries. With all their oil wealth, there are no Muslim nations among the top 30 of the world's richest nations. Democracy and rule of law is practically non-existent in almost all the Muslim nations, Trifkovic, 2002, p3. Some Muslim nations are so poor that, their people will simply die from starvation if USA stops financial aid to them. Muslims are not shameless. They appear to be thick-skinned, but actually they are extremely shame-sensitive. Deep inside, a Muslim feels pathetic and foolish, deserving of mockery and humiliation. Today criticism of Islam is heard from every corner of the world, to which Muslims show cool indifference. But all of a sudden they surprise us by reacting acute panic, resentment, or guilt. We often hear from the Muslim clerics that Islam is in danger. When some progressive Muslims talk about female education, equal rights, drawbacks of madrasa education, etc., a large section of Muslim society is in panic. One reason of this panic is that the Muslim clerics will lose their domination. But the second reason is that the bypassed shame changes into panic. When we talk about reformation of Christianity and Hinduism, another two world religions, Christians and Hindus are very open to logical and constructive criticism. But for Muslims, the bypassed shame vents out as panic. Muslims are also much scared of the free thought, because if freedom of thought and speech is encouraged, Islam will be exposed. Slowly many of them become paranoid. Violent rage is the second explosive chain reaction, i.e., shame-anger alternation, with anger directed out to the outside world. The three best examples of this are, as stated before, Danish cartoon, Salman Rushdie's novel, and Pope's criticism of Muhammad. All these are shame-based rage. When they feel humiliated, embarrassed, or ridiculed and their already low self-esteem takes a further drop, they rage to cut off these bad feelings. The third point is guilt, i.e., the shame-anger sequences, with the anger directed to himself and his religion and his prophet. In this process, the Muslim doubts his Islamic faith, but he may not leave Islam immediately. He dives deep into Islamic studies, goes to mosque more frequently, attain more religious seminars, and apparently become more devoted to his religion. But all these actions are superficial, as if he is trying to trick himself. But this is not permanent. Sooner or later he stops fooling himself and guilt overcomes him. This is the withdrawal syndrome of his narcissism. 7.3.2 Magical thinking. Narcissists see themselves as perfect, using distortion of realities and illusion known as magical thinking. They also use projection to dump shame onto others. Magical thinking and shamelessness are closely connected. The narcissist must have to avoid shame at any cost. Magical thinking, like bypassed shame, is another defensive mechanism for him. Magical thinking is one of the hallmarks not only of malignant narcissism, but of many other mental disorders. There is no cognitive logic in magical thinking. The narcissist just knows it. The same way Muhammad knew that killing, raping, looting and torturing the infidels are all divine acts which satisfied Allah. One part of the Muslim mind is always engaged in magical thinking. Islam is a religion based on hate. They have no respect for other religions. Allah had created hell for the infidels. But in spite of Allah's tremendous hate for the infidels, the Muslims are surprised to see that the infidels are better, brighter, wealthy, educated and militarily more powerful. Most of the Muslim-dominated countries are like living hell, which is one of the reasons Muslims immigrate to more civilized Western nations. The failure of Allah to punish the infidels gives a lot of pain to the Muslims, which lead to magical thinking. One of the examples is that Muslims take childlike pleasure to label the Jews apes and pigs or decked ents of monkeys and pigs. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 10, wrote, "Magical thinking, exploitive idealization, and the devaluation of others via shame-dumping and belittling are all attempts on the part of the narcissist to avoid feeling defective and insignificant. This is the exact reason why the Muslims make it a practice of Jews bashing. The prosperity of the Jews gives Muslims lot of heartburn. So they inflate their narcissistic balloon by ridiculing the Jews. But, what they hardly understand is that in both theory and practice, magic does not conform to reality. Universe is not ruled by wishful thinking, but by immutable laws. Today these monkeys and pigs are the most educated people in this world, followed by Christians and Hindus. And where do the Muslims stand? They are at the bottommost level and live a pitiful life both in the Islamic world as well as Western world. But in spite of knowing all these facts, Muslims still convince themselves that Jews are animals. This is a mental disorder. Muslims' thought process has been disturbed by Muhammad. They are not capable of logical thinking. Another Muslim belief is that by practicing Islam, they will get a free entry into Allah's paradise, where virgins, wine, handsome boys etc. are waiting for them. But why should Allah create a brothel? If Islamic paradise is real as described by Muhammad, why Muhammad himself did not put his neck where his mouth was and became the first one to enter in that paradise? Or, was it a clever trick to entice the people to join his cult? Magical thinking is very common to the children. There is no harm in it for them because they are in growing stage. They create imaginary worlds while playing and start knowing the differences between fantasy and reality by the age 3 or 4, though they usually still believe, with adult encouragement, in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy or similar many. But when the adult people cannot emerge from this stage, we know something is wrong with him. This type of mental dysfunction of Muslims should not be taken lightly because Muslims not only harm themselves and their society but to those around him. Can we ignore the magical thinking of the suicide bombers and his concrete belief in Allah's paradise? Reality is the most potent check on runaway magical thoughts, and if we want to stop Islamic terrorism we have no other way but to fight Muslims' magical thinking with reality. Muslims' appetite for such irrational beliefs is rooted in Muhammad. The sense of having special powers often put people in threatening situations, as we have seen not only in Muhammad, but other monstrous leaders like Hitler, Alexander, Stalin, and Genghis Khan also. Muhammad's illusion of divine power is the basic cause of Muslims' magical thinking throughout the course of Islam. Magical thinking is more or less common with every religion. But for Muslims it knows no bound. For them magical thinking goes beyond belief without evidence to the point of belief in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This is the most important difference between a Muslim's way of thinking and that of a non-Muslim. An Orthodox Muslim can spend his whole life in magical thinking. As example, the Urdu poet, Mir Taqi Mir, cited Geisler and Saleub, 1993, p. 88, wrote, "Why do you worry, O Mir, thinking of your black book? The person of the seal of the prophets is a guarantee for your salvation. Neither Muhammad was a prophet, nor Quran was from God. This book is full of contradictory ramblings of a sincere but misguided man. Most of the Quranic sciences are proven to be wrong by modern science. Giving one's life for such a religion, far from being evidence of its truthfulness, was nothing less than insanity. There is no prophet and no God who can stop the progress of science. Magic does not matter, only facts matters. In the end it is the facts, and the reality they represent, that determine our opportunities and limitations. The Jews, the Christians, and the Hindus and practically everyone understands this except Muslims. 7.3.3 Arrogance. Almost everything of the Western civilization offends the sensibility of the Muslims. The list is a long one ranging from religious liberty, sexual equality, and the right of gay people, to music, alcohol, dogs, and pork. Every day new items are added to this list. They demand and expect their host country to satisfy all their claims. Western nations have given every right to the Muslims. Muslims have freedom of religion. They have freedom of speech. They have the right to speak against their host country, no one will kill them. In fact, they can burn American flag on any street in the USA. But they are reluctant to give same type of freedom to the minorities in Muslim-majority nations. In Saudi Arabia, the practice of any religion besides Islam is strictly prohibited now, just as it was during the lifetime of Muhammad, Haji, 2007, p. 29. The minorities are not allowed to build churches or openly read Bible. Saudi Arabia is building mosques in America with riches from America's gas tanks. If anyone goes to Saudi Arabia and try to worship any other god than Allah, he can be killed. In fact, carrying a Bible in Saudi Arabia is a punishable act. This is the typical narcissistic thought pattern of Muslims. A narcissist expects and needs admiration and seeks out situations in which that requirement can be met. Even after this, he expects to be treated with respect, deference, and admiration. When such admiration is not forthcoming, the narcissist may respond with surprise, hurt, or even rage. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14, wrote, "They can be quite sensitive to others' opinions and often have unrealistic expectations of unconditional approval and admiration. Is it the superiority complex of the Muslims? No, it is just opposite. The arrogance comes from their inferiority complex. Narcissists are double-faced people. The face which they present to the outer world often comes across to others as a superior being. They love to wear a mask of arrogance, but behind the mask of arrogance is a fragile internal balloon of self-esteem that is never satisfied with being good or even very good. If they are not better than, then they are worthless. Value is always relative, never absolute. From their point of view, if someone else's stock goes up, theirs automatically goes down. For them, there is nothing acceptable about being ordinary or average. If they cannot be superior, they are nothing." Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 11, 13. For a narcissist, arrogance is also a defense mechanism against shame. Arrogance attempts to fill their inner emptiness with an ego rather than allowing that emptiness to blossom into humility. Hotchkiss continued, "At the root of the harm inflicted to others is the need to get rid of the exaggerated shame of real or imagined inferiority. Arrogance is some kind of unwarranted pride. The arrogant assumes his views and opinions as the truth. A narcissist is often arrogant because he sees first himself. Rather than offering respect to all, he demands respect from all. When Muslims show their tremendous hate and arrogance for Western civilization, they are actually showing the empty edifice of their ego. Muslims, this type of unhealthy narcissistic arrogance is deep-rooted in Muhammad. All forms of religious arrogance lie well beyond the path of true spirituality. This simple fact neither Muhammad understood nor the Muslims. They see their path as the one true way and attempt to convert others, even over protests of disinterest. For Muslims this is their religious duty, but for a psychologist, this is the perfect example of narcissistic arrogance. 7.3.4, Envy. Envy is a strong negative emotion. Envy occurs when a person lacks another's superior quality, achievement, or possession and either desires it or wishes that the other lacked it. There is hardly anyone in this world who had never been envious to others in some time of their lives. It is derived from low self-esteem. Envy can be both constructive and destructive. Aristotle's emphasis, cited Solovey, 1991, p. 9, was that some forms of envy motivate people to improve themselves whereas other types motivate people to take good things away from others. The first type of envy is non-malicious envy. Some psychologists do not consider non-malicious envy to be envy at all. But, Muslims' envy is different. This is narcissistic pathological envy. For anyone, envy is one of the most potent causes of unhappiness. The unhappy person keeps it a private affair. But the case is different in pathological envy. Here the envious person is not only unhappy by his envy, but also wishes to inflict misfortune on others. This is when it becomes dangerous. When there is a social comparison between Muslims and non-Muslims, the self-image of the Muslims is threatened. For them, to witness the success and joy of the non-Muslims is too painful and too high a price to pay. So they devalue the source of their frustration and envy. Envious thoughts are daily struggle for most of the Muslims. The envy of the Muslims is well portrayed in Iqbal's poetry. Muhammad Allama Iqbal was a great poet of Pakistan. His poetry inspired many Indian Muslims to fight the war against their Hindu countrymen and divide the nation in two, Pakistan and India, which they called independence. The prosperity and power of non-Muslims caused him to complain to Allah, which in Urdu called shikwa. Few quotes from Iqbal's poetic work will show how the common Muslims suffer from the disease of envy. In the following composition Iqbal reminds Allah how much Muslims are devoted to his cause. Ham jo jeetat they to jangan ki musibat ke li or mart they tiri nam ke ismath ke li. If we lived for the calamities of wars. If we died for the grandeur of thy name. Ma fi li kaun o makan men sahar o sham fire ma I tawhid ko lakar safatai jam fire koh men dashed me lakar tira paksam fire or malum hay tuyah ko kab hinakam fire dashed to dashed hind daria bna kori hamne bar izol mate men dora diye gori hamne. We continuously wandered all over the world. We wandered like the wine cup with Tawhid's wine. We wandered with thy message in the mountains, in the deserts. And don't thou know whether we ever returned unsuccessful? What of the deserts? We did not spare even oceans. We galloped our horses in the dark ocean. Tiri kabi ko jb non se basaya hamni tiri kuran ko sino se lagaya hamni fir bi hamzi yahila hi ke wafader nahin ham wafader nahin to be to dildar nahin. We filled thy kabiye with our foreheads. We put thy Quran to our hearts. Still thou complain that we are lacking fealty. If we are lacking fealty thou also art not generous. After reminding Allah how Muslims are devoted to Allah's cause, Iqbal started complaining that in spite of so much sacrifice, Muslims are deprived of Allah's favor. Ramatan hin tariagyar ke kashanan par bark gurdi hi tubek ari musulmanan par. Thy graces descend on the other people's abodes, lightning strikes only the poor Muslims' abodes. But sanam kanan men kot hin musulman gai hikashi unko ke kabi ki nijban gai manzalidar se untan ke hudi kowan gai apni baklon men dabai hui kuran gai kanda zan kufr hi esas tuj hi kanahin apni kalurhid ka kuch pas tuj hi kanahin. The idols in temples say the Muslims are gone, they are glad that the Kabe's sentinels are gone. From the world stage the Hudi singers are gone. They, with the Quran in their armpits, are gone. Infidelity is mocking, hast thou some feeling or not? Dost thou have any regard for thy own Tawhid or not? Aaj kiun sin hamer sharar abad nahin? Hamwo hi sakta saman hin tuj hayad nahin. Why are not our breasts filled with love sparks now? We are the same lovers, dost thou not remember now? In the following composition, Iqbal is burning in envy by seeing that Allah gave all his blessings to the infidels. And to Muslims, he has given misery, poverty, infirmity, and even ugliness. Yeshake anahin hin unkazan ma mor nahin ma file menjin han bait bikarn ka shower kar to yehike kafir ko milan horo kasor or bek ari musulman ko fakat wada I hora bwo al taf nahin ham pe inayat nahin bait yeki yehike fali si madarat nahin. We do not complain that their treasures are full. Who are not in possession of even basic social graces. Outrageous that infidel are rewarded with huris and palaces. And the poor Muslims are placated with only promise of huris. We have been deprived of the former graces and favors. What is the matter? We are deprived of the former honors. In the following stanza, Iqbal calls Allah unfaithful. Kabhi hams kabhi garan se shanase hi bait kani ki nahin tu bi tu harjai hi. Thou art changing friendship between us and others. It is difficult to say, but thou art also unfaithful. Iqbal's envy as reflected in his poetry is the voice of every Muslim, either they express their feelings publicly or not. Anywhere in the world, Muslims are in pitiable condition. They are at the bottommost level in any society. Many of the destructive acts of Muslims are motivated by their envy, just in the same way Muhammad was envious of the Jews, which caused the destruction of many of them. But Muhammad did not show his envy publicly. Narcissists act as if they want people to envy them, but in reality they envy others, which make them crazy, and they act out. Muhammad gave an impression that the Jews were envious of him. Ishaq wrote, Jewish rabbis showed hostility to the apostle in envy, hatred, and malice, because Allah had chosen his apostle from the Arabs. The Jews considered the prophet a liar and strove against Islam. Ishaq, 239. What treasure Muhammad had, for which Jews rabbis should show hostility to him with envy, hatred, and malice. The Jews were much wealthy and educated than the Arabs. The narcissistic confusion was in Muhammad's mind. Muhammad wanted to show that Jews were envious to him, but in reality it was Muhammad who was envious to them. To see the success and property of the rich Jews were too painful to Muhammad. So he devalued the source of his frustration by attacking and massacring them. This is narcissistic pathological envy. The narcissists are constantly envious of other people, their successes, their property, their character, their education, their children, their ideas, the fact that they can feel, the religion they follow, their good mood, their past, their present, their spouses, practically everything. Muslims' unhappiness is of similar type. Like the narcissists are envious because they need to secure a sense of superiority, in the same way the Muslims have to secure their self-image. A narcissist, who is feeling deflated, tries to reinflate by diminishing, debasing, or degrading somebody else. Today Muslims are doing the same thing. They have strong grievance against Western civilized world. Their complaint is about the democratic process, the freedom of infidels and all the freedom the infidels cherish, and their education, prosperity, and happiness. Muslims are envious because of the way the infidels love life, the way the infidels pursue life, the way the infidels peruse wealth, the way the infidels relate to each other with respect, the way the infidels look at each other as equally under the lay and in the eyes of God. Muslims are also envious because of the way we, the infidels, respect our wives, taking sincere care for all her needs, the way we give love to our children and educate them and teach them moral values. Muslims suffer from confusion when they look at the Christians. The religion of the Christians taught them to love others, to practice brotherhood, and to show unconditional forgiveness to the enemies. Muslims are also confused when they look at the religious teachings of the Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, and Sikhs. The main guiding principle of Hinduism is Sarva Dharma Samhava, equal respect for all religions, Bhagavad Gita, 7.21, and Buddhism and Jainism talks about virtues and strict nonviolence. All these moral values simply puzzle them. After seeing all these, when they look at Islam, they find that it is completely a different education. When they compare Prophet Muhammad with Jesus Christ, they silently lower their face in shame. They understand that all other religions are spiritually superior to Islam. They understand that Islam is at the lowest position in the pantheon of all religions. It frustrates them, and the narcissistic frustration transforms into envy and rage. Somehow they have to secure a sense of superiority in the face of infidels' ability by using contempt to minimize them. This is the source from where all the destructive thoughts of Muslims generate, as Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 17, wrote. Envy knows intuitively that the best defiance is a good offense, so he, the narcissist, began to look down at his colleague. Muslims' narcissistic envy, fueled by the desperate need to be superior, is something far darker. Both together make them more dangerous. When the World Trade Center came down, Muslims all over the world cheered. The whole Muslim world do not have the technology to build a mighty structure like the twin structures of World Trade Center, but they can obviously bring them down with their strong destructive force. Muhammad's hate for the infidels lurks deep inside the heart of every Muslim. It is a dark force, and this dark force within Muslims cheers when the grand and glorious are toppled from their pedestals. They love to see the flaws and misfortune of the infidels because it means that they are not so much distant from the Muslims. Because the Muslims cannot pull them up to the level of the infidels, it is the infidels who should bring their standard down. 7.3.5 Entitlement. Narcissists hold unreasonable expectations of particularly favorable treatment and automatic compliance because they consider themselves uniquely special. Any failure to comply will be considered an attack on their superiority, and the perpetrator is considered to be an awkward or difficult person. Defiance of their will is a narcissistic injury that can trigger narcissistic rage. They have a strong feeling that they have a right to be entertained. As Vannon, 1999, p. 48, wrote, most of them are insistent. They demand treatment on a preferential and privileged basis. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 20, wrote, in social situations, you will talk about them or what they are interested in because they are more important, more knowledgeable, or more captivation than anyone else. In personal relationships, their sense of entitlement means that you must attend to their needs, but they are under no obligation to listen to or understand you. When Muhammad claimed 1/5 share of the booty in Allah's name, or the best woman captured in a raid, he felt a strong sense of entitlement of having special privileges from his followers. He did not need to follow any code of ethics because he was specially entitled to defy Allah's rules. His behavior even stunned his followers. He justified all his actions by bringing Allah's revelations whenever he liked. Also, those who doubted Allah and His Messenger were punished by death. Narcissistic entitlement can be appropriately presented by two simple words: I deserve. When Muhammad took Safiyyah to bed for sex on the very same night he had killed her husband and many male relatives after attacking Khaybar, and, when he took Rayhana to bed on the same night he had killed her male relatives of Qurayza tribe, Muhammad justified his action by uttering the above two pet words of a narcissist: I deserve. Following hadith gives us a clue about Muhammad's one-track thinking capacity. Narrated Abu Usaid, the Janiyah, a lady from Bani Jan, had been brought and lodged in a house in a date palm garden. When the Prophet entered upon her, he said to her, give me yourself, in sex, as a gift. She said, can a princess give herself in marriage to an ordinary man? The Prophet raised his hand to slap her so that she might become tranquil. She said, I seek refuge with Allah from you. Bukhari, 7.62.182. In the above hadith, Muhammad was about to raise his hand on a woman, who refused Muhammad's sexual advances. He did not honor the private sexual preferences, private thought, and the body of the woman which only belonged to herself. He must have justified his action by thinking, I deserve. During his prophetic career, Muhammad ordered killing thousands of innocent people, raped women mercilessly, destroyed their houses, stole their property and sold women and children in the slave market. He felt that he was entitled to do so. I deserve. Today, the 21st century nuclear prophet of Islam, the Hitler of Middle East, not only wants to follow Muhammad's footsteps in hating Jews but wants to go one step further. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the clown president of Iran, is trying desperately to obtain a nuclear weapon. If he gets, he will use it against Israel within no time. This is his goal and he made it very clear. He said it literally that he wants to destroy Israel. If anyone asks him the reason why he wants Israel to be wiped off the map, the Prophet Ahmadinejad will reply, I deserve. Muslims come to Western countries for better living standard. But once they overcome their initial hardship, they become rude and demanding. There is something in Islam that makes it impossible for Muslims to fit into Western, liberal societies. They demand to be treated the way they would be in Muslim-majority countries but then get offended when they are not. They do not value Western culture. While Jews, Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, and other religions have no problem to be loyal citizens of other countries at the same time peacefully maintaining their own religious beliefs, culture and identity, Muslim arrogance demands that once they have their heavy footprints in any place, and their demographics grow to a substantial level, the land automatically becomes theirs for all time. They aim to set up special Muslim rights contrary to the laws of their host country where they have immigrated almost like refugees. Why don't they just stay in their own countries where everything is ideally suited to them instead of coming and bothering everyone else? They demand tolerance from the Christians in Western nations, but they are utterly intolerant of Christianity in almost all Muslim countries. Why this double standard? There are two reasons. First, there is a natural conflict between being a devout Muslim and living in a civilized society, and second, Muslims' narcissistic sense of entitlement. Both of the reasons are deep-rooted in Islam. There are many examples of their narcissistic sense of entitlement, this particular I deserve mentality. Here I will discuss only one, the burqa controversy. The full-faced veil, the niqab, burqa, or chador, of the Muslim women causes such deep reactions in the West, not so much because of its political or religious symbolism but because it is extremely impolite. Just as it is considered rude to enter a Hindu or Buddhist temple wearing shorts or shoes, so, too, is it considered rude, in a Western country, to hide one's face in common places and workstations. To a Western child, or even an adult, a human clad from head to toe in black looks like a ghost. Muslims protect veiling their women, saying that religious freedom is a right everyone should enjoy. Indirectly, Muslims want to say that their right to practice their religion is more important than anyone else's right. In this case, why they do not allow carrying Bibles by Christians in Saudi Arabia. Christians also have their religious rights. This particular attitude is in narcissistic psychopathology of the Muslims. The whole burqa issue reflects their narcissistic sense of entitlement. Western societies are multicultural. The culture of the host society necessarily needs to be respected by the guests. Those who feel it necessary to practice their religion to such an extent have no absolute right whatsoever to make the rest of the world adapt to their practices. They are free to stay home and wear whatever they choose, but they are not free to demand the right to jobs that put their religion at odds with the job requirements. In Britain, France, and most of Europe, this type of demands of Muslims has gone way beyond rude or impolite. Now it is simply, I deserve. Their typical behavior and attitude, what the Westerners are witnessing today, more clearly belongs in the realm of borderline and narcissistic psychopathology. Patients with this type of attitude always want more. They are never happy. Whatever good is done to the Muslims by civilized society is never good enough for them. Muslims also generally show no gratitude or express any thanks even when someone goes out of their way for them. Like the most spoiled of royalty, they merely expect that they should be the center of all the attraction at all times. These attitudes of Islamic narcissistic entitlement are all around us these days. Muslims demand respect for their religion, even as their religion dismisses and denigrates others. They immigrate to countries that are polite enough to let them in and allow them to practice their religion in peace, and they threaten violence unless those countries are willing to alter their own traditions and subvert their own values in adopting the Islamic perspective. These Islamic narcissists not only want to be tolerated by the society they live in and freedom to practice their religion even in the most multicultural sensitive nations, but also they want the society or nation they live in to completely submit to their values and religious practices and to acknowledge their obvious superiority, or else. Giving into their sense of entitlement only leads to more and more demands for attention and acknowledgement of their narcissistic superiority. Muslims will never express gratitude or thanks, and always view others as mere extensions of their own damaged self. The only way to deal with such narcissistic behavior is to clearly set limits and expectations, and then stick to them. Tolerating the unceasingly intolerable behavior and demands that modern Islam exhibits, will only reinforce the underlying psychopathology and accentuate the bottomless narcissistic sense of entitlement. 7.3.6 Exploitation. For a narcissist, exploitation can take many forms, but it always involves the using of others without regards for their feelings or interests. Often the other is in a submissive position where resistance would be difficult or even impossible. Previously, I had given many examples, how Muhammad had exploited both Muslims and non-Muslims alike for personal gain. Muslims died for him just to make him rich and powerful. What Muhammad gave them in return? Muhammad's outlook was simple: risk your life for me today, Allah will give you much more in return, but only after your death. Muhammad never fought a battle in his life where there was risk, but while collecting the spoils, he was well ahead of others. He was extremely manipulative and exploitative with complete lack of empathy. Muhammad did not have the ability to empathize and to grasp accurately how another person felt by his cruel actions. He was completely devoid of humanity. The faith he preached was entirely based on narcissistic exploitation. By declaring himself a messenger of God, Muhammad exploited indiscriminately by all possible means to make money and to secure narcissistic supply sources. In Islam, exploitation is subtle and dangerous because it operates under the guise of religious holiness. Muhammad did it, and now the Muslims are following the footsteps of their prophet. There are 1,001 ways people have been and are being exploited today in the name of Islam. Where other religions are a source of solace and relief, the present-day Muslim clerics employed Islam to promote fear, insecurity, and alienation. As example, exploitation of children for sexual pleasure, i.e., pedophilia. This is the worst crime humanity had ever seen. Muhammad practiced pedophilia. Hence in many Muslim countries this heinous criminal practice is protected by law. In fact, there is no minimum marriage age for either men or women in Islamic law. Ayatollah Khomeini said, "A man can have sexual pleasure from a child as young as a baby." According to Saudi Arabia's most senior cleric, Sheikh Abdulaziz al-Sheikh, the country's Grand Mufti, 10-year-old girls are ready for marriage. Those who says that 10 or 12-year-old girls are too young to marry, are unfair to them. While passing such a decree, had Khomeini or Sheikh Abdulaziz ever thought about the feelings of the innocent children? No, they did not, because they have the same mindset of Muhammad. We have absolutely no statistics, how many children had been sexually exploited legally following these decrees of Khomeini and Sheikh Abdulaziz. Another crime of Muhammad was exploitation of women. Muhammad and his gang of criminals captured women after raiding the habitations and raped them. Muslims are repeating the same today. In Muslim-dominated nations, infidel women are regularly kidnapped and raped by the majority Muslim fundamentalists. Basically, Muhammad was too greedy. He lived a parasitic life without ever being engaged in any meaningful employment. He had an evil eye for all the wealth that the Jews and Christians had earned by their hard work. His fanatic greed motivated him to attack the Jews and Christian tribes and steal their property. Also, another reason was his maniacal craving for power. Same type of greed we can see today amongst the Muslims. In Bangladesh and Pakistan, the houses and agricultural lands of Hindu and Christian minorities are seized by the Muslims, causing them to take shelter in India as refugees. The attitudes of Muslims towards non-Muslims and their actions reflect the teachings of Islam. Either it is found in the Quran or derived from the acts and sayings of their prophet. Sharia or Islamic law is based on this. Sharia is the total collection of theoretical laws that apply in an ideal Muslim community. By following Sharia law, Muslims believes that they are surrendering themselves to the will of God, but actually they are surrendering to the whimsies of Muhammad. They have to accept the divine authority without criticism, doubts, and questions. This is how Muhammad's narcissistic tendency is well reflected in Muslims. All the hates, exploitations and destructive acts of Muslims what we can see today are originated from Muhammad. Muslims are entitled to hate, exploit, and cause destruction. It is their second nature. Then, there is inward exploitation also. The mullahs, ulamas, and malvis exploit their own people. For them Islam is not a religion but a means of livelihood. They target the lower class illiterate Muslims. They exaggerate the spiritual power of the Prophet and the wrath of Allah. This is their brainwashing tactics. It's a tragedy. But the worst part of the tragedy is that most of these clerics are hypocrites and even do not believe in Muhammad or his teachings. Some of them are plain atheists. They sell Islam in the market of religion. It is the best commodity to barter for anything they desire. Sheikh, 1995, p. 91. Islam as an agenda sells well in politics also. Before election in Bangladesh, once an opportunist political leader by the name Delawar Hossain Saidi, with the help of a mullah, issued a fatwa that whoever votes for the Muslims would go to heaven and whoever votes for the Hindus will go to hell. Islamic Oikoyot, a hardcore Islamic fundamentalist political party of Bangladesh, declared that voting for them is equivalent to the Hajj pilgrimage. Roy, 2007, p. 359. These deceptions and exploitations in the name of Allah have no end. The average Muslim does not know what is written in the Islamic scriptures. He simply assumes that since Muhammad was the holy prophet, hence his teachings must be holy, which as a Muslim he should value. The Muslim politicians and theologians exploit his ignorance and mobilize him for street riots by ascribing to enemies of Islam what is in fact contained in their own scriptures. And those Muslims, who know the facts, turn a blind eye to this deception and misguidance of the common Muslims. This is religio-political exploitation. When religion is mixed with politics, it has tremendous brainwashing capacity. Muhammad knew it very well, so does the Islamic clerics and politicians. 7.3.7 Bad boundaries. Personal boundaries are guidelines, rules, or limits that a person creates to identify for themselves what are reasonable, safe and permissible ways for other people to behave around them and how they will respond when someone steps outside those limits. These boundaries are not negotiable and others can neither determine it from the outside, nor should have a say in setting them or in upholding them. Only the person decides when they have been breached, what constitutes a transgression, what is excusable and what not. The purpose of having boundaries is to protect and take care of us, our private thoughts and affairs. With a well-defined boundary, an individual is able to tell other people when they are acting in ways that are not acceptable to him. We have a right to protect and defend ourselves. In a civilized society, this concept is well respected. Creating a boundary is not same as social isolation or social manipulation. On the contrary, it is impossible to have a healthy relationship with someone who has no boundaries. As Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 27, wrote, "Good boundaries, the recognition of separateness make for healthy relationships." Narcissists do not recognize that other people have boundaries which are not to be invaded. They do not know because they had not learned how to set boundaries and assert themselves. They are simply not aware of it. They think that others are extensions of themselves. Others either exist to meet their needs or may as well not exist at all. Those who provide narcissistic supply to the narcissist will be treated as if they are part of the narcissist and be expected to live up to those expectations. Muhammad never valued the privacy or individuality of anyone, including his followers. He spied everywhere who posed as his detractors. He even encouraged his believers to spy on each other. Sina, 2008, p. 102. Muhammad declared that he could see behind his back. But why he needed to see behind his back? The reason is simple. He wanted to keep a vigil eye on his followers. Few hadith quotes are as below. Narrated Anas, the Prophet said, "Straighten your rows, for I see you from behind my back." Bukhari, 1.11.686. Narrated Anas bin Malik, once the Iqamah was pronounced and Allah's apostle faced us and said, "Straighten your rows and stand closer together, for I see you from behind my back." Bukhari, 1.11.687. Anas b. Malik reported, "The Messenger of Allah said, complete the rows, for I can see you behind my back." Muslim, 4.872. Muhammad did not trust his wives. He was sexually weak and apart from sucking little Aisha's tongue and fondling other wives, he could not perform any better sexual act. Having a large collection of wives with low sexual capacity is dangerous. So Muhammad had to keep an eye on his wives' activities also. And Allah came in service of Muhammad and did the spying job for him. Allah eavesdrops and tells Muhammad about his wives' activities. The Prophet confided a certain matter to one of his wives, but thereafter she disclosed it. Then Allah revealed what she had done to him. He made part of it known and another part not. And when he acquainted her with it, she said, "Who has told you this?" He replied, "I was told of it by the knower, the aware. Q. 66.3. The act of secretly listening to the private conversation of others without their consent is invasion of privacy. It is unethical. It is the biggest insult to God saying that he invades others' privacy. Actually, it was Muhammad who spied on his wives but put it on Allah. These are all the clear signs of narcissistic bad boundaries. Islamic God has nothing better to do than to eavesdrop Muhammad's wives. This is the biggest blasphemy of God. Muhammad was mean, so his God was also mean. Muhammad's Allah originated from Muhammad's sick mind. Since Allah is like a reflection of Muhammad on the mirror, Allah's sense of bad boundary reflects Muhammad's own narcissistic thinking. Muhammad's habit of spying and eavesdropping was so nasty that many rumors spread amongst contemporary superstitious Muslims. According to these rumors, cited Warwick, 2000, p.171-2, Muhammad not only saw behind his back but could see by day and by night, and he possessed a physical eye, planted at the middle of his back or between his shoulders, and his cloths did not prevent the light from passing through. The Meccans, during pre-Islamic period, were tolerant of all religions. There was absolutely no religious persecution. It was Muhammad who first started the conflict by attacking, insulting, denigrating, and cursing all the traditions and religious beliefs of his relatives among the Quraysh tribe. In Medina, where Muhammad gained in power, his menace increased day by day. He attacked civilians without provocation, captured and looted their property, raped their women. At the deathbed, he issued the order, "Let there remain throughout Arabia no other religion except Islam." In his behavior, where were those personal boundaries, the guidelines, rules, and limits? We can see a childlike tendency in Muhammad's attitude. Like a 2-year-old child, Muhammad threw temper tantrums, believing that he was at liberty to get his own way. He felt free to abuse anyone who frustrated his desires. He insulted the Jews and Christians but wanted respect from them. This is immature way of thinking of a narcissist who believes that having power gives him the right to treat others any way he likes. There is a reason why narcissists suffer from this type of deep character flaw in the development of a sense of self. It goes back to their experiences in early childhood. Anyone who had spent some time around children knows that children go through an egocentric stage when they seem to feel very important and invincible, as if they are at the center of the world. The egocentric behavior of a child has a very important function. The child in this stage is beginning to form the first sense of himself as separate from the primary caregivers, and an inflated sense of self-importance allows him to explore the world without overwhelming fears and doubts. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 28. Now, in this important developing stage, if there is an arrest in mental development, the child remains stuck in his egocentric behavior throughout his life. Muhammad had a very unhappy childhood. He had faced enough cruelty and negligence. Because of all these devastating psychological blows, a strong sense of separate self did not form in Muhammad. He had been trained to accept intrusions while growing up, and there was no one to give him support for autonomy. In this condition, Muhammad became too sensitized and erected rigid boundaries to protect himself, and demonstrated paranoid rigidity and vigilance. Following quotes from Quran proves it. O ye who believe! Enter not the dwellings of the Prophet for a meal without waiting for the proper time, unless permission be granted you. But if ye are invited, enter, and, when your meal is ended, then disperse. Linger not for conversation. Lo! That would cause annoyance to the Prophet, and he would be shy of asking you to go, but Allah is not shy of the truth. And when ye ask of them, the wives of the Prophet, anything, ask it of them from behind a curtain. That is purer for your hearts and for their hearts. And it is not for you to cause annoyance to the Messenger of Allah, nor that ye should ever marry his wives after him. Lo! That in Allah's sight would be an enormity. Q. 33.53. O ye wives of the Prophet! Whosoever of you committeth manifest lewdness, the punishment for her will be doubled, and that is easy for Allah. Q. 33.30. The following hadith shows that Muhammad valued his privacy. Narrated Sal bin Said as Saed, a man peeped through a hole in the door of Allah's apostle's house, and at that time, Allah's apostle had a midri, an iron comb or bar, with which he was rubbing his head. So when Allah's apostle saw him, he said to him, "If I had been sure that you were looking at me, through the door, I would have poked your eye with this sharp iron bar." Bukhari, 9.38.2. But he was completely unaware that other people might have similar types of well-defined boundaries which were as valuable as his own and needed to be respected. He had adulterous desires for a married woman, for Zainab, the wife of his adopted son Zayd. This unlawful desire for Zainab caused Zayd to divorce her, giving Muhammad the opportunity to marry her. Muhammad was commanded by Allah to marry Zainab, his adopted son's divorcee. This shameful intrusion of a married woman's privacy, who was also happened to be his daughter-in-law, is a clear proof that Muhammad did not learn to recognize that other people had boundaries which were not to be invaded. While criticizing and ridiculing the pagan Meccans for the polytheistic belief system, Muhammad never thought that his faith can similarly be criticized and ridiculed. He wanted respect from others but was not ready to give respect to them in return. Allah forbade all criticism of Islam by Quranic verses 5.101. 5.102 but never prevented the Prophet from criticizing other faiths. This is because Muhammad had erected a rigid boundary to protect his religion, while unsure of similar type of religious right of other people. The lack of experience with healthy boundaries made him confused and unsure when an invasion of privacy is occurring. In Muhammad's fantasy world there are separate rooms, but there is no door, then how can he knock the door before entering? In this situation, when a narcissist is resisted by others, he develops an anxious, apprehensive attitude towards them and violates their rights in some way. In fact, sometimes he is so confused that he is unsure if truly an invasion is taking place. He reads others' personal diaries, mails and personal journals, ignore closed bathroom and bedroom doors, purses and wallets are rifled through, expensive and private possessions are borrowed without asking, conversations are eavesdropped, extremely personal questions are asked, unsolicited opinions are offered. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 30. But once he is confronted with these violations, he is annoyed and mystified, and the common reply is, "You are misunderstanding me," or, "That's not how you feel," or even, "This is how you always ill-treat me." Muslims suffer from an unhealthy and confused sense of personal boundary. Islam, like Muhammad's fantasy world, has no fences, no doors to knock before entering. Here, your privacy is my business. Sina, 2008, p. 102, wrote. Muslims are vigilant toward each other's words and actions. Each Muslim spies on others to see whether the laws of Islam are properly observed. An ambience of terror is created in all Islamic countries, where hardly anyone dares raise the slightest question of the tenets of Islam. Your own father, son, or brother could report your infidelity, which, of course, would mean certain death to you. A tree is known by its fruit. The sacred relationship between members in a family gets a new definition in Islam. The above mistrusts and suspicions which separate father from daughter, brother from sister and mother from her son are the direct result of the following Quranic verse. O you who believe! Take not for protectors your fathers and your brothers if they love infidelity above faith, if any of you do so, they do wrong. Q 923. Muslims maintain Islam by a process, called collective surveillance. Muslims are over-absorbed into the web of religious society. Here the social life is completely focused on the ethics of religious group, the individual ego is overwhelmed by the religious ego and own individual expression is not permitted. There is no personal boundary and the individual ego does not develop in a healthy way. the individual has very little independence from group life. This social claim upon their allegiance is collective surveillance. Collective supervision and strict surveillance extend throughout this society, leading to similarity in beliefs and social observance. This is why Muslims have one-track mind. The indoctrination of their minds started with Muhammad. Muslims have developed a rigid boundary for themselves. But they are confused when they are violating the personal boundaries of others, non-Muslims. When few cartoons of Muhammad are published, or Rushdie writes a book, or Pope criticizes Muhammad, Muslims are offended and fatwas are issued. But when the Taliban destroyed the Bamiyan Buddha statues, or churches are regularly burnt down and Christians are raped/killed in Indonesia and Pakistan, or Jews are regularly named as descendants of monkeys and pigs in government-controlled media of Saudi Arabia or other Islam nations, we cannot see any fatwa against them. What kind of twisted, distorted morality is this? Muslims don't understand that the non-Muslims are unique individuals who have private thoughts, personal feelings, and a body that belongs only to themselves. They demand that the rest of the world treats their violent, bloodthirsty founder, Muhammad, with respect. Do they show their respect to Christ, Adi Shankara, Buddha, Guru Nanak, or Mahavira Jain? Muhammad is the prophet of all Muslims worldwide, and Muslims may respect him, but we the infidels don't revere him as a prophet, rather we identify him with a criminal. Today, Muhammad is the most hated historical personality. If Muslims want to revere this man, they are free to do so, but their arrogant assertion that the whole world must hold him in high esteem is absolutely ridiculous. This is obviously a mental flaw, which they have inherited from their prophet. Muslims' one-track thinking goes this way: how the non-Muslims are treating me, but it never occurs in their mind, how I am treating the non-Muslims. Unless Muslims start thinking this way, they will never have a healthy relationship with the non-Muslims. 7.4 The collective mental sickness of Muslim Ummah. According to Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 30, when many or most of the 7 deadly sins are present in an individual, that person is diagnosed with a narcissistic personality disorder. In Muslim mindset, all the 7 deadly sins are prominently present. It means the whole Muslim Ummah is suffering from mass narcissism, a collective mental sickness. This is the only explanation for the madness of the Muslims all over the world. Muslims live in a truly dysfunctional and sick society. A society which is composed of people with sick beliefs will be a sick society, as is the condition of Muslim society today. Muslims sincerely believe that only Islam is the true religion and rest all religions are false. And those with no religion whatsoever or atheists are even worse. But the fact says, almost all the terrorists are coming from this supposed to be true religion. All the major conflicts in the world are between Muslims and rest of the infidels. Not only this, there is Muslim violence against Muslims also. If we take a statistical average, Muslims as a group is 36 times more likely to resort to violence for conflict resolution than the rest of humanity. Sina, 2008, p. 3. Everywhere the Muslim character is same, in Iraq, Sudan, Somalia, Afghanistan, Kashmir, Algeria, Iran, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia, and Nigeria, Uzbekistan, Palestine, Morocco, Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, practically every corner of the world where Muslims have settled. In this respect, a small quote from Sina, 2008, p. 3. Why? What makes sane people commit such evil? Why are Muslims, as a lot, so angry with others, so at war with the world that they are often quick to resort to violence? Millions of Muslims riot, protest, and kill completely innocent people anytime, anywhere, when someone says something about Muhammad. This kind of behavior is not rational. Yet the perpetrators are completely sane people. How can we explain this paradox? The answer is that the Muslims are the products of a sick society. Muhammad's narcissism works on them like an evil curse. The Islamization of the Muslim mind starts from the birth and continues throughout his/her life. It is the most extensive brainwashing process a human can ever be subjected to. After birth, an adult holds the newborn and recites the azan, the call for prayers, directly into ears of the baby. This way, the child hears the blessed names of Allah and Muhammad before he hears anything else. As the child grows up, he reads and hears more about Quran. He sees people performing prayers and walls are decorated with posters of Arabic calligraphy of some Quranic verses. He also hears the azan repeated 5 times a day in every mosque in the area. The call for prayers soon becomes the most frequently heard sound by them. In the process of growing, his ears soon gets used to hearing the endless recitations of the Quran that go on almost continuously. If the child goes to madrasa, Islamic school, further indoctrination continues. The fear of Allah, the hate of Muhammad towards infidels, Muslims are best of people, Q. 3.110, and unbelievers are vilest of created beings, Q. 98.6, paradise and hellfire etc., are systematically programmed in him. This is coupled with illogical thoughts and twisted logic to make the child to believe that Muhammad is the best man Allah ever created, or will ever create to the end of time, and Allah, like the big brother, is watching every Muslim and he should behave strictly according to Allah's will. The fear factor starts working and soon the innocent mind of the child gets the message that there is something very special about the Quran, which he is destined to read hundreds of times without ever understanding it, and except Muhammad, no one should be taken as guidance. For this, if necessary, the madrasa teacher even punishes him both mentally and physically. Muhammad recommended thrashing the child for not performing prayer. The Apostle of Allah said, "Command your children to pray when they become 7 years old, and beat them for it, prayer, when they become 10 years old, and arrange their beds, to sleep, separately." Sunan Abu Dawud, 2495. Soon the child gives up and forces to convince himself about the authenticity of Islamic doctrines. But once he convinces himself, he becomes deluded. His mind and senses are crippled and Muhammad's mental illness is implanted in his mind. When the child grows up and becomes an adult, he continues the same brainwashing process to his children and grandchildren. When this cycle continues for few generations, the whole society becomes mentally sick. With the inheritance of Muhammad's narcissism, the child fails in his reality test, the ability to distinguish the actual from the imagined. Neither he can confront the truth nor can he admit it even to himself. His sick mind fervently believes in Muhammad's infallibility, brilliance, heroism, and perfection. Slowly, Muhammad becomes his drug, his addiction. Without Muhammad, it is a world of black and white. With Muhammad it is a colorful show complete with drama, thrills and fun and full of excitement. Now he is fully within the grip of Islam. He is in a mental prison. He simply cannot dare to cross the narrow limits specified by Quran and a Hadith. Now he can see things only through the eyes of Muhammad. This will continue for throughout his life. Let's read 4 well-known and self-explanatory quotes. However pure Gandhi's character may be, he must appear to me from the point of view of religion inferior to any Mussalman, even though he is without character. Yes, according to my religion and creed, I hold an adulterous and a fallen Mussalman to be better than Mr. Gandhi, Muhammad Ali, the Caliphate leader and a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi, cited Rulhan, 1998, p.221. Our Prophet, peace be upon him, gave to humanity a charter of human rights 14 centuries ago. Muhammad Anwar in World Muslim Conference, 2004. One of the most noticeable things about the Prophet Muhammad as described by the Quran that he spoke of mercy for humankind. Muhammad Ahmadullah Siddiqui, the founder of Students' Islamic Movement of India after 2006 Mumbai bombing, cited Spencer, 2006, p. 183. Don't forget that killing unbelievers is also a form of mercy. Ayatollah Khomeini, cited Bjorgo, 2005, p. 58. All the above 4 speakers are looking at the outside world through the eyes of Muhammad. They simply don't realize how illogical their remarks are. This happened because they have lost their capacity to distinguish between reality and delusion. They are codependent on Muhammad. In the study of psychology, this is called inverted narcissism or covert narcissism or codependency or narcissists' magnets. Vanin uses the term self-effacing and inverted narcissism. While talking about the codependent narcissist relationship, Vanin, cited Sina, 2008, p. 76, wrote, "The inverted narcissist can only truly feel anything when he is in relationship with another narcissist. The inverted narcissist is conditioned and programmed from the very beginning to be the perfect companion to the narcissist, to feed their ego, to be purely their extension, to seek only praise and adulation if it brings greater praise and adulation to the narcissist. The inverted narcissist makes excuses for his dependency on the narcissist and fills in for him as necessary." Rappaport, 2009, wrote, "The narcissist is on stage, performing, and needing attention, appreciation, support, praise, reassurance, and encouragement, and the co-narcissist's inverted narcissist role is to provide these things. The co-narcissist serves as the audience." The above explains two things. First, why throughout the world, Muslims' attitude towards others is identical. Second, why Muhammad had become their addiction. The answer for both the questions is same. Muslims are suffering from inverted narcissism, and they are now dependent on Muhammad, and they are ready to give any excuse to remain with Muhammad. The inverted narcissists are typically insecure because they have not been valued for themselves, and have been valued by the narcissist only to the extent that they meet their narcissist's needs. They develop their self-concepts based on their narcissist's treatment of them and therefore often have highly inaccurate ideas about who they are. Vanin, 2003, wrote, "To qualify as an inverted narcissist, you must crave to be in a relationship with a narcissist, regardless of any abuse inflicted on you by him/her. You must actively seek relationships with narcissists and only with narcissists, no matter what your bitter and traumatic past experience has been. You must feel empty and unhappy in relationships with any other kind of person. Only then, and if you satisfy the other diagnostic criteria of a dependent personality disorder, can you be safely labeled an inverted narcissist. This is a narcissist who, in many respects, is the mirror image of the classical narcissist. This is why Muslims can neither confront the truth about Muhammad nor admit it to even themselves. With the Islamic indoctrination of a Muslim mind, which starts from the birth and continues throughout his life, he becomes an inverted narcissist of Muhammad. Now he depends on Muhammad for emotional gratification and the performance of his own false self in his daily function. Muslims are not only needy and submissive, but fear abandonment, cling and display immature behaviors in their effort to maintain the relationship with their prophet. Islam had made the Muslims' lives miserable, but no matter what abuse is inflicted upon them, they prefer to remain in the good book of Muhammad, or in other words, in Islam. Muslims are eager to become victims of Muhammad. Without Muhammad they feel empty and unhappy. Vanin continued. These inverted narcissists are self-effacing, sensitive, emotionally fragile, sometimes socially phobic. They derive all their self-esteem and sense of self-worth from the outside, others, are pathologically envious, a transformation of aggression, are likely to intermittently engage in aggressive/violent behaviors. The inverted narcissist is liable to react with rage whenever threatened, or when envious of other people's achievements, their ability to feel wholeness, happiness, rewards and successes, when her sense of self-worthlessness is diminished by a behavior, a comment, an event, when her lack of self-worth and voided self-esteem is threatened. Thus, this type of narcissist might surprisingly react violently or wrathfully to good things. Can we discover that the general Muslim attitudes are well reflected in the above quotes of Vanin? Is there any further explanation required to prove that Muslims are suffering from a personality disorder, and their personality had been occupied by Muhammad? The final outcome of this is that the Muslims have not been able to develop healthy means of self-expression and self-directedness. They are completely immersed in their own affairs with The total exclusion of others. They are unable to empathize with others' experience and insist that their opinions and values are right, and they have a tendency to be easily offended and take things personally. Vanin has some advices for the inverted narcissists, which are equally applicable to the Muslims. Finally, and most important of all for the inverted narcissist, get to know yourself. What are you getting from the relationship? Are you actually a masochist? Why is this relationship attractive and interesting? Define for yourself what good and beneficial things you believe you are receiving in this relationship. Define the things that you find harmful to you. Develop strategies to minimize the harm to yourself. Masochism means the deriving of sexual gratification, or the tendency to derive sexual gratification, from being physically or emotionally abused, the deriving of pleasure, or the tendency to derive pleasure, from being humiliated or mistreated, by another, or a willingness or tendency to subject oneself to unpleasant or trying experiences. Author. When there is a lack of logical thinking, the person cannot distinguish between falsehood and truth. Since truth cannot be changed, Muslims have to change their mindset to remain in the logic-tight compartment of Islam. In this situation, lying becomes a second nature and the false ego soon takes over. He makes himself what he wants to be and not what he actually is. Hence a typical Muslim mindset is: I do not seek to understand in order to believe. I believe in order to understand. We should not aim to understand what we have believed after we are confirmed of our Islamic faith. Durant, 1950 p. 932, with slight modification by present author. With above mindset, Muslims' mind cannot think anything beyond Allah, Quran, and Muhammad. They live in a constant dream-like state. Hassan al-Banna, founder of Muslim Brotherhood, wrote in The Message of the Teachings, cited Hussein, 2007, p. 52. Allah is our goal, the Prophet Muhammad is our leader, the Quran is our constitution, jihad is our way, and death in the way of Allah is our promised end. In this situation, even if he spends his entire life studying Quran, Ahadith, and Muhammad's biography, he will never detect a single error in the Quran, though he will easily find similar type of error in other scriptures. He will never notice that Muhammad was a criminal, a liar, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a mass murderer and a ruthless tyrant, though minor character flaws of some Catholic priests and their sex scandals will never go unnoticed. Even if the contradictions of Quran or Muhammad's flawed character is pointed out, his sick mind will try to camouflage them. All the contradictions and errors will appear as clear proofs of its divinity. They will deceive themselves into believing that non-Muslims either know that Islam is truth and reject it out of pure unreasonableness, or else are simply ignorant of it. Squan, 1980, p. 56. This is how Muslim minds are groomed to become lifelong zombies that they can't apply minimum logic and reason to discover the true nature of Islam. Their definitions of good and bad, right and wrong, and logical and illogical are reversed. In extreme cases, Islam sucks away the brain of the Muslims. Two best examples are the famous flat earth and earth is motionless and sun revolves around the earth fatwas from Ibn Baz, a noted Islamic scholar from Saudi Arabia, and another one is Muslim woman to breastfeed her male colleague fatwa by Dr. Izzat Adia, the head of the Department of Hadith in Al-Azhar, DAS, 2008. We have seen the crippled thought patterns of Muslims in several instances. Since they cannot argue with reason, Islam cannot survive if argued with reason, they resort to pathological lying or narcissistic rage. We often hear two such arguments from them, the language argument and the out-of-context argument. Warwick, 2003, p. 400-4. When the Quranic contradictions or absurdities or the violent verses are pointed out, Muslims will ask aggressively, "Do you know Arabic?" Then they tell triumphantly, "You have to read it in original Arabic to understand it fully," or, "These are not there in original Arabic Quran." With this the Western critics are generally taken aback. Now the question is, how many Muslims have read the Quran in original Arabic? Since the majority of the Muslims are not Arabs, they have to rely on translations. Moreover, the freethinkers and critics do not need to know Arabic, all they need is a critical sense, critical thought, skepticism, and clarity of thought. The language of Quran is a form of classical Arabic which is totally different from the spoken Arabic of today. So, even Muslim Arabs have to rely on translations to understand their holy text. Also, when the Muslims criticize Bible and other holy texts of Christianity, how many of them know a word of Hebrew, Aramaic, or Greek? When they criticize the holy scriptures of Hinduism, how many of them know Sanskrit? Muslims don't understand that their flawed logic to defend Islam's foolishness goes against them. The Quran is indeed a confused text which confuses everyone, either he knows Arabic or not. The second argument is, you have quoted out of context. This out of context argument is an old, standby argument of crooked and lying politicians. It has two parts, historical context and textual context. Historical context is out of question because Quran is supposed to be the eternal words of Allah and its truth and validity must not be limited to a certain period of time. The remaining is textual context. Though Muslims try to silence the critics by the out of context argument, but actually the Muslims themselves quote the verses out of context to deceive the critics. No doubt there are some peaceful verses in Quran which were revealed in Mecca. They want to prove that Islam is a beautiful religion by quoting these verses. But all these peaceful verses were abrogated by the violent verses of the 9th surah because these were revealed later in Muhammad's prophetic career. In fact, most Muslim authorities agree that the 9th surah was the very last section of the Quran revealed to Muhammad. Many Islamic theologians assert that the verse of sword, Quran 9.5, abrogates as many as 124 more peaceful and tolerant verses of the Quran. Spencer, 2007, p. 78. Surah 9 is the only one of the Quran's 114 chapters that does not begin with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. It is because, Muhammad not only didn't recite the Bismillah himself, but commanded that it not be recited at the beginning of the surah. The Tafsir al-Jalalain explains Muhammad's command by saying that the Bismillah is security, and Surah 9 was sent down when security was removed by the sword. Ali ibn Abi Talib agrees, saying that the Bismillah conveys security while the surah was sent down with the sword. That is why it does not begin with security. So, the tolerant verses are practically meaningless. The second proof is that the Sharia law does not take into account the peaceful verses because these are abrogated. Like a narcissist tries to fool the victims with his delusional thoughts, the Muslims try to fool the non-Muslims with their twisted logic and pathological lying. They repeat the same lies again and again thinking that it will become true if often repeated. Islam is a peaceful religion is a lie which is as old as the birth of Islam. Long history of lying has caused the Muslims to believe their own lies. This is narcissistic sickness of Muslims. When a narcissist tells a lie, he is the first person to believe his own lie. Though it looks contradictory, but narcissists are self-delusional. Deep inside, they are capable of distinguishing between a truth and a lie. Muslims distort the meaning of the Quranic verses as per their needs and they are well aware of it. As example, though Allah allowed Muslims to marry maximum 4 wives but many Arab kings, noblemen, and oil-rich sheikhs have a large collection of wives. As example, King Abd al-Aziz had 300 wives, Pipes, 1983, p. 180. How they managed to have so many wives, when only 4 are sanctioned to each of them? It is very simple, only a little manipulation is required. Allah said in the Quran, 4:3, marry what seems good to you of women, by 2s, 3s, or 4s. This statement was interpreted in different ways by different Quranic scholars. One scholar added 2, 3, and 4 and got 9 wives. Another got a total of 18 wives by doubling 2, 3, and 4 and added the results. Early, 1997, p. 666. Since in a Muslim society there is no shortage of Quranic scholars, there are many interpretations when fat incentives are given. Secondly, reinterpretation of Quranic verses is officially allowed. Sheikh Yosef al-Qaradawi, the most famous Muslim scholar in the Arab world, appeared on Al Jazeera's weekly program Sharia and Life, to discuss issues related to Islam and answer some of the questions put to him, through phone calls. On February 22, 2009, he rejected the evolution theory, because the Quran says otherwise, but he reassured his audience that Muslims do not need to worry about the evolution theory as long as it remains a theory, only if it becomes a recognized scientific fact that the Muslim scholars would reinterpret the relevant verses in the Quran to bring them in line with proven scientific facts. Soleh, 2009. Muslims claim that Quran is divine, but shamelessly reinterpret the Quran by twisting the language and changing the meanings of the words or even introducing completely new meanings. Their logic is simple: the Quran is correct even when it is wrong. This is narcissistic distortion of reality. Islam seeks power, promotes hate and domination in the name of an imaginary God. Like a complete mockery of the popular saying charity begins at home, Muslims' hate and domination starts with their own women and children, and their charity goes for promoting Islam by terrorism or missionary work. It is such a sick society, where parents celebrate publicly if their child had successfully killed himself in a suicide mission along with many other innocent victims. Often the death celebration is like a wedding ceremony, where hundreds of friends and neighbors flock to the home and parents of the deceased child distribute sweets with broad smile on their faces. The neighbors and friends congratulate the joyful parents on the death of their child. Often the mother will ululate in joy over the death of her child. Hassan, 2001, p. 8, Farmer, 2007, p. 56. Parents and siblings often speak of their pride and honored by the society. As example, Nidal, a Muslim mother whose only claim to fame was that she proudly sent 3 of her sons to die for Allah in terrorist attacks against Israeli targets. Nidal is reported, Spencer, 2005, p. 102, to have said, "Because I love my son, I encouraged him to die a martyr's death for the sake of Allah. Jihad is a religious obligation incumbent upon us, and we must carry it out." And elsewhere, "I prayed from the depths of my heart that Allah would cause the success of his operation. I encouraged all my sons to die a martyr's death, and I wish this even for myself." When the operation was over, the media broadcast the news and Nidal was informed of her son's death. She began to cry. Tears of joy rolled down from her eyes on her son's death. Memory, 2002. In one Islamic school, the words to a children's song go, "How pleasant is the smell of martyrs, how pleasant is the smell of land, the land enriched by the blood pouring out of a fresh body." Pipes, 2001. In Islam we can see a totally different kind of parenthood which upsets the civilized people. In non-Muslim society, death celebration of own children is even reprehensible to think, because our society consists of highly protective child-centered households. To find the root cause of Muslims' death celebrations we must look at Hurd's and Durkheim's sociological theory. Hurd, 1986, p. 202, agreed that there is a wide variety of ways of treating children in a society, ranging from neglect and selective infanticide in some societies, to the highly protective, child-centered households of modern Western societies. Though there is a physical dependence between a mother and her offspring, but according to Hurd, material behavior is largely learned from the customs, values, and beliefs of the society. As this differs, the relations between mother and child also changes. It means, the customs, beliefs, and ethical values of the Muslim society have a deep impact on how they treat their children. Now let us look at Durkheim's theory of social integration for further analysis of the matter. But before we proceed further we should understand what actually social integration means and why it is important. Social integration is the nature of social links which attach individuals to social groups outside themselves. We are social animals and hence, without social integration we cannot survive. According to Durkheim, 1897, p. 209, the 3 groups that have the qualities of social integration are the family group, the religious group, and the political or national group. Out of the above three groups, family is the basic unit of society and the most important primary group to mankind. Jairam and Saberwal, 1996, p. 29. It is also the strongest one amongst all the above three groups. The second is religious group. Durkheim's take on religion and its origins was social, rather than divine. He explained, cited Slutsky, 2006, p. 21, religion as a structure that served the needs of society and thus the needs of people. According to Durkheim, religion is a reflection of the social order, and religious practices reinforce societal values. Religions serve as parts of an integrated whole to support each other, thereby strengthening the structure of society. Though the word family has its origin in a Latin word which could be roughly equated a domestic group, but for sociological purposes, family and domestic groups are sharply distinguished. A domestic group may be made of individuals between no kinship ties exist, but in a family the members are either related by biological or legal kinship or lawful sexual intercourse. Seals, 1968 p. 302. In a family, each member is expected to play a certain role which might change according to age. Here each member has some expectations from other members and from the family as a whole. Also the family itself has some expectations from each member. When everyone is playing their roles and all these expectations are fulfilled to a reasonable extent, the members are happy, and this is what we call a happy family, which is basic minimum requirement for a healthy society. In healthy society we cannot see any religious fanaticism. Now, let us look at Muslim societies. Throughout the history of Islam, Muslim families are often unhealthy and unhappy due to several reasons. There is lack of education, poor work ethics, polygamy, concubinage, lack of finance, orthodox superstitious beliefs, domestic violence, large families, slavery of womenfolks, child marriage, monotonous daily rituals etc., make those families backward, unproductive and unhealthy. Since a family is the basic unit of society, hence conflict within the family has far-reaching consequences for the wider social fabric. A Muslim family is dominated by male authority, which is prescribed and supported by Sharia law. It really developed a device where a family is under the private ownership of property of a male member. Even a modern individual Muslim family is founded on the open or concealed domestic slavery of the wife. An educated Muslim wife is nothing but a darling little slave, and the married status permits the man to benefit from the fruits of woman's work. In addition to the above, often coercion is used as an instrument of resolution of differences. Domestic violence, either psychological or physical, remains a method of resolving husband-wife differences. Jairam and Saberwal, 1996, p. 101. In a Muslim family, domestic violence is always directed against women. Sadly, not only by the husband, as prescribed in Quran 434, but by the son also. As example, we look at the poor Bangladeshi families. In Bangladeshi Muslim families, the wife is not allowed to eat unless her husband and son had full stomach food. If there is no food left, the wife does not eat. If there is not enough food, the woman is beaten up by her husband and even by her son. Allen and Thomas, 2000 p. 69. Similarly, a report, cited Goodwin, 1994, p. 44, concerning the status of women in Pakistan concluded, the average woman is born into near slavery, leads a life of drudgery, and dies invariably in oblivion. The wife and mother definitely deserve a better respect. Since the family group is at complete chaos, Muslims tend to be overabsorbed into the web of religious society. This way they come to the stronghold of Islam, or more precisely, strong narcissistic grip of Muhammad. The Sharia law is the only guidance for them from cradle to grave, and through Sharia law Muhammad commands them from his grave in Allah's name. It is like a mental slavery. Under Islam, the life of a Muslim is same as that of a prisoner. Islam had made Muslims' life so wretched that sometimes death becomes a blessed escape from Allah's prison. Under Sharia law, the individual Muslim ego is overwhelmed by the religious ego and own individual expression are not permitted. Muslims live in such a close proximity of one another that their social customs and beliefs tend to be unified. When there is an overindulgence in religious beliefs, of any religion, the individual either becomes a saint or a Satan. Since Muhammad was a criminal and terrorist, crime and terrorism is more in Islamic society than any other society. Pilon, cited Kopi and Cohen, 1994 PV, wrote, "Civilized life depends upon the success of reason in social intercourse, the prevalence of logic over violence in interpersonal conflict. We cannot see any success of reason because Muslims are mentally sick. Had we seen any success of reason in Muhammad and his early companions? They had resorted to violence even for a small conflict resolution. A narcissist must appear flawless and always correct. To appear to have a fault would be unacceptable to his self-image. At any cost he cannot exhibit any weakness. That's why they find criticism highly upsetting. A narcissist cares for no one but himself. For Muslims, everything is about this grandiose self-image. Their society is shame-based society. Western societies are guilt-based society. In guilt-based society children are taught to act rightly, but in shame-based society children are taught to act honorably, and if they don't, feelings of shame are the proper response. There is no guilt in Muslims but a huge amount of shame. Shame and honor are positions in society, just as being right, and justified, is a position in the Western culture. Muslims live in a worldview where the predominant paradigm is shame versus honor. If the young people of Muslim society act shamefully, then the family or tribe will react against them. Shameful deeds are either covered up, and if they can't be covered up, they are revenged. In shame-based cultures it is only self-image that matters. Hence sometimes it becomes necessary to distort the reality in order to protect the self-image, which is not present in guilt-based cultures. In Islamic society, a girl who does not want to enter into an arranged marriage, or wants divorce from an abusive husband, or merely talks with a person who is not her relative, etc., is being killed in the name of removing the imputed stain on the family to protect the self-image. These allegations do not need to have any legal basis, rather they are based on rumors and gossips. Similarly, a rape victim brings shame to the family. The only way to remove this shame is to kill her. Islamic logic is very simple: the honor is restored only when there is absence of shame. Hence it is the rape victim who is to be blamed and punished, not the rapist. But these are the rules of the jungle. There is no law in the civilized society which prohibits a woman to enter into a marriage of her own choice or to get a divorce from an abusive husband. It is not illegal for a woman if she communicates with a man who is not her relative. Most importantly, there is no law in a civilized society which criminalizes and gives death sentence to a rape victim. But in spite of this, all these obligations are imposed by the Muslim society and are being rigidly followed by them. What is moral according to the law of the civilization is made punishable in Islam by the name of Allah. The God of Islam does not recognize that every individual has an integral right to life, which is something more than a life of mere animal existence, which must be a life of worthy living. In these days of scientific enlightenment, the integrity and status of an individual cannot be diminished. It would be wrong to think that all shame-based societies behave in this way. Japan, Thailand, and some other non-Muslim Asian nations have shame-based culture, but their societies don't support honor killing or any types of women oppression. How can we explain this? Shame is so intolerable for Muslim society that they have to bypass it at any cost. For this, if necessary, they will distort the reality to preserve their narcissistic self-image. To achieve this, the Muslim society has developed a protective barrier of emotionless narcissistic denial. This sick society has convinced the members that it is the rape victim who is to be blamed rather than the rapist. From behind this narcissistic protective barrier, brothers can kill sisters, cousins can kill cousins, fathers can kill daughters, mother can kill sons, and even a son can kill his mother without any remorse. So, instead of saying honor killing is a sick practice, we rather say the whole society is sick. This will address the problem better. In Muslim countries, women have to hide behind closed doors and black veils. The shame-based society leaves them no option. In Islam, women have no mind, only the meat of her body is halal for man to enjoy. Nasreen, 2007, p.62, lamented. My mother used purdah. She wore a burqa, the black veil with a net cover in front of the face. It reminded me of the meat safes in my grandmother's house. One had a net door made of cloth, the other of metal. But the objective was same, keeping the meat safe. Burqa system is completely a religious matter in Muslim society. In no other shame-based society black veils are used, and the guilt-based societies cannot even think of it. Muslim society suffers from huge abnormal shame. Darkness around covering the head means covering her brain. This sick idea of burqa originated from Muhammad's and Allah's sick mind. Allah wrote in the Quran, "O Prophet, tell your wives, your daughters, and the believing women to draw their veils close to them, so it is likelier they will be known, and not hurt." Q. 33.59. Awra, which came from the Arabic word Aurat in Urdu, women are called. The Arabic word refers to the genitals of a woman's body, in a simple and straightforward word, which is called the vagina. It means, the entire body of a Muslim woman is a huge walking vagina and nothing else. Warraq, 1995 p. 316. Is an Arabic word whose literal meaning is penetration. Muslim marriage, nikah. Kalayabai, 2002, Warraq, 1995. It can be pronounced as nak, which again means the ara, the giant vagina, i.e., the entire body of a Muslim woman. When the word nikah is used to mean marriage, the actual meaning is not marriage but literally sexual penetration. In sum, according to Muslims, women are sex objects. Muslims' attitude towards sex is almost same as that of an animal. Marriage is never a sacrament with him, it is openly a commercial transaction. It never occurs to him to be ashamed that he treats women as prostitutes or animals, he would rather be ashamed of the opposite. Muhammad was guilty of every sex crime known to man, so are the Muslims. The divine law of Allah, Sharia, does not recognize forced sex on women after marriage. There is nothing called marital rape. The wife is a legal sex slave of the man, often next to 3 other equally helpless wives. In prostitution, a customer does not need to bother about the sexual gratification of the prostitute. Similarly, the sexual desires and preferences of the women are not recognized in Islam. Marital rape incidents are too high in Bangladesh, as Azad, 1995, p. 240, lamented. For a woman, the first night after marriage is the night of forcible sex. In Bangladesh, the number of marital rape incidents is several times higher than any other rapes. Elsewhere, Azad, 1995, p. 248, again lamented. Here Bangladesh, there are single rapes and multiple rapes. Here, father rapes daughter, son-in-law rapes mother-in-law, top executive rapes sweeper of his office, teacher rapes girl student, imam rapes the kindergarten girl, brother-in-law rapes the sister-in-law, father-in-law rapes daughter-in-law. Original in Bengali, translated by author. For Muhammad, sex was a narcissistic expression of power, emotional and physical. Similarly, conquest of the body of a helpless woman is a status symbol for Muslims. This is the proof of his virility. Like Muhammad, Muslims show a disturbing lack of conscience while treating women. The cruel activities against women allow the Muslims to express their narcissism through the conquered women and to transform them into instruments at the service of his narcissism. In Muslim society, there cannot be a meaningful family life. The whole society hates women virulently, passionately, and uncompromisingly, and this narcissistic irrational hate is original and inherent. Polygamy is allowed in Quran, 4:3. A Muslim can take maximum 4 wives a time. Mirza Aziz, Airoli, 1997 p. 666, had a brilliant explanation as to why a man needed 4 wives. A man must marry one woman of Hindustan to rear up children, one wife from Khorasan to do the household work, one woman from Iran to keep company and talk. And the fourth? Why? One woman from Transoxiana to whip the other 3 and keep peace. The laxity in the number of wives and concubines, and freedom of men to marry and remarry, marriage within close relatives etc., often make Muslim families to proliferate confusingly. So, when little Munawar Ali goes to madrasa for Islamic education, his best identity is, he is one of the 20 children by one of the 13 wives of Sheikh Abdullah Ali. Large family is one of the reasons for which bulk of the Muslims are poor. In Islam, even the breast milk of a woman does not belong to her and the husband has the lawful right on it. If the adult husband forcefully drinks the milk of his wife under Sharia law, the milk is treated as a food and not as foster milk. According to Malik's Muwatta, 30.1.11, suckling, after the first 2 years, little or much, it does not make anything haram. It is like food. As per another hadith from Malik's Muwatta, 30.2.14, a Muslim man is divinely allowed to drink his wife's milk, or, multiple wives' milk on choice and test, regularly and still can remain her sex partner. This is the height of stupidity in Allah's divine law. Any sane person will die in shame, but for Muslims it makes no difference. A society which cannot value women is a sick society. Some intellectual Muslims shed endless crocodile tears to try to fool the civilized world saying that in Islam, women are treated like queen. But these are all narcissistic pathological lying. Their emotions are mimicry and pretense. Deep inside, the whole Muslim society is hateful towards women. Like the narcissists, they will never recognize that a woman is also a human being, she has her right to life, right to make her own choice. The whole Muslim society is overly handicapped by superstition. Superstition generates fear and destroys logical faculty. Fear is a great motivating force in Islam. Every Muslim lives in a constant fear of Allah's wrath, something like a supernatural alien world, and the big brother Allah is always watching them. In this supernatural world, jinns and angels roam freely and devils constantly in lookout for victims. In this sick society of Muslims, the mullahs and maulanas thrive in power. Muslims are anxious not to commit any sin in their journey to a promised paradise, and mullahs and maulanas grab these opportunities. After Rushdie incident, issuing fatwa became a very popular topic amongst these clerics. In the Kangaroo Court of Islam, many funny fatwas are issued. Few examples: Bamik, 2005, pages 18 to 22, are as follows. Q. If while breaking wind it does not smell or sound, does it still break the wazu, cleaning before prayers? A. If you are sure you broke the wind and you are not under a false illusion and are not physically challenged, then you should do the wazu again. Q. What is the punishment for a man who tells his wife that having sex with her is like having sex with his mother? A. There is no punishment for what a man says in private to his wife. Q. If a chicken defecates in my well, has it become impure? How do I purify my well? A. Throw out 110 buckets of water from your well. Then it will be purified and the water can be used for wazu. Q. Will Allah accept my prayer if I pass wind during my namaz? A. Only if you have kept the wind within you and restrained from releasing it are your prayers valid. If not, you should say your prayers again. The above comical fatwas indicate the superstitious thinking of the Muslims. In every religion there is some superstition, but in Islam, every act of faith is no more than mere superstition. Then logically we can dismiss the entire religion as mere superstition. Muslim minds are enslaved by superstitions which the mullahs and maulanas promote for their own benefit. A Muslim can live his whole life without meeting an alternative view because, literally, Quran had been pounded in their brain from birth. In 1979, when mullahs and ayatollahs ousted Shah and established Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini dusted down a number of Quranic verses, in particular the verses concerning sexual behaviors. On their basis, Khomeini compiled a set of rules and named it Blue Book. Parts of the Blue Book were published by an Italian magazine under the playful title The Ten Commandments. Some gems and jewels of this book, cited Felici, 2006, p. 211-3, are described below. 1. Marriage with one's own sister, one's own mother or one's own mother-in-law is a sin. 2. If a woman has carnal relations with her future husband, after marrying her the husband has right to demand the annulment of the marriage. 3. A man who has had sexual relations with his own aunt cannot marry her daughter, i.e., his cousin. 4. If a father has 3 daughters and wants to give one of them in marriage, at the wedding ceremony he must specify which daughter he is giving. 5. If a man marries a minor who has not reached the age of 9 and if during the defloration he immediately breaks the hymen he cannot enjoy her any longer. 6. If a widowed or repudiated wife has not reached the age of 9, she may remarry soon after the widowhood or the repudiation without waiting for prescribed 4 months and 10 days. 7. If a wife does not obey her husband and is not always available for his pleasure, if under some pretext she does not give him joy, the husband must not give her food or clothing or lodging. 8. The mother and the daughter and the sister of a man who has had anal relations with another man may not marry the latter. But if the latter has had or is having anal relations with an acquired relative, the marriage remains valid. What kind of sick society is this, where a man should be specifically told that he should not marry his own sister, or own mother, or own mother-in-law? Don't these clerics have something better to do? Is there no ethic value in Muslim society as such restrictions are needed to be imposed by law? What type of filthy society Muslims live in, where a teenage girl of less than 9 years is expected to become widow? This is all descriptive of a very sick society. There is no such thing as human rights or democracy. Factors like justice, rejuvenation, education, and enlightenment, which determine the conditions of human societies, are miserably lacking. At the same time, fundamentalism, extremism, fanaticism, and terrorism are fast increasing. Cultural, racial, religious, and author prejudices are rapidly creeping into the Muslim Ummah as factors and forces for its disintegration and deterioration. The whole society is stagnated and rotten and completely apathetic to any kind of positive development. Fearful of change which might be the antidote to their illness, the Muslims march ever more rigidly into the past. The whole Muslim society is stinking like a gutter. This society is completely devoid of spirituality. The real God of humankind is too great, and this Almighty God has nothing to do with Allah, Quran, Muhammad, and Islam altogether. Muslim Ummah can neither be reformed nor rescued from the doldrums of slumber, bondagi, and decadence. Its collapse is imminent and not far away. It is dying like a rabid dog. In its last days it can only inflict death to everyone and everything that comes within bidding range. 7.5 The causes of decadence of Muslim Ummah. Source: see Chasing a Mirage, the tragic illusion of an Islamic State by Tarek Fada. The mass narcissism of Muslim Ummah is solely responsible for its decadence. Because of the collective mental illness of the Muslims, their society is very unproductive and uncreative. The more Islamic the nation is, the more is its backwardness. There is no democracy, no scientific development, no encouragement of free thinking, no technology, only great emphasis had been given upon memorizing the Quran, obeying Allah's Sharia law and following the Holy Prophet Muhammad. This is what makes Muslim society a post-oriented and conservative culture, whereas the non-Muslim world is future-oriented, constructive, open, and developing. Undoubtedly, creativity is the most important human resource of all, because it removes stagnation. Without creativity, there would be no progress, and society would be forever repeating the same patterns. A creative mind discovers new ideas or concepts, or new associations of the existing ideas or concepts. From a social and scientific point of view, the products of creative thought, also called divergent thought, are usually considered to have both originality and appropriateness. It is creativity and talent which can transform every blade of grass into a wonder of life. A creative society focuses on humans' ability to grow and learn, human resources and values, originality, learning ability, other societies as a valuable source of ideas, and encourages its individuals to use technology to do totally new things and build a knowledge economy based on ideas, creativity and other human resources on the foundation of the standardized industrial economy of physical resources. But in Islam everything is inshallah. Except few, there is no consciousness either individually or collectively. They of course feel the shame for their failed condition, but they have also learned the skill of bypassing it. They simply put the blame on the infidel world for their low state in every field of human endeavor and hopes that one day Allah will give them success and they will rule over the entire world. Masterson, 1990, p. 18, wrote. They the narcissists blame life rather than their own problems and withdraw into a shell where they can avoid the real problems, remain passive in the face of the challenges, and deny the real mess they have made in their lives. A problem does not disappear just by ignoring it. Allah is not a magic rescuer who will come to solve it. Muslims have tremendous hate for Western world, but oddly, they cannot avoid contact with them. As example, for last 7 decades, generation after generation, Saudi children have grown up being told at the school by Wahhabi-inspired teachers that the West is the source of all evil, but at the same time they also have been forced to accept, without question, that the very existence of the kingdom's ruling elite and the development of its infrastructure is entirely dependent on the intimate cooperation with the West. Braidley, 2005, p. 90. The Muslim world is in every respect dependent on West for technology, modern education, industry, medicine, even for military equipment to attack the infidels. The rich mullahs curse venomously the Western culture, and the way the Muslim world is being corrupted by the Western civilization and lifestyle, but send their children to study at Western universities. As example, Al-Banna, founder of Muslim Brotherhood, encouraged martyrdom in the name of Allah, but his son lived in the comfort of Switzerland. Hussein, 2007, p. 52. The hypocrisy of the mullahs is really amazing, but we should not forget the fact that the narcissists blame the external world for their mishap. Vannon, 1999, p. 49. Some narcissists are no doubt creative, but it is very rare. The successful narcissists are not successful because of their honesty, patience, and perseverance, but because they can successfully manipulate the right person to serve his own interest. A false self may claim to be anything, but deep down it is false. Any creative endeavor, as example, writing a book or play, or any constructive project, brings anxiety. This may lead to various symptoms such as sleeplessness, irritability, or inability to concentrate. Such symptoms are normal reactions to our fear of embarking to the unknown. Masterson, 1990, p. 229. The normal healthy person knows that these syndromes would vanish by the very act of completing the project, and hence he persists through the anxieties. But for a person with false self, these anxieties lead to defensive patterns. As Masterson, 1990, p. 17, wrote, a false self will neither test nor experiment. It is a defense against experimenting. The narcissist's fear of defeat, fear from being successful, makes him nervous. At any cost he should prove that he is flawless. He is totally rigid and one-track minded. He will never admit his ignorance in any field. Vannon, 1999, p. 190. He cares only about his appearances. His false self is covered with fantasies of perfection, grandeur, brilliance, infallibility, immunity, significance, but deep inside he is a fake. Reality is, naturally, quite different from his fantasies. Now, we should try to understand how such a person can be creative. In any creative endeavor, there is always a chance of failure. Every creative personality believes that failure is the pillar of success. We learn from our mistake and progress further based on that learning because we know that we are not flawless. Anyone who studies science does not become a scientist like Einstein at the end. But it does not mean that we should not study science. This is what the false self of a narcissist cannot understand. So unless the real self is activated, we cannot see any creativity. As Masterson, 1990, p. 229-30, wrote, "It is in creative acts, from artistic masterpieces to everyday innovation and problem solving, that the real self is most active. It is the real self that enables us to experiment at work." Masterson commented that psychotherapeutic techniques are used to overcome the conflicts and inhibitions that have diminished the lives of those individuals who have severely impaired real selves. The only purpose of these techniques is to make them more productive and creative. When the Muslims look at the prosperity of Western world and look at their pitiable condition, they are ashamed. They need a way out. The best way out is to put all the blame on the infidels. For a narcissist this is easy. They know how to live in deception. Ever since the birth of Islam, the Muslims live in deception. At the beginning, Muhammad deceived them, then the early rulers of Islam deceived them, and finally Muslims have learned to deceive themselves. Today it had become a second nature to them. Creativity is a skill that should be developed. It is a natural potential which is incompatible with external and internal rewards or punishments. The Muslim society is so much superstitious that this natural potential of individual Muslims are subdued. It has disastrous consequences. As Shapiro and Purple, 2008, p. 430, wrote, "Whenever this creativity is impeded, the ultimate result is not simply the absence of creativity, but an actual positive presence of destructiveness." However, it would be wrong to think that Muslims' destructive tendency is completely a result of subdued creativity. Another important factor is abnormal hate. Muslims hate the Jews, Christians, atheists, idolaters, practically every non-Muslim. Then there is internal hate. Sunnis and Shia sects hate each other. The Ahmadiyyas are hated by both Sunnis and Shia sects. Kurds are hated by some other sects. There are hundreds of sects in Islam. There is tremendous hate and distrust amongst different sects. How do we explain this? This type of hate we cannot see in any culture. USA had nuked Japan in 1945, causing large numbers of deaths, and occupied their land for a long time. British occupied India, causing great suffering. During Nazi regime, the Germans had caused much destruction to other nations, but today hatred towards USA is not found in Japan. Hindus no more cherish any malice against the British, and Germans are not hated by those nations whom Nazis had attacked. Every culture had forgotten the past and now works together for a better future. Why Muslims are different? It is because Muhammad's narcissism works in the diseased minds of Muslims. The deep hatred originated from Muhammad. Since the members of Jewish faith are most vulnerable amongst all, we take the Jews as example to find out the actual reason of Muslims' hate towards Jews today and how it originated. Muhammad originally described himself as a Jew's prophet. To impress the Jews, he incorporated many aspects of Judaism within it, and accordingly Allah revealed many verses favorable to them. But when Muhammad demanded that the Jews abandon their own faith and convert to Islam, the Jews declined. With this Muhammad was furious to them, and this is the starting point of deep hatred and enmity. When the Jews rejected Muhammad, his false self felt deflected and his narcissistic balloon got punctured. So he strengthened his self-image by diminishing, humiliating, or degrading the Jews. Now the question is, by hating the Jews today, after several hundred of years of Muhammad's death, what Muslims are achieving? Today, Jews bashing is a political game played by many Muslim nations who have got nothing to do with Israel. Many state-controlled newspapers of Muslim nations are full of anti-Jews propaganda. So, this doubt needs to be clarified. Muhammad had invaded the personality of the Muslims and paralyzed their true selves. This evil prophet is still living through the lives of his followers. By occupying the Muslim minds, Muhammad made them compatible with his own disorder and secured their submission. After this he made them do what he always dreamt of doing, what he often desired, what he constantly feared of. He compelled them into collaborating in the expression of the repressed side of his personality. The whole Muslim Ummah is a narcissistic supply machine of Muhammad, and every individual Muslim is an essential part of it. With deep hatred in his heart, every Muslim, even today, is trying to reinflate Muhammad's false ego, his narcissistic balloon which was punctured by those early Jews. With every hateful activity directed towards the Jews, Muslims are still securing narcissistic supply sources to their profit. Muhammad is still consuming the narcissistic supply flowing through these human conduits of his own making. The intersect violence can be explained by Freud's theory narcissism of minor difference, Leon, 2006, p.11. Freud undertook a clinical study of group aggression and concluded that it is precisely the minor difference in people who are otherwise alike that form the basis of feelings of strangeness and hostility between them. Ignatieff, 1998 p. 48. This term describes the manner in which negative feelings of a group are sometimes directed at people who resemble them, while the group takes pride from the small differences that distinguish the group from the other. Intersect narcissistic hate is too much in Islam. Not surprising, most of the civil wars are waged amongst Muslims, and a majority of the world's refugees spill out from Islamic countries. From 1975 to 1990, the Lebanese civil war cost at least 150,000 lives. Most of them belonging to Palestinians, which is more than 10 times as many deaths as Israel has inflicted in 50 years of combat. Manji, 2004, p. 140. Narcissism of minor difference is not an individual behavior, rather it is implicated as a group behavior. This dynamic is the critical factor underpinning the Muslims' sudden outbreak of intersect violence, what we often see between Sunni, Shia, Ahmadiyya, Kurd, and amongst various other Muslim tribes in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq and elsewhere. The religious rituals of every sect have minor differences from other sects, and each sect believes that they are practicing the real Islam. As a result, these minor differences between sects are transformed to major conflict amongst them. It is narcissistic because narcissism implies a focus on the self and a disregard or devaluation for the circumstance, interests, and rights of others. Moreover, narcissism also asserts that outsiders have no understanding or place within the boundaries of one's own group. The common Muslim thinking, Ignatieff, 1998 p. 59, is like this: it is not the desire to be the master in your own house, but the conviction that only people like yourself deserve to be in the house. Practically every lunacy of Muslims can be explained from Muhammad's narcissistic point of view. Muhammad affected his victims by infiltrating their psyches and by penetrating their defenses. Like a fatal virus, the evil curse of Muhammad established a new genetic strain within the Muslims. Now the evil spirit of Muhammad echoes through them, talks through them, walks through them, hates through them. It is like the invasion of the body snatchers as we see in horror movies, and Muslims are not even aware of it. The subdued creativity and narcissistic hate are the two factors which make the Muslims so destructive and bloodthirsty. And the final result is the backwardness of Ummah. When members of Al-Qaeda, Islamic Jihad, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, and Hamas are asked why they were killing us, they said, Islam. We're following Muhammad's orders. Win, 2004 letter to the reader. This is how Muhammad and his creed are directly responsible for today's terrorist attacks. When Muhammad killed his opponents, he justified it by Allah's name. Allah made me victorious with terror. After September 11 attack, Osama bin Laden claimed that the terrorist attack was in defense of own people and was the will of Allah. Lashkar, 2008, p. 30. He called the Muslims to comply with God's order to kill the Americans and plunder their money, whenever and wherever they find them. Jorgo, 2005, p. 59. It is as if Osama is the new messenger of Allah, only relaying the commands of Allah which are justified with verses from the Quran. Both Muhammad's and Osama's distorted thinking pattern is mirrored in the following quote of Malik, 2008, p. 57. We see that, on all the occasions when God wishes to impose his will upon his enemies, he chooses to do so by casting terror into their hearts. Muhammad was a dictator. In the runner of 2004 American presidential election, a Muslim preacher invoked Muhammad to denounce democracy. Our prophet did not run for office in any election, he did not win any political debate. Instead he won the war against the infidel, cited Spencer, 2006, p. 188. In early 2002, the researchers in refugee camps in Afghanistan and Pakistan found half the girls were married by the age 13. In an Afghan refugee camp, more than 2 out of 3 second-grade girls were either married or engaged, and practically all the girls beyond second grade are already married. One 10-year girl was engaged to a man of 60. Ayatollah Khomeini married a 10-year-old girl when he was 28, Spencer, 2006, p. 171-2. Pedophilia in Islam started with Muhammad. A writer on British Muslim Forum declared, cited Spencer, 2006, p. 190, I am fed up with these dirty filthy Israeli dogs. May Allah curse them and destroy them all, and may they face the same fate as Banu Qurayza. Didn't Muhammad say, kill any Jews that fall into your hands? Like the above few, there are countless examples where Muslims all over the world see Muhammad as the personification of the qualities they are trying to copy. All the evils what we can see today are rooted in Muhammad. Muslims received their destructive mindset from Muhammad. As Voltaire, cited Dawkins, 2006 p. 306, wrote, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. But the irony is that still some apologists want us to believe that violence has no place in Islam and the terrorists have hijacked Islam. Muslims often take childlike pleasure glorifying the golden age of Islam. But this golden age of Islam is actually a myth. Muslim Ummah was equally backward society during those days as it is today. As Spencer, 2005, p. 91, reported, there is no historical proof to support the idea that Islam inspired a culture which outstripped others. Tisdall has the same view. As he wrote, 2005. p. 91, no great civilization, no scientist of note, no renowned school of philosophy, has ever arisen on purely Mohammedan ground. He believed that even several Muslim scholars had accepted this fact. Islam never encouraged scientific knowledge. The only knowledge it accepts is Quranic knowledge. Diderot stated, cited Gunny, 1996, p. 168, that during Caliph al-Mamun, people were heard shouting for his death because he had fostered science at the expense of the holy ignorance of the faithful believers. With so much glorification of illiteracy and dislike for science, there is little doubt that Islam's golden age is far from reality. It is infidels' education, science, technology, and endurance, based on which the human civilization had spread everywhere including Islamic world itself, on which the Muslim community has no contribution. Trifkovic, 2002, p. 196, wrote, whatever flourished, it was not by reason of Islam, it was in spite of Islam. There is no doubt about it. The glorious past of Ummah is a wishful thinking of the Muslims. When they look at the infidel prosperity, it is their challenge to find a way to stay pumped up inside in order to hold these harsh realities at bay. Today Muslims must understand the basic cause of the problem. They have to separate this narcissist seed which is germinating inside them and recapture their impaired true self from the grip of Muhammad. Unless they can do it, they will never be able to deal with the problems and challenges of life. The alien growth in a human mind, the mental cancer that is the result of following Muhammad, should be uprooted. It is high time the trauma and abuse inflicted upon the Muslims by the narcissist founder of their religion should be stopped. They should face the reality and admit that it is Muhammad's own mental illness is reflected in Muslim Ummah. Muhammad may have died several centuries ago, but still he is present amongst Muslims in spirit long after he had gone to his grave. By willingly cremating themselves in the narcissistic flame of Muhammad, Muslims will get nothing but misery and misfortune. They suffer in the same way like the early companions of their prophet. If Muslims want to preserve their mental health, they have no other alternate but to abandon their narcissist prophet. No doubt this waking up is traumatic, but only truth can set them free. It is only the true self that can accept and modulate the various, even conflicting, self-images and resolve any apparent, temporary confusion. 7.6 Unshackling the victims of Muhammad. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Where knowledge is free. Where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls. Where words come out from the depth of truth. Where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection. Where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit. Where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action. Into that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake. Nobel Laureate, Poet Rabindranath Tagore. Note, I read the above poem in Bengali when I was a school student. It was really mind-blowing. When I grew up I understood the deeper meaning of it. I am amazed every time I recite this poem by its sheer simplicity in conveying such deep thoughts with such elegance. To date it still remains one of my favorite poems. While writing this portion suddenly I wished to recite it once more. Author. For common Muslims, apostasy is an unthinkable act. It is not only a crime punishable by death, but a sin. The apostate is damned both in this world and the next. But in spite of this there were large-scale apostasy during Muhammad's lifetime and after his death. It is because those early Arabs, who had seen Muhammad, believed and took his as a prophet, could not remain quiet by seeing the irrationalities of his supposed to be revealed doctrine and the contradictions in his behavior. But still some of them remained with Muhammad because they wanted booty and women. They had no inclination towards Islam, its dogma and ritual. It is estimated, Warwick, 2003, p. 41, that at the time of Muhammad's death, the total number of people who really believed in Muhammad did not exceed 1,000. The early rulers of Islam had mercilessly criticized Muhammad, Islam, and Allah. As example, a Muslim leader of the early days reputed to have said, cited Warwick, 2003, p. 42. If there were a God, I would swear by his name that I did not believe in him. Caliph al-Walid II, ruled 783, is said to have stuck the Quran onto a lance and shot it to pieces with arrows. He wrote poem, a similar type of Quranic verse, and mocked the Quran mercilessly as follows. You hurl threats against the stubborn opponents, well then I am a stubborn opponent myself. When you appear before God at the day of resurrection, just say, my Lord, Al-Walid torn me up. Walid too certainly did not abide by the Allah's instructions. An intensively cultivated man, he surrounded himself with poets, dancing girls, and musicians and lived the merry life of a libertine, with no interest in Allah, Muhammad, and Islam altogether. Warwick, 2003, 42. From history, we can learn countless examples of those who have struggled free from this all-encompassing and suffocating embrace of Islam to breathe the fresh air of freedom. One of them was Ubadallah Yashir. He joined Islam but afterwards along with 3 friends left Islam, embraced Christianity, and died as Christian in Abyssinia during the lifetime of Muhammad. These freethinkers, who secretly opposed the stubborn dogma of Islam and acknowledged only the moral law while publicly professed Islam, are called Zindiq. Warwick, 2003, p. 43. A Zindiq is a guilty of Zandaka. The first person who was executed on the charge of a Zandaka was Jad ibn Dirham by the order of Umayyad Caliph in 742 or 743 CE. He denied the divine attributes of Quran. He also accused Muhammad of lying and denied resurrection. Around 760 CE, another famous Zindiq named Ibn al-Muqaffa was executed. This freethinker had attacked Islam, its prophet, and its concept of God. He died in the most horrible manner. His limbs were cut off one by one and fed into a blazing fire. From 786 CE, the repression, persecution, and execution of the freethinkers were carried out with greater ferocity. Special magistrates were appointed to pursue the Zindiqs. Often these freethinkers were arrested en masse, imprisoned and beheaded or crucified. A short description, Warwick, 2003, pages 43 to 54, of these freethinkers and early apostates of Islam is as below. Abu Nuwas, one of the greatest of classical Arabic and Persian poets, was accused of Zandaka. He was fond of wine. Once he entered a mosque drunk as ever, and when the Imam recited the verse 1 from Surah 109, say, "O you unbelievers," Abu Nuwas is said to have cried out, "Here I am." He was handed over to religious police. He was imprisoned on other occasions as well for insulting Islam. Zindaka even penetrated the Hashemite family. The Hashemites trace their ancestry from the great-grandfather of Muhammad, although the definition today mainly refers to the descendants of Muhammad's daughter, Fatima. Several members of this family were executed or died in prison. Ibn Abi Aja, executed 772 CE, cast doubt on the justice of some of the punishments described in the Quran. He also disbelieved that Islamic pilgrimage was ordered by God. Bashar ibn Bird, another freethinker, came from a noble Persian family. He was tortured for glorifying the ancient memories of Iran. He was also disrespectful toward the institution of pilgrimage. On one occasion, he left for the pilgrimage but stopped on the way and spent his time in drinking. As the pilgrims were returning, he joined them and pretended on arrival home to have completed the entire pilgrimage. He also ridiculed the Quran many times with his satires and denied resurrection. Most of these freethinkers ridiculed the Quran, realizing that the divine claim of the Quran was absurd. One such freethinker was Hamid Ajrad, executed 777 CE. He wrote some verses, which were parody of Quran, and preferred those verses over Quranic verses during the prayer. One of the greatest poets in Arabic language was Al-Mutanabi. In Arabic, one pretends to be a prophet. He rejected Muslim religious dogmas regarding it as spiritual instruments of oppression. He also began revolutionary propaganda and claimed to be a prophet with a new Quran. He was imprisoned. Ibn al-Rawandi, 827 to 911, was an early skeptic of Islam and a critic of religion in general. In his early days he was a Mu'tazilite scholar, but after rejecting the Mu'tazilite doctrine he remained in Shia Islam for a brief period of time and later became a freethinker and rejected Islam completely. According to him, the Quran, far from being a miracle and inimitable, is an inferior work from literary point of view, since it is neither clear or comprehensible, nor of any practical value, and certainly not a revealed book. Perhaps the greatest freethinker in the whole of Islam was Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, 865-925. His general philosophical was that no authority was beyond criticism. He was a true humanist and had boundless faith in human reason. Al-Razi argued, cited in Hecht, 2004, pages 227 to 30. On what ground do you deem it necessary that God should single out certain individuals by giving them prophecy, that he should set them up above other people, that he should appoint them to be the people's guides, and make people dependent upon them? If the people of this religion are asked about the proof for the soundness of their religion, they flare up, get angry and spill the blood of whoever confronts them with this question. They forbid rational speculation, and strive to kill their adversaries. This is why truth became thoroughly silenced and concealed. Al-Razi maintained the view that reason is superior to revelation and salvation is only possible through philosophy. The prophets, the billy goats with long beards, as Al-Razi disdainfully described them, cannot claim any intellectual and spiritual superiority. These billy goats pretend to come with a message from God, all the while exhausting themselves spouting their lies and imposing on the masses blind obedience to the words of the Master. As for the Quran, it is but an associated mixture of absurd and inconsistent fables. Al-Raza continued. You claim that the evidentiary miracle is present and available, namely, the Quran. You say, whoever denies it, let him produce a similar one. Indeed, we shall produce 1,000 similar, from the works of rhetoricians, eloquent speakers, and valiant poets, which are more appropriately phrased and state the issues more succinctly. They convey the meaning better and their rhymed prose is in better meter. By God, what you say astonishes us. You are talking about a work which recounts ancient myths, and which at the same time is full of contradictions and does not contain any useful information or explanation. Then you say, produce something like it? It is clear from the above accounts that Islam never had shortage of apostates. These enlightened people hold philosophical viewpoints that formed on the basis of science, logic, and reason instead of authority, tradition, or any other dogma. Though their field of criticism varied from each other, but one point is very common amongst them. None of them either accepted or rejected ideas proposed as truth without judging them under the searchlight of knowledge and reason. From psychological point of view, they did not allow their false self to control their life and their real self was not impaired in spite of religious indoctrination. They understood the utter hollowness of life under Islam, hence they did not merely react like a robot. As I have said before, the whole Ummah is a narcissistic supply machine of Muhammad, which is unfortunately still active today, and hence Muslims react like robot programmed by their master. Their real self had not properly developed. It is suppressed and paralyzed. This is why unknowingly they sabotage their real happiness. Many people are exited when they ask a question to themselves, how to find meaning in life. But Muslims are terrified asking something like this. For others, all of life is a period of experimenting, testing, growing and developing. But for Muslims, experimenting and testing are wasted efforts because Muhammad had perfected their religion and gave them the divine guideline to follow. Islam had entered their lives in such a way that, a Muslim can spend his whole life in this delusion without even thinking once. They can bury their heads in sand and pretend as if nothing has happened. In this life, everything is inshallah and Muhammad will take care about afterlife. This entire religion is based on the truth claim of one man, the Prophet Muhammad, and there is no way we can confirm that he was truthful. Muhammad was a prophet of Allah because Quran says so, and Quran is from Allah because Muhammad said so. Is not it some kind of self-dishonesty or self-delusion? A true self is never self-delusional, but a false self is. If Muslims want to come out of their mental disability, first they have to come out of this Muhammadanism or Muhammad sycophancy or Muhammad slavery, by whatever name we can call it, and only then they will be able to develop and activate their real self. They have to assert themselves instead of complying. Self-deception of the false self leads nowhere, only the real self has the capacities to function successfully in the real world. Masterson, 1990, p. 49. When they will hear the genuine urges of the real self, they will find a new meaning in their lives. Those therapists who treat the NPD patients often find it very difficult because of the defensive tactics of the narcissist on which his grandiose self relies. Benjamin, 1996, p. 142. The narcissist uses aggression to coerce others, including the therapist. It is normal because it is one of the duties of the false self to prevent the true self from emerging. The narcissist often walks out from the therapy saying the therapist means nothing to him. Masterson, 1990, p. 174-5. We see the same attitude in Muslims. We all know how die-hard the Islamic belief of a Muslim is. When the truth about Muhammad and Quran is brought to his notice, first he denies it overwhelmingly. Denial is the way Muslims handle what they cannot handle logically. He argues, reject the facts, and sometimes even try to twist the facts. If he cannot manage, he gives threat. If he cannot win or silence the critic by threat, he says that the criticisms have no impression on him. He may even say that his faith in Islam has grown after hearing all the criticisms. He may also walk away. Allah has a standing instruction on this. When you hear his verses being disbelieved or mocked, do not sit with them until they engage in other talk, or else you will surely be like them. Allah will surely gather the hypocrites and unbelievers all together in hell. Q. 4.140. The above verse is written by Muhammad as a defensive tactics of the Muslims. What an appropriate advice from one narcissist to other narcissists. Now, the most dramatic point in the therapy of a narcissist. Underneath this aggressive refusal, what looks like a failed therapy, there lies an extreme vulnerability. Masterson continued. Even when they are not in a session, they cannot get the therapist out of their minds. What actually happens in his mind? By the demands of treatment, when the narcissist is forced to venture out of his narcissistic cocoon and compelled to activate his real self, after a certain time the denial of reality fails to protect him. He struggles with himself, but at one yield point he gives up. Slowly, the realization that it was my entire fault, that I was sick and needed help, penetrates the decades-old defenses that he erected around himself. Masterson continued. Up to a point, the narcissist's denial of reality helps him to maintain his psychic equilibrium, but if the denial is too great, it will cause conflict. The time frame for this conflict to take place is different for different NPD patients. It depends on how much impaired his real self actually was. When Islam is criticized and exposed, Muslims strongly oppose it, sometimes even with violence, but they cannot show a complete apathy to all these criticisms. Like children, though very scared of ghosts, cannot restrain themselves from reading ghost stories, the Muslims, in spite of their dislike, cannot show a complete lack of concern to the critics, something like, they cannot get the therapist out of their minds. This forces them to look into themselves and their cherished belief, or in other words, to come out of their airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment and to activate their real self. A conflict takes place, and on one day when he regains his self-esteem, he takes baby steps towards recovery. The harsh words of the critics are like time bombs waiting to explode. Sooner or later he is on another spiritual journey from Islamic bondage to the heaven of freedom as Tagore had envisioned. And yes, this heaven of freedom is much more pleasant than Allah's brothel that Muhammad had envisioned. Change of Islamic faith can change a person completely. It can reform a murderer. As example, the strange case of Anwar Sheikh. During the partition of India/Pakistan, he was a young man and was so filled with hate against non-Muslim that he went out with a knife and killed 3 innocent Sikhs, 2 of them were father and a son. He did not know any one of them. But he killed them because they were the first non-Muslims he saw on the streets. This gruesome memory of his crime under the influence of Islamic drug pained him so much that he renounced Islam. Warwick, 2003, p. 286. He argued with himself, how God can command us to kill? Only knowing the truth will set the Muslims free. Islam is a failed religion and Allah is a failed God. Islam does not have a single atom of truth in it. It is absolutely a downright falsehood, the biggest hoax humanity has ever seen, and it is going to collapse in the near future. Renaud, cited Warwick, 1995, p. 2, wrote. Muslims are the first victims of Islam. Many times I have observed in my travels in the Orient, that fanaticism comes from a small number of dangerous men who maintain the others in the practice of religion by terror. To liberate the Muslim from his religion is the best service that one can render him. Gandhi, cited Rao, 1990, p. 54, said, religion cannot be overriding morality. Man, for instance, cannot be untruthful, cruel, or incontinent and claim to have God on his side. Poet Tagore dreamed of such a society which would be based on truth and knowledge. He inspired people through his poetry to create a free-thinking, united and dynamic nation. Today not only many common Muslims, but preachers, mullahs, imams, scholars, missionaries, and even terrorists have apostatized. All of them say that there is better life after apostasy. Many have taken it upon themselves to oppose the Islamic ideology and have become celebrities in their own right. They know the true nature and spiritual bankruptcy of Islam. These former Muslims from all parts of the Islamic world become a torch of guidance to their fellow brethren and give a courageous signal to other Muslims to speak out. When non-Muslims speak their minds out about the fundamental questions of Islam, their influence on Muslim audiences will always be much more limited than the ex-Muslims, because most Muslims spontaneously will bring up the subject of the relative superiority of one religion vis-a-vis another. But this scope is not there when ex-Muslims criticize Islam. Ultimately, these enlightened ex-Muslims will do the job of opening the exit gate from Islam for their Muslim-born brothers and sisters. 7.7 Conclusion. Sometimes doubts can do good in us. It can purify false beliefs that have crept into our faith. It can humble our arrogance. It can give us patience and compassion with other doubters. It can remind us how much truth matters. John Ortberg, 2008, p. 122. It is often asserted that Muslims' religion is a die-hard religion, which is not completely true. At the same time, Islam is also an extremely defenseless religion and hence vulnerable to collapse. Defenseless in the sense, there is no truth in it to support. It is the grand delusion of a malignant narcissist. So, it is like a house of cards, looks tall, big, mighty, and gigantic, but the base is very weak to hold this structure. As Sina, 2008, p. 4, 260, wrote, Islam stands on a very shaky ground. It rests on nothing but lies. All we have to do to demolish it is to expose those lies, and this gigantic edifice of terror and deception will collapse. Islam is like a house of cards, sustained by lies. All it takes to demolish is to challenge one of those lies holding it together. It is a tall building, erected on quicksand. Once you expose its foundation, the sand will wash away and this mighty edifice will fall under its own weight. Vannon, 1999, p. 316, wrote, Narcissism is an eggshell, apparently solid, really very fragile. It is fragile because it bases itself on falsehoods. The day when criticism will have dismantled piece by piece this enormous falsehood of Islam, the whole edifice will come crumbling down. Then the Muslims will ask themselves how this enormous falsehood could have forced acceptance for such a long time. I can already see some cracks in this gigantic structure. This is not a wishful thinking. If we look at the history, we will find that communist empire collapsed when the truths about the Bolsheviks were exposed. Bolsheviks first came to power in 1917. After the defeat of Nazism in 1945, the Soviet Union extended its reaches into Eastern Europe. Its revolutionary message appealed to China, and Mao led the Chinese Communist Party to victory in 1949. Communism spread rapidly to Vietnam, Cambodia, Cuba, and Ethiopia. Communism was also predicted to engulf Iran. Today, Party of Iran is an Iranian Communist Party, and India. Communist principles were institutionalized into Indian government, and communist principles made their way into government policy. At one stage, say around 1960, communism looked like the future of the world as Islam looks today. The Soviet Empire already ruled over the eastern half of Europe, and its friend ruled the largest country in Asia. But in spite of such a promising growth, the unnoticing fall of communism started soon after 1956, when Nikita Khrushchev, who had inherited Stalin's post as General Secretary of the Communist Party, told the world how cruel and arbitrary Stalin's rule had been, and how many people had perished. Most of the victims of Stalin were loyal citizens of the Soviet Union, and many of them were Bolsheviks. Desai, 2007, p. 15. The destruction of the Berlin Wall signaled the end, at least in Europe. In 1989, the Communist Empire in Eastern Europe, and in 1991, USSR itself collapsed. Islam maintained itself for over 14 centuries because the basis tenets of Islam was not critically analyzed. Whoever tried, had lost his life or at least imprisoned. But the recent developments in communications technology, particularly satellite television and the internet in even the remotest harems of Islamic nations, is profoundly altering the mental climate in the Muslim world. These criticisms are working and will continue to work as therapy for them. Islam is going to face the same fate like communism unless there is a third world war. In this case Islam will be wiped out like Hitler and his Nazi party. But it is a mathematical certainty that Islam will collapse. Sooner or later, the Muslims will have to come out of their mistaken belief system, i.e., from their inverted narcissism, and save themselves from the devil's claw of narcissist Muhammad. Chapter 8, Final Assessment of Muhammad. Half the harm that is done in this world is due to people who want to feel important. T.S. Eliot. Every society produces evil people who look for opportunities in religious sentiments of the mass by posing as God-man or so-called prophets. These God-men use religion to control men's lives so that they can attain power and prosper. For this, they create perverse and deceitful doctrines to force their authority on others in the name of a God suitable to them. These prophets are real devils, who use religion to deceive mankind. They separate us from the real God of mankind, our Creator. The deception, death, and damnation of man are these devils' life ambition. Muhammad was such a vulgar impostor in a divine robe. Muhammad had a totally upside-down worldview. He equated love with weakness and feared intimacy. In fact, narcissism and intimacy problems are practically synonymous. Masterson, 1990, p. 122. He inflicted pain and abuse on others as his second nature. He was unable to give his followers a reason to live, so he gave them enough reasons to die in Allah's name to enter paradise. He could not convince the Arabs to choose his religion based upon its merits, so he threatened them with damnation. And the religion he preached was more about fantasy, less about proof. Since the leader is a fake, his promises are also not genuine. If we remove all the immoral, illegal, hateful, and violent verses from the Quran, we will be left with an odd collection of plagiarized and twisted Bible stories and meaningless gibberish of a mentally deranged person. Religion was just a cause for Muhammad. He actually worshipped his own image, not God. For a narcissist, the cause is not really that important. It is an excuse. It is a tool for domination to extract narcissistic supplies. For Stalin the excuse was communism, for Mussolini it was fascism, for Hitler National Socialism, and for Muhammad it was religion. The more they glorify these causes, the more they get power for themselves. In his religious endeavor, Muhammad made mistakes and was defeated many times. But he did not give up. He corrected himself and moved ahead by abrogating verses with suitable additions. No one can deny that on several occasions he intentionally did harm, knowing perfectly well that he was obeying his own will and not an inspiration from God. He talked much about paradise, hell, virtue, and sin, but his actions do not show that he had believed whatever he was saying. He lied on several occasions and encouraged lying to propagate his religion. No doubt, Muhammad had mastered the art of deception. He never gave a second thought to compromise morality for political gain. In his mind there was no other determinant. So he raged when confronted with disagreement or opposition, or anything that threatened his worldview. He valued people when he found that they could advance his religion, but devalued them at the next moment if they did not comply with his whims and wishes. He objectified people around him and treated them as lifeless objects. He manipulated his followers so cunningly as if he had conquered them, chained them, conditioned them, and molded them. He exploited people as if he knew that he could do anything he wanted them to do. This magical thinking made him extremely violent and adventurous. He was so convinced of his mission that he was genuinely surprised and devastated when he failed. When he failed, he felt empty and worthless. And every minor success in his cause elevated him from the low of misery to the heights of extreme joy. Throughout his prophetic endeavor, he derived his self-worth from people around him, as if he would collapse and self-annihilate without them. Muhammad obsessively believed in his own infallibility, brilliance, heroism, and perfection. He gave the Quran as his only evidence of his prophethood. At the same time, deep inside in his mind, he knew that unlike the biblical prophets, he could not perform miracles. He knew that his Quran could not stand criticism. He knew that his religion could not be morally and spiritually at par with other established religions of Arabia, like Christianity and Judaism, but he did not dare confront the truth. In fact, he even could not admit the truth to himself. He only imagined that he was on a divine mission, a messenger of Allah. This is how he failed the reality test. He was simply unable to distinguish the actual, external world, from the imagined, the internal world of thoughts and feelings, by making logical analysis of the religion he was preaching or allowing others to do this. For him, the reality became shadow and the shadow became reality. Muhammad was not capable of introspection, i.e., he was not capable to judge his actions from the outside. His critics made him realize that there was a grandiosity gap between his self-image and reality, which made him helpless. Since he could not win in a scholarly debate, he mercilessly got his critics assassinated. This was his only way to deal with all his intellectual opponents. Muhammad considered himself entitled to special amenities and benefits. Though he was the founder of Islam, but he exempted himself from the rules that he himself established. He felt that he was above any kind of law. Muhammad's sense of entitlement, coupled with the incredible belief of his own superiority, lead him to believe in his invincibility, invulnerability, immunity, and divinity. He dared to hold human edicts, rules, and regulations, and human penalties in disdain. He regarded human needs and emotions as weaknesses to be predatorily exploited. Critics often ask one question: was Muhammad a knowing fraud, or he genuinely believed that the revelations were coming from a god? No matter whatever is the truth, it simply does not have much meaning. Even if he was sincere, it does not relieve him from the criminal charges that are put on him. If a racially prejudiced white man sincerely believes that blacks should not get equal right in the civilized society, his sincerity does not affect our moral condemnation of his belief. For the same reason we condemn those Hindus who still believe in untouchability. In the same way, Muhammad cannot get away in any case. If he was not a knowing fraud, then we can say that he was capable of self-deception. He used to bring messages freely from his God to justify political murders, assassinations, raid, booty, pedophilia, abundant sex, even to solve his domestic problems, which are clear evidences that he was an absolute fake. His sincerity means nothing. It is hard to imagine a lie more vulgar than Islam. Muhammad never asked anyone to collect Allah's revelations and write them down in a book. Literally, 1,000 times he had said, "Fear me, obey me, fear Allah, obey Allah," but there was not one right for me or right for Allah. He knew, if revelations were written down, it would be a bit difficult to abrogate them in the future, if required. Secondly, Quran was revealed to serve his selfish interests, and that it would be of no value once he was no more. Muhammad's actions and commands in Allah's name are immortalized in Quran and Hadith collections. These are not only shocking in the standard of our time, but many Meccans during those days were equally shocked by seeing his brutal performance in the name of God. Muhammad succeeded in his prophetic mission because there was no powerful government to stop him. If Muhammad had been living under Roman rule, surely his mission would have resulted in losing his life, and his religion would have been stamped out by strong military action. A short before the coming of Muhammad, Arabia had become permeated with new ideas of religion, both from Jewish and Christian sources, but mostly from Christian sources. Paganism was slowly decaying out. A group of people rejected paganism, and to fulfill their spiritual needs they looked for an alternative religion. They were known as Hanifites or simply as Hanifs. So Arabia was a fertile ground for a new religion to born. Muhammad was deeply influenced by these Hanifs. If Muhammad had never been born or never had been successful to establish his religion, then perhaps a different prophet would have taken his place. Probably the new prophet might have consolidated the Byzantine kingdom and would have fought off the desert Arab tribes successfully. In that case, Arabia would have been converted to Christianity. Probably, the most terrible legacy of Muhammad was his rigid firmness that the Quranic revelations were the literal word of God and the significance of these verses are eternal. The irony is that throughout the entire history of Islam, Quran fails to give one solid argument at his favor that cannot be successfully refuted. Also, Muhammad declared that he was the last prophet of God. This way, Muhammad not only closed all the possibilities of new intellectual thoughts and freedom of ideas, but practically eliminated any chance of reformation of Islam. These self-serving messages of a 7th-century malignant narcissist passed down to the Muslims generation after generation as unquestionable word of Allah, and as time passed, men were found to take up these words and make them into weapons to cause injustice, oppression, and domination, and for conversion by force. Muslims are willful victims of Islam, which is something like a self-imposed punishment. It is the mental prison of Muhammad. Muhammad is not the savior but an abuser and exploiter of the Muslims. He is like a black hole at the center of the Muslims' incredible dream-like galaxy. Muslims are like objects for Muhammad. He is continuously dragging the Muslims towards him and sucking their blood. Abuse is the eventual act of perverted intimacy. Muhammad used Islam to pervade Muslim psyche, and possess their mind. Quran is the weapon what he used to achieve his narcissistic goal. He was a predator. He had isolated the Muslims from the rest of the human society by dividing the humankind into two perpetually hostile groups: Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam, and Dar al-Harb, the House of War, i.e., Muslims and Kafirs. It is not that a Muslim merely thinks that he is superior to the infidels. This unhealthy perception of his superiority is embedded in him, which is a part of his every mental cell. He feels that he is entitled to special treatment and to outstanding consideration because he is such a unique specimen. Deprived of contact with others and starved for human interactions, the Muslims bond with their predator. The more helpless a Muslim is, the more he is dependent on Muhammad. The more backward a Muslim nation is, the more it clings to Islam. Muslims' backwardness, envy, disappointment, unhappiness, and many other such painful realities are well reflected in Iqbal's poetry Shikwe, where he complained to Allah about the prosperity and power of non-Muslims in contrast to Muslims' poor condition. After 1 year of reciting Shikwe, Iqbal presented Jawab-i-Shakwe, where Allah gave a reply to Iqbal's complaint. Last 3 lines are as follows. Tu Musulman ho to takdir hi tadbir tari ki Muhammad se wafatuna to ham tari hein yejahan cheese hi ki Allah ho kalam tir hein. If you are Muslim, your prudence, your destiny is. If you are loyal to Muhammad, we are yours. This universe is nothing, the tablet and the pen are yours. This poetic composition of Iqbal is based on Quranic verse. According to Iqbal, Muslims' proven loyalty with Muhammad can own us, Allah. Since being loyal to Muhammad is same as following Orthodox Islam, Muslims should practice Islam more rigorously to prosper. If Iqbal is true, then how the infidels have prospered? We, the non-Muslims, don't practice Islam at all. In fact, some of us even oppose Islam. Then how the infidel countries are better than Muslim countries that at least practice a little? If the Quran is full of science, why the Islamic countries are most backwards? There is a lesson to learn in this. The creation of the universe has no master plot or mega plan to deprive anyone of happiness, prosperity, or power. Nor he has any intention to be unfair to the Muslim world. The only reason of the misery of the Muslims is that they are the victims of a narcissist. They are the inverted narcissists of Muhammad. As Iqbal said, if you are loyal to Muhammad, we are yours. Narcissism breeds narcissism. It is of course a tragic event. But it is more than of a tragedy that Muslims do not want to face the real cause of the problem. Muslims are unable to see the truth because they are capable of self-deception. Unlike other religions, Islam is not seen by Muslims from different angles. That's why all the religions prosper, but Islam got stuck in a 7th century mentality. When they begin with the Quran, first they conclude that it's Allah's word. Hence they are unable to judge the book with a critical mind. If the Muslims change their viewpoint a little, they will notice its obvious falsehood. Those foolish people of the 7th century Arabia who decided to follow Muhammad can be forgiven, but how the educated people today can be forgiven who still want to be fooled? It is the new age of enlightenment and every day new truths are being revealed. I feel sick when I see that, today, more than 1 billion Muslims are unable to see the ploys of one mentally deranged man. Why they cannot see that Muhammad was an impostor madman in a divine robe? They should give way to logical thinking, that's all what is required, the truth will take its own course in time. References